morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone across the world tuning in to our broadcast here for Day 3 of the Rocket League World Championship. Coming to you live from Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, Texas. Day 2 was incredible. Many sweeps, but many closer than the score line would indicate. And the Rocket League is going to continue here today. Could not be more excited about it. I'm Wave Funk, joined by T-Bates. We've got Mr. Shogun. We got a turtle on the desk here for the pre-show. Sir, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I think that, we've gotten a nice little warm-up, a lot of sweeps. Today is the day we get those Game 7 nail-biter series. I got a good feeling about it.
Have we seen Champions Field yet?
No,
we have not.
I don't think so.
Field yet. How has this happened?
You haven't got to hear my voiceover once on it.
What a save! No,
what a save!
Not quite, guys.
I have noticed if you put the right voice effects on me, it does actually sound uncanny, so I can get a little bit less upset at this point.
It does. You can we already have the Shogun Caster pack in the game.
Yeah.
Just on one specific map there. Let's talk about what has happened so far in the competition here. This is the Swiss format we are in right now for the wild card. 8 of these 16 teams will get to play in the main event in the bowl in front of 13,000, a sold-out crowd, and they are trying to get there today. We will send 2 there today, and that 2-0 in the middle. We've played through the round 1 and round 2. Today is round 3. We've got 2 2-0 matches, 2 0-2 matches here, Bates, and then 4 1-1 matches to play today.
Right. All elimination games will always be played on the A stream throughout the whole entire event. So we're going to see that later on. Actually, we're going to see it right off the rip a little bit later. But also, you're going to see 2 teams make it all the way to the main event finally. I think today is the day that the event really, truly starts really selling in. We had to do day 1, day 2, get the teams to where they need to be, and now we're awesome.
The whole point, Shogun, is to qualify. This is the first day we're going to actually have teams qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely is, and really importantly as well, because for those teams, getting through this isn't just the be-all, end-all. They want to be going to the whole thing. They want to go to the grand finals.
Right.
You need this to feel as short as possible. This is going to turn into a bit of an endurance event. If you can get done today, fantastic. Take 3 days off, come back nice and refreshed, get yourself into the main event, and see how far you can get.
Well, let's talk about day 2 there. If you missed the action yesterday, let's get you all caught up on what happened. We had one series go 6 games. Everything else, Turtle, was a sweep. At some point, we got to put the brooms back in the closet.
Yeah, of course, got to talk about Exotic on Semper just popping off. 100% goal participation here against the Pioneers. Look at the accuracy. The plays we were seeing out of Pioneers was solid. Defense was certainly there, but at the end of the day, Semper, my word, were these passes and Exotic, again, the only player doing all the work. And he really took that name Exotic and was playing out of his mind.
Yeah, but I feel like we were surprised at how one-sided this match was. I expected more from the Pioneers.
I know I did. I expected so much more. I predicted them. I wanted to see them win, but unfortunately it didn't happen. But then, of course, we did see this monster of a team, the Blue Wall, absolutely dominating the OCE 1C coming out of that. Renegades, they've been playing well, but it wasn't enough. Carmine Corp, they're actually on a roll right now as we're playing the best Rocket League play probably in over a year.
I think we need to sort of ban the sentence now. Surely this is not another 4-0, because every time we say it, it has been a self-fulfilling prophecy. But look at this. Astral. He is back online. He was there for Season 8, had a little bit of a more quiet period during Season 9, maybe during Season X especially. But when it's important, when it counts, he is right back up there.
But this series, this was the series to watch. Version 1 against Space Station Gaming. Daniel, we just saw a highlight play from him getting in front of the ball, pancaking on the flip reset. It was back and forth. You thought version 1 were going to take it. I remember the pre-show, everybody was saying V1, the best team out of the wild card stage. But no, Space Station Gaming have certainly proven their worth.
They were excellent. It was Space Station was so strong in a match we really expected to be very even. Even in the games where version 1 was winning, though, I felt like Space Station was controlling the pace of action. That we closed out the day with Optic versus Dignitas in what I think could be the biggest surprise of the day here.
Is it? Is it anymore?
I thought it was a surprise. I thought it was a surprise, personally speaking. You don't see him be 4-0. It was like it was a slap. It was an absolute slap by Optic Gaming. Optic Gaming just approached it. Miss was unstoppable. You expect more out of Jory. You expect more out of Abjack. Drees mustied it from midfield and nobody jumped for Dignitas. How is that possible? You see the Jory's mechanics right there, but it does. In the end of the day, it didn't matter. Optic, they're land boys. I think we finally need to stop sleeping on them. Same as SSG. Some teams pick it up on land. Some teams shrink under the bright lights. Dignitas is one of them.
Yeah, Dignitas really struggled. We've seen teams like Semper that utilized that time off really well. They look like a whole new version of themselves. But for Dignitas, same old problems, just a different tournament.
Painful, because you know all the names. You see all those 3 players. At the beginning of the season, they were one of the best teams in the world.
Absolutely.
And to see them fall so far, it's got to hurt for a lot of Dignitas fans watching at home.
Let's be clear. They're at 1-1 right now. So far, they got.
Yeah,
we want more.
But
we want more.
The difference, though, that's what makes it feel so drastic.
Right,
they were literally one of the best
yep.
teams, and now they're struggling. They got swept by Optic. Couldn't even take a game.
You ask anybody at the beginning of the season, especially this Optic roster, compared to that Dignitas, I think Dignitas 4-1.
Oh, yeah.
Dignitas
Easily.
4-0 domination.
We'll get to see both teams play again today, see how well they do. Let's take a look, though, at the top 3 plays from yesterday. You saw a few of them there in the highlight reel, but let's shine a light on them. Astral coming out to start things off hot here, Shogun.
Yeah, Dastral has been that guy for them throughout the entirety of this tournament. Right back to the player that we know he can be, and plays like that continue to prove it.
Oh, man. Absolute monster of mechanical performance he's been doing so far this tournament. And number 2, oh, God. Oh, Land,
you already know what it is.
Look at this.
Look at him. He might be young, he might be smart, but he got a lot of muscle on that pitch, man. You gotta hit the weight room. You wanna try to stop that young boy.
The fact that he planned this, you could see him stop boosting and then flatten his car 90 degrees upwards, anticipating that he's gonna get the reset, utilizes it, and then puts in a beautiful goal.
Physics is so cool. This is one of the only truly physics-based video games in the world. Number 1, though, how do you beat that? Daniel Clip, same place of the field. How about a defensive stop? Mispinches it with the board work. Ow, it's so close there.
The back left tire. Are you kidding me?
I don't think anybody was actually breathing when this goal got stopped. All the oxygen got taken out of my lungs when I saw that play and watched it just narrowly. Pixel perfect save from Mist.
And that was the moment. I remember being back in the green room watching the series, and we were sitting there flabbergasted, like, wow, what happened to Dignitas? That was the moment for me the series was over. That was the, they can't even get that goal in. The Optic is stopping goals that are that good, that well placed, that fast. Dignitas is in trouble, Shogun.
I was casting that one, and that was the exact same moment for me. I was there just going, all right, how do I make this sound good for the rest of the series? Because Optic looked like they got this. Phenomenal. I mean, if Mist is going to keep this going, Mist has moved off teams, not wanting to be known as that defensive player anymore. Mist, if you don't want
he has no choice.
If you've got to stop doing those saves, man, because if you keep doing that, you will be known for being that good defensively.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the MVP race. There's going to be 3 MVP awards given out at the end of this event. One for offensive MVP, defensive MVP, and then the overall MVP. And I want us to talk about who we think is in the lead for those 3 categories. Let's start with offense, Turtle. If there's one player you had to highlight, you think who's in the lead?
I think I got the basic answer that everybody's going to say, but I'm going Astral. I think the man, highlight after highlight, offensively, he is the MVP right now, in charge, in the lead, leading the way, because the goals he gets, the level that he gets, and the mechanics that he shows, I don't see anybody right now on that stage matching him.
I'm amazed we're not bringing up Space Station right out of the gate here, given who they've played, going up against version 1, seeing Daniels or Reddles. I'm down for either of them at this point, but I feel like it's got to be a player off Space Station.
Reddles has had a whole bunch of clutch goals so far, and actually a whole bunch of double touches. I haven't seen Slater double touch that much in a very long time. So, I mean,
so who's your offensive end? Mine's Astral.
For now, I think there's a conversation. You can have Astral, you can have Reddles, and I think also put Mist in there as well. I know he hyped him up for that #1 save you saw yesterday, but he had a couple double touches, especially in overtime. I think 2 times yesterday, where he absolutely just 1v3 took the game over by himself against Dignitas. That's not a slight in a littlest.
I think he's got it right, actually. I do have to go Mist, because the way he's setting, he's not just scoring the goals, he is setting them up brilliantly. Just holding the midfield and just going, give this to me. I will set us up. I'll bang this off the backboard. You can finish it off for us. But Mist has been such a utility player. He knows when to be selfish. He knows when to just pass the ball off. You can't ask for more.
Guys, we can't give Mist offensive MVP, because when we talk about defensive MVP,
he's got it.
Clearly Mist.
Just give it to him.
Is there anyone else in the conversation for defensive MVP right now? I mean, we just talked about Mist. We just watched the craziest save we've seen of the tournament. Is there anyone else?
Shogun's got that opinion.
Peaked.
No. You know, you're agreeing. It looked like you had some kind of crazy take. You were
no. I was thinking of the crazy take. It's gonna give me a bit of time, right?
Torment's the player that comes to mind for me. I continue to be impressed
after
by
yesterday.
Him back. Yes, they in a losing effort. It was Daniel versus Torment, as you pointed out, and he was the only player who was consistently stopping Daniel in the back line. The amount of times we saw Daniel up on the air dribble, and it was like, oh no, oh wait, Torment's on the backboard. It's gonna be just fine.
Does that kind of prove how bad that ended up going then? If Torment had a good defensive performance and they still got shut out, they 6-1 in the last game?
Well,
yeah.
See, the defensive pick is kind of weird, because I was originally going to go with Reddles, because I thought his 50-50s were stellar, and that's everywhere on the field. But then he's also doing so much work on the offense, which is why he's my overall MVP. I actually would go for Reddles so
overall?
far. Yeah, Reddles overall, that's my MVP. I think he's leading the way.
Interesting.
I'm going to go Daniel defensive MVP. Purely because... because we already saw in the top plays, he can block defensively and still score off the same play.
That's true.
He wins a challenge like at a pass.
Yeah. You don't want to take on that.
How is that not making it for offensive? Again, I'm going to bring it back up to the offensive conversation here.
You're working with Rocket League analysts here, Wave. Doesn't make sense no more, does it?
All just one game. Everyone plays all positions. Overall MVP, though. We got one vote out here. Basis. It sounded like you had a thought.
Oh, it's Daniel. You pick Reddles, but it's clearly
Reddles is the in-game leader, though.
Okay,
if you listen to the comms videos for SSG, it's got to be Reddles.
Listen, but okay, you can have the in-game leader, such as like how Nole's talking about how Nole helps out Astro.
Yeah.
Nole helps out Astro.
Yeah, but Reddles, he's not just the leader, he's also scoring these clutch goals that you even said yourself. Come on.
Yeah, but then Daniel's doing more. Daniel's doing more on the defensive end, on the offensive end. Daniel opens up the whole entire pitch. Reddles leads the comms. But from those comms, Daniel's allowed to really focus more so on the hits craft. Same thing with Astro. I'll put Daniel and Astro kind of my overall MVP. How dominant they've been so far. But then Reddles did a good shot.
Reddles, come on, he's close there.
Third, fourth. But Daniel and Astro, man.
Sounds like Semper needs to continue to impress us if they want to be in this conversation.
Exotic's up there. Exotic's up there.
But I need more today.
The only team we didn't talk about at all here in the MVP conversation.
But the thing is, Wave, is I think that's actually the best thing for Semper because they brought in Exotic expecting him to be almost a one-to-one replacement for Archie. They've come into this tournament with a completely new mindset, having all three players sharing the workload a little bit more. It has been the best performances I've seen from Chaussette in the longest of times. Same thing for Castillo. The shooting is way back up there. The fact that we're not talking about any of this is actually the best thing for them, in my opinion.
Let's continue to underrate us. Opinion that can work for a lot of teams here. Let's actually move into the next segment here. So another kind of fun situation here. Yay or nay? We're going to put up some statements on the screen. You guys at home get to vote with hashtag yay, hashtag nay on whether you agree with that statement or disagree with that statement. We're going to start off here with continuing to talk about Optic. We clearly love Optic. We missed in particular. We brought it multiple times. We think they're a very strong LAN team. First statement out of the gate here. We're going to talk about Optic makes playoffs. Do you think Optic, we're looking far in the future, this is making top 8, that we're saying they're making it out of the group stage, they make it through wildcard and group stage. Thumbs up, yes, no. You've seen them play one time on the main broadcast. 3, 2, 1. No. Okay. Is it this that you think you can't say it yet?
Oh, make playoffs, like make playoff players.
Top 8.
Top 8.
Yeah. Oh, I'm turning that back down.
Hey.
Wave's now got justify himself. He's the odd one
Okay,
out.
you gotta talk to me.
He saw that save and he's like, top 8, guaranteed.
Listen, Wave, don't fall for the Optic propaganda. You got teams like Moist G2 and
Optic
them boys
propaganda.
You're next to the person that's
We just talked about him defensive and offensive MVP, and then somehow didn't bring him up as overall MVP. Like there's a third category in Rocket League that could somehow push you into the overall there. He's so strong, and it's not just missed. We saw it from Illusion as well. The team has 2 Dynamite players in and again, a sweep, a dominant sweep over Dignitas. It felt strong enough to me. I feel like to make it at least maybe through the lower bracket of their group stage, but like they've got 2 lives in that group stage. There's no way they're not making top.
They have 1 life. They're going out in the upper because I don't see them getting through as a 3-0 team. I think they're going to get a much more difficult route through that group stage. I think they're going to lose that first match. They got to win 2 in a row there.
You said it, but the wildcard 1 plays furious, so maybe they don't even want to.
Chat is split straight down the middle on this one, by the way.
That's a rare one. We don't get that.
That's my question for you. You have them coming out of the wildcard 1 3-0, or you got them going 3-1 coming out of this?
I think we'll get to predictions later.
Okay.
We'll see them play a little bit later on. Let's move on to the next one here. The 2-0s, the teams that are 2-0 are safe, given that they will make it out of the wild card. There's none of the 2-0 teams are going to lose out from this point on. Yay or nay? Those 4. Remember the thing through the 4 you got up there at the top there. 3, 2, 1. No, Bates.
Who's not making it out?
Who's not making it?
I'm not big on Semper.
I knew he was going to say Semper. I knew he was going to say Semper.
I'm not big on Semper. I think Semper's little run, his little magical run they're doing so far, they're about to be humble today. I can say that.
Okay.
What do you think about their wins then? Is this just they've been handed them, or?
No, I think that against Pioneers they played solid. I think especially games 1, 2, and 4 Pioneers outplayed them, but it didn't matter because Semper had the counterattack and then they've scored a little winning opportunity to have. I don't think that happened.
The people Pioneers definitely choked in that series a lot of times.
The people are more on ours. The people will kind of reflect the vote we had on the desk here. We were 75-25 technically on the desk. This next one I think we can go pretty quickly through because I think we just basically had this conversation. Semper goes 3-0. Yes or no? Basically, do they win there? We know where this one's going to go on that one. I don't think they're winning today.
I think they drop against SSG, and then in the next series they win and they qualify.
You can't go against SSG. This is less about Semper and more
Yeah, it's literally that they have to play SSG today. So I think we're all predicting SSG to win that one. Last one, Dignitas doesn't escape playoffs. It doesn't escape the wild card. They are not going to make it out of this event. They will not play for the main event. They lost one time to Optic. We've been talking about how good Optic was. 3.
Oh, no.
Put thumbs up.
I'm going to say they do. I'm going to say they get out of the wild card.
They get out?
They missed group.
So okay.
Thumbs down.
I think it goes round.
Okay,
we're going
down.
There it is.
All right, there we are. We believe, Dick. We believe. You can do it.
Yeah. Weird question.
We're saying they do make it out.
Yeah, correct.
Make it out of the groups. Okay, cool. They'll make it out there.
But in round 5, though. In round 5. I think they go the distance.
5 as well.
Really, that's a narrow prediction there. I do need to see more out of Dignitas before I feel comfortable saying, yep, they're going to be moving all the way out. But I think 5
round
is probably possible here. Let's talk a little bit about the Swiss, though, and getting into today's action. We made some predictions, stuff like that. Let's talk about what we're going to be seeing today. We have, on the main stream here, we'll be having our 2-0 matches and our 0-2 matches. If we can show the people at home the Swiss bracket here, again, you'll see there's 2 matches up there at the top where the teams we've just been talking about a lot, Semper, SSG, OG, and Carmine Corp will be playing each other a little later on. Those teams have nothing to lose. At this point, they're going to, if you win, you're in. If you lose, you just get 2 more lives here. We need to talk about the bottom, though. We have the APAC and the SSA teams yet to win a game at this event. But I've been told, Shogun, these teams have a massive rivalry against each other regionally about who is going to knock out the other team here. How are we feeling about these regions so far?
My goodness, I am feeling so excited for this. This legitimately, for me, is sort of my main event for all of this because they've got 2 regions that want to beat one another.
Yeah.
They don't want to be the region that sort of considers, elite. You know, 'cause at the end of the day, let's speak realistically. If you lose these, you're now the butt of the jokes for the next year or so. You go, okay, wow, what an SSA or APAC team. That's just unfortunately how it will end up being. So you want to make sure that you're not the one that is being referenced there. Go in, beat the other side, and make sure that you've got yourself a chance to this tournament.
Do we think one region is sweeping both matches, or is it going to go 1-1?
I don't want one. I don't want no fence sitting on this. We got to commit. We got to commit.
He would be the person who wants the chaos just so SSA or APAC can just get all of it for next year. I think it goes 1-1 today.
You think it goes 1-1?
I agree, but I do think APAC is better. Is superior.
Yeah.
Okay.
In general, if we're going to compare the 2 regions, just because of Semper Strikers.
I feel
Semper
like
Strikers are my team to potentially have an upset out of all 4 of these.
you guys have seen more of the action on the B stream than we have over here on the desk. I've mainly been focused on the A stream matches. I mean, from what I've seen on this stage, I think Bravado was the team that impressed me the most. Have you seen anything else that convinced you one way or the other from their matches on the B stream?
I think just in general, I think the Pirates actually look really comfortable with the way that they've been playing. They've sort of come in with a livelihood to themselves, a little bit of levity to the way that they're playing it. It really looks like they are just playing scrims when they're out there right now. And that's actually so important where they're not adding that extra pressure themselves. Now, whether or not today is a little bit different, where they're coming into matches where they think that actually, we can win.
This is elimination territory,
exactly.
So we might see a completely different team.
It might change some things, but I think that they're very good. Different kickoff strategies, different ways of playing. Some really surprising mechanics that might catch them out.
I mean, for Semper Strikers, they were 4-0'd. I mean, all these teams 4-0'd, got swept. But for me, Semper Strikers, actually, if you look individually at the games, there were chances, moments where you think they're actually going to take it against Veloce. 2 out of 4 games were 1-goal games, and you could have easily seen them taking the win. And Semper Strikers, the only team out of both these regions that, in my opinion, you can say have a fighting chance at taking 1 game and keeping it close.
Well, we'll see Semper Strikers a little bit later on. Let's take a look at the schedule for both broadcasts today. Starting off with the B stream, twitch.tv/RL Esports. Make sure you got both streams up to see all the action. They'll start off the day with Team Secret versus the Renegades. 01 Esports will take on Dignitas. The Club will play the Pioneers. And then the Battle of the V's, Veloce versus V1 to round out that broadcast. Here on the main stream, though, twitch.tv/Rocket League, you will see Bravado versus Senbei at the end there. Semper Strikers, Turtle was just talking about them.
Yes,
Do they have the best hopes there? We'll close out the day with that match. Then K-Corp and Optic and Semper versus SSG, our 2-0 matches in the middle there. We're going to start things off here with APAC versus SSA, the Gladiators taking on the Pirates. A battle of mascots, which always makes me happy, Bates. Seeing who's better, a Gladiator or a Pirate?
Oh, man, a Gladiator. I'm going Gladiator, me personally.
Yeah.
That sounds more menacing.
A little more
intimidating. Yeah, Pirate, I don't know. It reminds me of, I can't say that on stream. It reminds me of a regular old Pirate. Gladiator just pounds big. Like 10
They're just looking for treasure. Gladiators are out for blood. Hey, that's how it is.
Exactly.
Pirates are businessmen at the end of the day. They're just trying to make some money and break
young
the rules.
entrepreneurs.
Yeah, exactly. But on the other side of things, a team looking to survive. It's the Gladiators.
As LCT drops it down mid. LCT double. Exposure. LCT exposes the entire defense of Detonator. Heck, that one was felt all throughout APAC North.
It feels great to be in Dallas because I'm playing in Worlds. It actually feels amazing to be the only team that is representing APAC South. We are really proud of ourselves that we made it here.
Now back to you. Creates the space. He beat all 3 members to set up LCT, and we have a tied ball game.
The season was extremely successful for me and my team because we have won 8 regionals and have made it to at least 1 major, and now we're in the World Championship. I have played in front of an audience and it feels absolutely phenomenal, so I can't wait to play in front of an audience again. If we win Worlds, it's going to be really great because, you know, the money, man. It's a lot of money.
Oh, it took us 3 days to finally get an honest opinion, Bates, out of one of the players. It's just about the money.
Yeah, I mean, especially for the APAC teams, man, because they're not really expected to win the World Championship. They're here taking experience, learning, and of course, they can make a little bit of bread on the side. So the further you go, the more money you make, you know? So that's really big on their minds.
Shogun, I feel like, obviously, the money is important. The getting to be here, we heard them saying it, like being the only team from APAC South the first time the region has represented the World Championship. That's incredible, but at the end of the day, we know what's on these players' minds right now is this match and getting to play again tomorrow, just surviving one more day.
This is the first time that regional pride is really on the line for these guys. It's the first time we're coming in and going, let's not worry about games or goals and getting you first on this one. Go and get your match win. This is the opportunity to go and do that. I'm looking forward to seeing if they can.
Exactly. I mean, there's no excuses at this point. Yeah, you could be up against a top-tier North American, European team, MENA team, but no, this one, it's within your grasp to take a series win and really prove yourself and your worth as a team, and you know that these players are hungry and competitive right there on the stage.
I wonder if that's going to affect their mentality. There's a freeness to if we get any wins, if we get any games against our opponents, that's icing on the cake. You know, like that's cool, right? This though, they have to actually believe in themselves. They have to actually take it seriously. So we'll see how the Gladiators are able to take that. On the other side of things, arguably the exact same hurdle to overcome is the Orlando Pirates.
Feels amazing. This is our first World Championship that we're attending, and yeah, being here in Dallas, it feels really good. It's absolutely huge. This is the first time that a South African team will be, represented on the international stage in an RLCS event. So yeah, it's a really important moment. Bring it. Let's get this wildcard.
And right now, Orlando Pirates have to do it right here. And right now, they need a goal.
Last 30 seconds. Pirates looking to get back in it. The double! It's a beauty!
I think as a team, we just need to try and give it our all. We're going to be underdogs in pretty much every series that we play. But I think we're more than capable enough to make a lot of these series competitive.
It's chaos, madness, and insanity all the way to the finish line.
There's just not a moment to rest. Here comes Still Skill and Snowy top shelf finish.
I think they should fear us because we are very capable players. So we definitely stand a chance, and yeah, don't count us out too early. We can absolutely do it. To the haters, I'd say you're gonna be sorry. This is the moment for us.
We're basically going to be the underdogs in every match we play. Is that the case here?
No. They would be if Abs Crazy was here, but since commentators playing for the Gladiators, I believe that the Pirates are the favorite to win this, something I don't think they were really expecting. But Skillstone in particular, he's a really solid player, been playing ranked to get some of the best in the game, and a lot of them have been saying it. From Ruddles himself, he's pretty good.
How do I get that hat? That is gorgeous.
It's clean. It's
great
clean.
colors. I love the branding here for the team. But it's talking about what happens on the pitch. What is the X factor for this match, Semper?
Right in front of you, right there, Snowy. Well timed their way, because I've been hearing from everybody, Snowy is that guy, and I want to see exactly that. Bates, what you got for him?
No, I was playing some NA ranks. Snowy's really good. Snowy's about 2100 level. I'm not gonna cap. He's really solid, fast paced. Feels like if he had more time in EU or NA or even MENA Sam, he'd be an even better player. He's really improved so far, and I expect a lot coming out of the young man.
And this is his time to get those hours on stage. This is literally the best practice anybody could ask for. And of course, Darth has been putting in some work. I casted their matchup yesterday, I believe against Veloce, and Darth was doing a lot of work on the defensive side to transition forward, and I think that if Snowy can connect offensively, that could be a deadly combo.
Man, there's so much right in the line. for this match. I mean, you get, especially with the way that this tournament is set up, right? It's not if you win this match, you get to play another match later today, and then like if you win that one, you get to play tomorrow. Like it's just one match a day. Every win is another day of Worlds.
I'm kind of reminded of whenever we had the first South America matchup versus OCE. You know, we were all like, oh my gosh, this is the time we get to see the rivalry start. This is the start of that potential rivalry, and I think we're all witnessing a lot of great moments that are going to go down in the history of RLCS.
And this is just like a time where we're going to see a lot of coming out parties for some of these players. This is their actual national spotlight. I understand playing against V1s and the likes, you're not expected to win. This is where you actually get to play people more so along your skill level, along your mechanical ability. So you can see LCT going for more double touches. You see Snowy going for more double touches on more flip resets. They're going to have the more time, it's more their usual pace that they're playing at. Then couple that in with more experience so far in, it's going to be an incredible matchup.
I can't believe we're saying this already, but it really does feel, as you mentioned, with the substitute over on the other side, this actually feels must win for the Pirates on this one, because if they are going to win an international matchup, this is the best shot that they are ever going to get, Wave.
Yeah, it's so much right on the line for the players, and it's so special though. Like seeing the coach there with the flag around his back. I remember I got to bring my dad into the venue yesterday and was like showing him around.
Oh yeah.
We're walking past the B stream area, and I'm like, oh, here's a Japanese team playing against a South African team, and it just hits me in that moment just how much this is a world championship, more than it has ever been before. It's a really special moment for Rocket League and for these teams especially. You heard from both of them. Both of them said in their VTs how important it was to them that they're here representing their country.
And this is like the start. This will be the start of something that will be historical. This is a historical moment 5 years from now. We can have SSA team or APAC team being one of the best in the world.
They're pioneers on the stage.
That's right.
There's also pioneers.
I'm just not going to talk anymore.
It took us a second there. Well, neither of these teams have a game win at this point. Neither of these teams have a series win. That changes here. One of them must move forward. One of them will be going home. We appreciate them making the competition here. You can see the stats that they put up through the course of the regular season. Throw it all out the window. Doesn't matter. All that matters is what happens in these 7 games. So let's see what you at home think about it. How many fans from these regions and from the world over are supporting either of these teams? In the Verizon fan vote, use hashtag GG, hashtag PIRX to support the Pirates over there. Turtle, who's going home? Who's moving forward?
Ooh, I think that sub on the other side is going to pay dividends, to be honest with you. I think Pirates have the advantage. I like what I saw yesterday in that cast. I like Snowy. I think he's going to lead the way. Skill Steal was doing some work. I got to go Pirates.
I'm not just saying this because I really like the merch, but I am also kind of saying it because I really like the merch. Pirates!
There it is.
They've got this one.
Come on.
They have to have this. And I think I've also shown my hand a little bit here because I said there's going to be a 2-0 in this rivalry. I think Bravado got it later on.
Ooh.
Okay. Making the prediction earlier, appreciate that.
I'm going to be around for that one, I think, so I'm going to make it out of that now.
Okay, we'll see. I know I said that the Gladiators are more menacing, but the Pirates had the advantage here. Commentator versus Darth, I think, on the back line for both these teams. Darth's going to be a little more comfortable. Snowy's going to pop off.
There it is,
SSA is going to win their first ever RLCS LAN game.
It can't be that one-sided, right? Give me the Gladiators here. This team has flown maybe the farthest of anyone to be here to play. It means so much for them to be on this stage. And you know they have thought about all of that. They are going to be fighting with an edge. I think the fact that they know that the Pirates are the favorite is going to make them more dangerous. They know the commutator is something that they're going to be looking to punish, so they're going to be looking to work around that. I think Gladiators are going to be strategically one step ahead. Can the mechanics back them up? We'll find out in a moment. Let's see how the chat feels. Right down the middle.
Split today, huh?
Whew, it's pretty close. It's pretty close, though. But Pirates going to be just ever so slightly a favorite in chat and in the house. Let's get over to the stage for match number 1 of day 3. Finally, one team going home. Gladiators in the blue, Pirates in the orange. The Verizon Skybox has the call. Let's get the Rocket League started.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's sunshine in downtown Fort Worth, but stormy clouds currently to start low around 3. We got Orlando Pirates, and then on the other side, we got Gaming Gladiators. This one is going to be interesting.
A lot of tension for both teams here in the first elimination match of the day. Hopefully they can settle in quickly, but yes, split for everybody at home, and there are some good questions to ask here. How do Gladiators handle Pirates? How do Pirates handle that defense of Gladiators? You know, they did look pretty outpaced versus Dignitas over on the Gladiator side, but at the same time, obviously, working within the constraints that you have. And they certainly didn't look that slow per se. It's just a matter of the clear game for them here versus Pirates. Can they get that going and get more offense going as Pirates almost able to open it up with a ball off the crossbar.
We opened up with the stat card to begin this series. Both teams relatively equal across the board, around 9 shots per game, couple of demos as well, but very interesting to say the least, as that one rings around the top bar. A couple of shots early between both sides, but I think the desk hit on it perfectly. Snowy shooting around 40% from the field. He is going to be an X factor.
Certainly a nice early push from Gladiators here. Down to Com, and actually that's going to work out perfectly. I think he gave Max Yu a little boost up over the last man. Definitely threw the Pirates for a loop.
I love the confidence off the ceiling, using it as a third man. And great reset over Snowy. Last defender beat. Quick response, quick aggression. Gladiators needed something to get on the board. Both these teams, again, in the lower round. But looking at Orlando Pirates, this is a squad that's 0-8. They have yet to win a single game in these best-of-7s. Can they find it here? With that demo, you could be looking at a 2-0 lead for Gladiators.
A lot of faith over from people on the desk and those at home. Definitely thinking Snowy has it in him to get something started here. And currently, Gladiators definitely controlling a decent amount of the pitch, finally getting pushed back into their own half. But that clear game that you were worried about maybe coming into today, could they get it started? Certainly no issues early on here versus Pirates.
No, absolutely not. A couple of double commits, but it's been cheeky ones at that that clear the ball to the opposite side, and we'll follow into the POV of Darth as he circles back out for rotation. We'll grab boost, and with that, the counterattack begins. Gladiators pressing right back up. Great fake around, and a good angle from Axu to make it 2-0.
Have to come back and look at this. I think they probably could have got this clear skill steal. Not able to reach it, but yeah, I think Darth maybe got a little misdirected there by Com. Definitely thinking he was going to be shooting that one towards the net, and Com just hit it back post and expecting something else. Again, a little misdirection from Gladiators, throws off the scent of Pirates. They find themselves down too early.
And they haven't wasted a lot of time on their rotations down the field, getting the ball right up the gut and immediately setting up for a 2-0-1 play just to potentially bait a defender into the front of the box. They found some of those infield passes very quickly. Good recovery on the back line into the blue half. Now make it pass across midfield as Maxi will take it towards the back wall. It will be there. Commentator was there as well. LCT now falling back into the play. If you're Pirates coming into game one, what's one of the ways you can slow down a lot of the speed of Gladiators, knowing how quickly this team plays?
You're definitely scratching your head a little bit. Common position there, forcing Pirates to stay honest on the backboard and not just give up an open shot, but if you're looking to get back in this one, obviously my favorite thing is possession of the ball. That definitely gets you back into it, forces them to come and take the ball away from you. So start by trapping the ball on the ground, or you can get those light touches in the midfield, as that's a great block from Commutator. Maybe one into the midfield with a little help. Unfortunately, actually, Maxu has a chance. Everybody missing there in front of the box, and this is a great trap from Snowy. This is what you need right here. You have to force them to come take the ball from you.
That's a good 50 to hopefully get it back towards midfield. It will. Snowy just going to kick it towards the side. So now it's a foot race towards the ball, but it should be possessions for Gladiators. They continue to win some of these 50s at the midfield line, which has killed more and more time off the clock here in game one. For Gladiators, they are back-to-back spring regional champions, and Snowy, who has one of the best shooting percentages on the field, finally finds Pirates a goal.
Gonna cut the lead in half. Max Yu definitely caught, stuck here on the goal line. Com actually gave that a pretty good look, blocked off a lot, but so much power that close. Max Yu unable to react. 2-1, Pirates working their way back in here with 2 minutes left. A lot of time to find an equalizer.
Top 16 in London for the Gladiators. On the other side for Pirates, first in spring regional #1, and the runner-ups ever. And Maxi making him punish off the kickoff.
Get it right back. Couldn't save the last one, so he'll make this one unsavable for Pirates. Up early too. Snowy trying to figure out where that shot's going. Elected to commit to that top left corner. Maxu adjusting beautifully, going down onto the lower left-hand side, take it away from him. A great place shot.
And Gladiators have picked their choices on the net early on in game one. Lower left, dead center, far right post. They've had their opportunities. They made the most of it. This is the team that's been through the gauntlet. They had a tough matchup against Dignitas earlier to start the weekend. It's a tall task for anybody, but they've certainly handled it with poise and confidence, and now moving into this, looking to get their first series win. Another 50 by Maxi to try to get it back towards midfield. Skill steal will slow it, leaving on a potential pass, but it gets cut down quickly and conceding back towards their own goal line. Boost and resources will be here for Gladiators, looking for a clear, and they should find it.
And here with 1:30 left for Pirates, you're really just trying to make sure that even if you don't score a goal, you've at least got control of the game. You wouldn't like to allow any more shots on target. You'd like to at least demonstrate that you've kind of figured out what the Gladiators' approach is. LCT going to delay that one, and here they are indeed pressing quite heavily here on the orange side, or on the blue side, excuse me. And if they find something in the back of the net, there's still a lot of time to maybe find an equalizer. Snowy towards the backboard, getting it around LCT with a little bit of help out of the corner here. Unfortunately, they rotated all the way out to the midfield line. Couldn't steal a boost in the corner there. Probably wasn't up. Pirates having to go back and spend a little more time trying to break through.
I mean, his lone pinch just pulled two defenders out anyway, and a great touch through the corner. His skill steal will absolutely do that one away.
I think, yeah, it's Commutator. He gets stuck on the near post here. Only has 7 boosts. Can't really go up and fight for it. Victim of circumstance. And finally, Pirates able to find a way back again, but haven't held the lead or even really tied, except at 0-0. So 51 seconds. Pirates need to hold on to this level of pressure. Try and find an equalizer.
Tumultuous waters ahead for the Pirates, but set those sails to the high seas because right now they're down by a goal. And for Gladiators, it's going to take a full team effort to slow this push. We'll call it a backflip as Darth tries to play it around the bend. And now both teams vying for a possession at midfield, but another great corner and a great shot as well. It's now a tie ball game. The midfield pressure for Pirates does not let up.
Massive shot from Snowy. Great throw off the wall as well from Skillsteel, taking it away from everybody on Gladiators, who was definitely headed towards that side to play that challenge as the ball headed up the wall. Didn't even let it get that far, just pumped it right back into the middle. Really nice idea, and they get a good equalizer out of it.
They've been using a lot of those corners in these past 2 possessions, really trying to pop the ball high for a pass. Maxu potentially found the opening lead as the equalizer came in with around 30 seconds to play. A bullet towards the back wall, quickly cut down. Another shot, Darth will save it and kicks it to the side. Dished out to Snowy, looking for the shovel pass. Skill steals there, the redirect, it's alive towards the backboard. A dangerous waterfall and a clear towards midfield. Darth now circling through his own goal line, and Snowy will be there for support. The Guardian Angel can keep this one alive. Only 20 boost. He's going to carry it down to LCT. He will block. Back to midfield we go. Is anyone going to keep it up? Yes.
Okay.
Commutator there. LCT on target. Oh, it just touches the ground.
Oh, I thought they had it. Calm following through. I thought maybe. Oh, wait. Okay, I was about to say, LCT, you got to come up with a save here. But overtime, Gladiators also close to securing game 1. Max, you trying to close it out early. The flip reset going to push it. What? No! Not like this! An iota of power in LCT!
Finds a miracle goal here in game 1.
Oh, Snowy thinking LCT wasn't going to be able to actually get all the way back to the ball, and he somehow found a tip back in front of the net. Snowy was headed out, comes off the wrong side of the car, and Gladiators going to walk away the victors in game 1. And to be honest, they held a pretty healthy amount of pressure throughout the course of that game. Really just the final minute, Pirates started to find their footing, but unfortunate happening there at the end of overtime. Snowy caught kind of his hand in the cookie jar, ready to go a little too soon.
I mean, impressive response from Pirates late, down 2 goals. Gladiators keeping their composure, and we've seen this team do it before. Even when they had a strong finish, I would say, towards Dig. Granted, the series didn't go their way, but they started to get some things going. Gladiators did a very good job of keeping the composure high and the vibes as well, and you can see it in the face cams in our Mobile One high performance replay. They had a fantastic job of finding one another on the midfield, and it seems that it just kind of came together in the end with that lucky goal in OT.
Great opening game from Gladiators and Pirates. It was good to see Pirates at least get settled back in there, but we were really wondering, okay, what are Gladiators going to be able to do after their first couple of games here? Kind of been struggling to get anything going, so for them to come out here and really set the pace of play in game 1 definitely bodes well for them, and also good for Pirates to be like, okay, yeah, kind of getting rocked a little bit earlier.
Sure.
Stabled out, found a way to get into overtime, and game 1, I think, had a lot of good things for both teams, and I'm curious to see how game 2 shows up, because if Pirates start out how they closed out regulation, Gladiators may have to play a bit more defense.
I think it's the best way to put it. It's much more of a chess match in game 1, and for both these teams, positive results for sure, things to take away. Going into Aquadome, it's anybody's series, only 1 game down. Pirates still looking for their first win. So close to that game 1, just couldn't find that late surge. But will it change here? Into the Aquadome we go. A 1-0 lead for Gladiators. If you're just joining us, welcome into day number 3 of the Wildcard, first match of the day.
Oh, nice.
Another great kickoff. Great flip as well to save it away.
The placement on target for both teams has generally been pretty excellent, considering the positioning of people on the goal line. Is that one actually going to throw a lot of people for a loop? The physicality as well on the goal line, forcing skill steal, great fake, throw off. The Gladiators approach there, and Snowy's going to need a little bit of help. Everyone's just trying to figure out on the Pirate side how they're going to get out of their own half, and they just manage it around LCT at the midfield line.
And we've seen this before where Pirates have great resource management at midfield, and they keep the offense circling through one at a time for about 30 seconds to a minute. If they keep that going, that's dangerous.
Right back
Here comes LCT, great block, and a 50 win that'll keep this at 0-0.
Just missing the pinch clear. Pirates going to be out of position here. They're going to have to wait a few moments, and just delay to see if they can reset themselves, and LCT wisely out to the side of the pitch just to try and get possession back, and he's actually through almost everybody. The physicality comes through the other way. Gladiators trying to get really aggressive and way in front of that ball to make it as easy as possible, but they lose the support player to the demo and have to give up the ground.
Well, these 3 demos will at least get them back towards midfield, a semblance of an offense that could begin through that boost control. As so far, it really has been that, but these 50s have been so deadly. LCT trying to put it away. Defense standing strong for Pirates, putting a hand up, getting up to meet the challenge. Darth keeping it on the ground. There's a bump out, and that bump opens up the net.
Absolute money for Darth. Top shelf, as we like to say. Great catch here on the side and timing it well. Com again getting pressured on the goal line there. Has to jump early, take his best guess, and unfortunately, he can't save the whole net. Well-placed ball sneaks through.
Great start from Pirates. Now it's up to Gladiators to make the response. Off the kickoff again. The orange team will find possession. They'll try to keep it here. Pass to Skill Steal. It's going to be off target, but enough in a vicinity for Snowy to recover nicely. Not a lot of boost here. Still, the presence for Pirates at midfield has been huge in this series so far. Let's see if they can continue it as LCT looks for the touch. Won't be there. That's off target. Oh, just barely. Off the top bar. Dangerous as ever. And 2 will commit, but they will get the clear.
Darth was in position right there, and I think he was considering trying to add a little bit of extra pressure, but he only had about 30 boost, and I think he thought a little bit too much about it. Was thinking, I don't know if 30 is enough to really go up and try and score that one, so elected to play a little bit safer in the midfield. That's what's got Gladiators kind of out of their own half here to try and find an equalizer. Just a little bit of hesitation there at the Pirates midfield line as Commutator goes right over one. LCT having to dodge a demo and make a nice save.
We've seen a couple of interesting challenges one-on-one at midfield where Pirates have popped the ball right over the first defender and they're not getting challenged on the second touch. It's going to be difficult to stop the transition if you can't slow the play down. LCT will miss it. Now you try to corral this ball on your own side of the field. Luckily, Commutator was there to punch it free. But still, not a lot of strong possessions and progression downfield for Gladiators. We're looking for them to at least hold on a little bit longer.
All the product of that boost control out of the midfield line from Pirates right now is Max Hughes trying to figure this one out. Unfortunately, Darth is able to squeeze one around the back side of the defense. And Pirates going to go up 2 here. This is an awkward ball to try and handle. I mean, that's a good line for Max Hughes. He just thought that the shot was going to go straight towards net instead of get kicked out to the back post. And kind of just overdove it a little bit, and Pirates going to capitalize again.
Ball came down sharply off the lip, and I think Commutator was expecting it to be a little bit slower. Regardless, that 2-0 lead is daunting with only 2 minutes to play. There hasn't been a lot of offense for Gladiators. Not just, the shot percentage, but looking at
the pressure,
sustained drives down the field for sure.
Yeah, the pressure from Pirates in the midfield definitely excellent here in this. Oh, and another shot to the back post. That's been the absolute moneymaker for him here in game 2. I believe that's 3 behind the defense of Gladiators, and Snowy and Skill Steal just figuring out where to put that one. LCT, again, he's got to cover a lot of that middle of the net, and you definitely feel the strong urge to defend that near post because that's the most direct line, and goes forward a few feet, and just like that, out of position at the back post. It's been great placement again from Pirates here in game 2.
And if it's not Skill Steal, it'll be Snowy on the rebound who can put another shot towards the net. LCT having to deal with a lot. Needs help from the rest of his team defensively, and they need to find something. They want to keep this game going. Maxi trying everything he can to extend it around the circle, but it just won't be there through the corner. Pressure from LCT off the ceiling. Oh, what a way to get your first goal.
LCT gonna keep him back into this one. Huge read on the challenge. Great recovery on the ceiling, and to make matters even better, huge finish down towards the bottom of the net. If you put that towards the top, that probably gets cleared away, so LCT, big goal.
And they don't waste a lot of time on the kickoff. They get themselves right upfield, find a goal. Entirely doable. And is this where Gladiators come alive? There was a center, but nobody else was around. You're out for rotation. The boost should be there. And now with these resources, now's the time to press. Commutator burning a lot. He'll get to the corner, alive, great pass, quickly cut down. Pirates reading that exchange.
Yeah, LCT definitely,
no.
Now the idea was to pinch it across the net to bring it back to the opposite corner here. Little misexecution from Com. It's not a bad idea, but it was in such an awkward place where that ball was landing, kind of right on that lip. And the timing needs to be perfect to execute that pinch across, and just a little bit off, and that's what happens. Just dribbles right in front, and Pirates jumped all over it. Probably put game 2 out of reach. Good save from LCT, but 3 goals in a minute now feels a lot more of an ask for Gladiators than it did just a few seconds ago.
For a lot of teams this week, for the entire tournament, it's all about, obviously, who makes the most minimal mistakes, but it's small moments like that that can feel so overwhelming, where you can't afford you give up a bad pinch on your own goal line. A 3-1 game versus a 4-1 is a very different story. With only around 36 seconds to go, they need to make a drive happen within the next 5 or 6. Maxi off the side wall. Oh, wait.
Okay.
Looking for the dunk. It was set up nicely, just couldn't convert.
It was the extra height on the musty flip where you're thinking, okay, this actually has a bit more of a chance than you initially think with how flat it was. And good setup for Maxiu, but finally a little bit of pressure here on the orange side for Gladiators. In general, this game too wasn't particularly poor played from Gladiators. I think it was just a much better looking game from Pirates in general.
Yeah.
The control out of the midfield throughout the course of this game was just phenomenal. I mean, it was tough for them to get anything, and they will score 1 at 0 seconds. LCT will collect. But unfortunately, it was just too little too late. Had a couple of good looks, but triple commit there from Pirates on the goal line. Yeah, you should probably get scored on for that. But they don't care about that. They were up by 3.
I mean, we could put a microscope on some of the small whiffs at midfield, but why bother when clearly Gladiators have looked a little bit more comfortable in that game too. I think that even with the loss, there are things moving in the right direction for Gladiators. And for Pirates, it's their first win here at the Wildcard.
Yeah.
They're now 1-9, but still, a win is a win, and you will take that.
That was a great first win. You couldn't ask for anything better. I mean, when you've got that level of control, what is that? 5, 9, 11 shots to 7 for Gladiators. And again, there was some sporadic offense throughout, but in general, not a lot of sustained pressure from Gladiators. That goes back to how well Pirates were playing in general in the midfield. A lot of boost control on those midfield, 100 boost pads to prevent Gladiators collecting a lot of boost to really work with, and they had to spend a lot of time moving back and forth across on their own side, trying to find the clears, and made it quite difficult for them for that level of control. Add on to the fact that they were placing the ball that well around the defense. Pirates definitely deserve to win this one here.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of shots they were able to take, especially on the offensive third, was a lot to handle for Gladiators, but on the other side, LCT looking great at midfield with the dominance. Maxiu and Commutator doing a great job facilitating for one another. The passes were there. Sometimes it just came down to extending the play. And when we talked a little bit about the battle of the first, second, and third touch, oftentimes it was Pirates popping the ball over the first defender and getting down in an advantage where they had a 2-on-1 situation towards the net. It's going to be a lot easier to find that infield pass when you have those numbers.
And you do have to say, I like the idea of how Commutator wants to play in this one. You do come in as the sub, and there's a lot to ask, obviously. You know that you're not the starting man for this team in any normal circumstance, so to get asked to come in here into the World Championship and do the best you can, I respect the idea that he's playing as aggressively as he is. I mean, it's so easy to just sit back there on your back line and kind of think, I'll let Maxiu and LCT try and go do their thing, but even if he's not connecting on everything he's going for, the level of aggression that he's trying to bring, I think, is a good thing, because it shows that they have a system and he's not afraid to try and contribute to it, and I like that idea.
Off the opening kickoff, a couple double commits, but nothing too bad. We've traded possessions back and forth. Seen a bit of fanfare in the start of both these games, but as of now, a tie series and a quick goal.
You see it coming. Calm just rips this one towards the open backboard, and that's a tough one to handle for Darth and Snowy. No one can even really get a hand on it. Maxiu trying to pick his place. To be honest, it wasn't the easiest shot to actually execute on. There were a couple people in the goal coming, and they could see the line his car was taking, so the fact that he still squeezed that one through the defense, great shot.
And a powerful infield pass. Seen a couple of those as the series has progressed. Skill still try to slow it, and Snowy will find one at Darth at midfield. Great shot, it's right behind the defender, and it's a tie ball game.
Maxiu, a lot to ask here. I mean, this is a great win here in the midfield from Snowy, just beating out Calm to the ball, and Darth, that's a tough one to read, because it looks like he's going to be going across. The ball's going to be going in the same direction that his car is headed, and he just delays that flip a little bit, and hits it with pace, too, all the way back behind Maxiu again, so placement, placement, placement for the Pirates. That's what's finding them the back of the net.
Ooh, dangerous. But I think this is safe to say this is the closest this series has been early on in a game. Tied up 1-1, both teams getting their opportunities. Another infield pass. Is that just going to skate through? I mean, it might.
This one's tough. Pirates, I think, we got to see what happens. He's trying to steal boost in the corner, and unfortunately, it's not there. So when that boost isn't there, he's trying to take the most direct path to the next 100 boost pad, which is the midfield. And so instead of following this curve back down the middle of the pitch or on one of the sides with all those 12 boost pads, he elects to go for the midfield, and unfortunately, that leaves that back post shot all the way open. Ooh. Pirates jumped all over it. Gladiators still trying to find a nice equalizer off this kickoff, and they just may do it here with Maxiu with the flip reset, and Darth just going to get in his face and take it away.
They've really reestablished that midfield presence, and Gladiators more than comfortable send 2 up at a time. Rotation has been there. boost control as well. Maxi winning a 50, and they'll play it through the corner. Now he has resources here. Looking for the center around. It will be there. The bounce pass now will have to be recovered nicely by Com. He'll throw it towards the backboard. Quickly read and dealt with. Snowy on a 1-2 give and go to Darth. And LCT cuts it down again, but Darth overextends through the back. Looking for physicality to come through.
Gotta get there. Close call for Gladiators. If they don't make that block right there, they probably get bunched into their own half. Com just trying to find a bump in the midfield to open up a little extra space, and excellent recovery on the backboard to get a touch out to safety.
A goal and 2 shots now for Snowy. It's a 2-1 lead for the moment. Things could change as LCT trying to regroup to the backboard, but the rebound, second touch on around target. We'll put it there. We'll give him a half attempt.
Oh, I thought they were going to be able to actually squeeze that one by Snowy, but fortunately just didn't catch it cleanly off that pass. And Gladiators again, seeing if they can set up some of this extended stay, but that's what you were talking about in the middle of the last game. Spaceman just really struggling to find the follow-ups when they actually get onto the offense side. There's a couple of good sporadic pushes, but it's staying there for extended times. It's been a little bit of a tough ask for Gladiators so far.
I mean, they're having to burn so much boost to take these aerials. Commutator was looking for the bump in the net. I think he might have found it, but it just didn't convert to anything. Possession still here. Oh my, it's a rebound in front of the box. It should be good. It will be, as Snowy makes it a 2-goal lead.
This is a really nice play from Skill Steal. He knows it's the 1-on-2, and he knows LCT is going to have to make a play on the ball. So he's literally just got this ball on a very slow roll. He knows he's not under pressure of getting demoed. He's going to force LCT to show his hand, and as soon as LCT jumps, he tries to drive his car down the middle of that ball to just go straight through that challenge. And even if he didn't score, the likelihood he was going to have a teammate in position there was very high. That was very well executed from Pirates on the 1-on-2.
I love the creativity we're seeing from Gladiators now, trying to change things up, but the pinch has to be met with, and it will be. And now foot race towards the corner. 2 will commit. The musty towards the backboard. Trying to maintain possession now and pressure for Gladiators. They have a lot of boost to work with here, as Commutator has 88, but they also have that midfield rotation, so
nice.
No way they get caught again. It's going to be off the top bar. Follow-up should be there. It's blocked, saved. Maxi will clear it away to LCT. Now on the wing, towards the opposite side. Couple of big challenges, but Pirates yet again deal with the pressure.
Max, huge defensive stop there. I mean, he was getting pressured of getting demoed in the net, and if he had, they probably concede a 4th goal there. So to keep that one out by driving around the net, making the clear out to the side, definitely keeps Gladiators in this one, especially if it finds the net. Commutator's going to score one. They get him right back into the mix.
It was Skill Steal who sets it up. Patient as ever from Commutator. And he had to go far right post. There is no other option, and he placed it perfectly.
Great shot. Keep Gladiators in it. Minute 13, anything can happen at this point. Gladiators in general, you pointed it out a few times, have had a fairly solid kickoff in terms of getting them pressure. See if they make a little magic here. There it is for LCT, and Darth is the one back with a little help from Snowy to get it out to safety.
Now what do you do if you're Pirates? Maybe the physicality is the one thing. That demo. Numbers advantage and a goal.
Maxiu tried his best. He knew he was about to be under a lot of pressure here in the goal with that demo from Skill Steal, but the touch off the backboard from Darth. That is how it goes from a they may make the stop to, okay, now it's a high percentage chance. You put Maxiu under the pressure on the net, say you got to dodge me and make a tough stop. And unfortunately, when the follow through from Pirates is as solid as it is, pretty easy one to place, and they capitalize one more time.
That's another kickoff win for Gladiators. Still a bunch of time to make something happen. It's got to be cleaner possessions, though. Quick 50s have gone the way of Pirates that have stalled this play out and continue to do so. A Skill Steal, one-on-one, killing the ball towards the side wall. He'll now take possession. Advantage back to midfield for Pirates. LCT following in. Gladiators looking for extra numbers into the play as Maxi will try to slow it down to a pass. A dangerous one at that. Commutator taking point. Was looking for the escape. It won't be there. Only 7 seconds. And that will do it for game number 3. Pirates going to be up 2-1 in the series. Back and forth of this series has been. It started off about as much of a tug of war as we would have expected. Both teams hit their stride, but in the end, the offense for Pirates and the aggression was a little bit too much.
Yeah, that I think was the big separator here in this one. The physicality from Pirates opened up a lot of opportunities, and the execution on the follow-up really got this one through. And again, that placement from Pirates. Shots to those back posts. Gladiators going to have to figure out how they want to handle those going into these next couple of games. Again, Gladiators doing a nice job keeping themselves in these sets. It's not like they're out here getting dunked on consistently in this series. It's really just a matter of, okay, can we handle the amount of physicality that's coming our way? Can we try and have a few more extended plays? And here in the Mobile One High Performance Replay, that's what we're talking about, that touch off the backboard when they see that open space, the follow through into the net to put the last man under a lot of pressure. And that's been the hardest part for Gladiators to handle on defense.
And Gladiators is a team that's always handled what's in front of them. One of the strongest, if not the strongest, teams from APAC South. They know what the challenge is ahead. They know what they have to do to win this series. For Pirates, Start hit a bit of cruise control when they had that lead. And I think that, again, a lot of their 50s defensively is what killed some of those kickoffs for Gladiators. Gladiators would win the kickoff, try to go upfield, and then they're immediately met by a flurry of extra challenges where all of a sudden Pirates then have possession back, and you're thinking, well, our counterattack completely dies.
And that is a product of Pirates having at least a 2-goal lead for a most part of the game. They know they don't have to play a super aggressive challenge where they're trying to win one ball and also have a person downfield to try and make sure they can set up offense. They have the luxury when they're in those situations to be a little more conservative with their approach on defense, as that is again the bump on Max Yu on the goal. How do you find a way through it? Pirates, it's the old adage, off the wall, get the bump, score the goal.
You don't often see a box out that basically stalls both players, but another kickoff win and Pirates will take it.
So good from Pirates. Want to know how to execute. When you're seeing your opponents leave the backboard open a lot, come back and watch this series.
Looking to push the pace of play as Gladiators will try to get back to midfield. They'll do so.
Oh,
Max Yu can't win the 50, and that one is way downfield.
This is just unlucky. I mean, Max Yu, he tries to come down here and wants to grab the boost. He ends up missing it, and so he kind of has to make this awkward adjustment on the ball, leads to a very weak challenge angle, and Pirates kind of noticed that he missed that boost and was going to be a little out of position, jumped all over it. But at the same time, they got a little bit lucky that it went straight into the net.
I guess silver lining is it's within the first 30 seconds. You can work off this no problem.
Yeah.
But I think you will need to see the offense we saw in the start of game number 3 and the end of game number 2 to get rolling for Gladiators, because right now, again, looking to get themselves tied up in the series, currently down a game. We are guaranteed at least 5. And Snowy wins another huge 50. That's been just the theme for this Pirates roster. 50 win after win. Dangerous off the backboard. Darth popping it high.
There we
Potential
go.
chance for the extension, but quickly cleared away. And LCT was looking for the touch. It won't be there. Snowy will have it for the moment. One bump in front. Skill steal. It circles around dangerously. This should be a clear to the corner, but how long will it last?
That was great communication from Pirates. Even if it didn't result in a goal, the fact that they were willing to let that ball come down, force the dribble because you've only got 20 boost and you know you can't score it, but they catch Commutator. I think he was headed out to challenge this ball in the corner, and then it just kicked straight into the middle for him. So I think he was trying to support LCT, and that's just unlucky again. Just not able to follow that one. You can't really fault him. I mean, what are you going to do? Just kick straight middle and you get caught out.
Just a half second behind sometimes, but these 50s have been brutal from the Pirates every single time. Gladiators try to make a push upfield, they're getting beat. But now's the time to turn things around. Maxi will win the big challenge. Gives it to Commutator, leaves it on a roller towards the left post. Dealt with by Pirates, but the aggression beginning and Gladiators pressing the issue.
I've been really enjoying the pace change-ups that Pirates are willing to do, especially here in Game 4. I was talking about it when they were starting to pressure that Gladiators net, but communication they have between each other seems to be thriving when they get on offense. Huge shot from LCT. Oh, mama, what a throw into the middle.
Woo! Don't see that every day. The pass, the redirect, my goodness.
Oh, and Max Yu's up early, too. He's like, you guys are not saving this one. This one's going in the back.
You need a spark.
You need
That's
something.
the spark, right there.
You do have a lot of time, because you do start to get a little worried when you're down 3 and you've got 3.5 minutes to go, and you're like, oh boy, this one made it away from us, almost able to jam it in and get themselves back within 1. They actually still might do it, pass down in front. Snowy up early on the defense to make sure that that one finds its safety in the midfield, but Gladiators, big burst of energy here to try and get themselves back in it.
Gladiators just went into maximum overdrive all of a sudden. And the pressure has been paying off. dividends being earned. Down by just 2. Chip shot towards the side wall. Kept it toward the back wall. Maxu following in. A chance from LCT. It's just off the top bar. And it's still alive. We're looking for these extra challenges in the 50s, though they have been there for Pirates. It hasn't been enough to slow the offense. Still alive.
Oh, nice.
Maxu right inside the box and cuts down the offensive third to find the goal.
Great takeaway for Maxu here. Towards the net, nice enough stop from Darth. And this one you're thinking, oh, Snowy's got this one. Maxu's recovered, though. We'll just chip it around him. Great redirect. Gladiators are very close to executing on some of this physicality that the Pirates have been throwing at them, and if they start connecting on those demos, I totally expect more spots to open up.
And they finally started winning some of the rebounds, and it's paid off, but right again, Darth, from the elbow. There's a demo. A chance now for Gladiators to stall this one out and slow the push from Pirates, but it will be denied for the moment. Conceding the midfield line, Pirates fall back into transition, and Maxu will fly up to meet the ball. Another huge 50 kills the play.
Maxi was trying to score that one from the side there. He's absolutely feeling it. And Gladiators, you've done a great job to get back in him, but this is the situation you've been in the past 2 games now, where you found a way back in, but this is the first time where you've really had the time to try and take advantage of it. I would love to see them find their way back into a second overtime here. But do they have the chops to break down that defense? Commutator almost able to get back to the second touch, and Darth's going to recognize he's got the time and just pump that one to the other side.
And once they win possession, you're seeing players split off from Pirates. They're looking for that infield pass. But LCT, what a redirect, what a read. He's back. It's 3-3.
Skill steal on the goal line, trying to figure out how to handle this bounce. I mean, good luck, no chance. Just popped it straight over his head and shake your head. Say, yeah, nice shot, fair enough.
How quickly the tides turn.
Yeah, that was a huge push from Gladiators. I mean, they're down 0-3, and then it takes them, what, a minute and a half to find 3 of their own? So, well done.
That spark certainly helped get this game up to a 3-3 game. Under 60 to play. LCT will send it towards midfield. Maxu followed up on the extension. But a couple of bad flips, and it's an open net. Gladiators miss the touch, and Pirates punish.
Devastating for Gladiators. You did an awesome job of getting back into this game, and Commutator just trying to manage a challenge, and it ends up slipping right by. Pirates will take a late lead, but considering how this game has gone, I believe Gladiators can find an answer. Certainly shown that they have the ability to.
They're going to need to hold on to possession for a little bit longer as Gladiators try to work from their own counterattack, starting off the back wall. LCT will leave it up to Com. Punches it towards the front of the box, quickly cleared away. Snowy dealing with that pressure and denying the push, but we've seen this before. A great touch, centered around.
Okay.
Still alive. No one else is up, though. It's Maxu falling back into the play. Slowing it at midfield, and another open net again. The sharpshooter at midfield from Skill Steal makes it a 2-goal lead.
Close enough call. I like the idea, Commutator. You got to get aggressive, try and put the pressure on them, and even if you don't make the challenge, you had Maxu behind you, and unfortunately, Maxu just doesn't get the power on the touch that he wanted. Ends up going flat straight into the floor, and Pirates jump all over it, put 5 on the board, and now you're looking down the barrel of elimination here, unless you can pull out a miracle here in 12 seconds.
That's another game in this series where either a missed flip or somewhat of a kind of an own goal hurts them. And it's very frustrating. But Pirates capitalize like they've been doing all series long in this best of 7. And with that, they will have a 3-1 series lead going into potentially the last game.
Wipe the brow a little bit if you're Pirates. You're kind of thinking, whoa. We almost gave that one back the other way. With the shots from Maxu, 6 and 2 and 2 for LCT and Commutator respectively. Definitely found a way to push back the other way. And now you start to think, okay, now they can at least put that ball on the orange half, keep it there for a little bit, but now the problem becomes, all right, can we find a way to consistently have people in position and ready to follow up on some of those extra challenges we're getting? It's still not quite at the level of consistency that you would hope from Gladiators. Obviously, that's a lot to ask. But at the same time, you can put some really nice shots on target. And if they find themselves in a good enough spot, definitely capable of converting, but it's those open nets and trying to manage and buy a little extra time that's been troublesome for them.
Yeah, and we saw in the Mobile 1 high performance replay just a couple of times where that back line's open, right? Whether or not it's a misflip, it seemed that whether it was caught in rotation or flipping towards the corner, there were just opportunities that Pirates had. They obviously took advantage of for Gladiators and made their journey back into the game so much more difficult.
And Gladiators have actually elected to take their time out here, so definitely going to take a few moments, talk this one over. I think if there's any time to do it, probably be on the brink of elimination is a good enough time for anybody. As they consider how they want to handle Pirates. And still, I think the biggest issue from Pirates that they've had to contend with, that physicality over on their own half, which they seem to, I think, have got a handle on here. Even if that last game they give up 5, it was just the matter of, it was 3 so quick that one feels like, okay, if we don't give up 2 or 3 in the first minute, we're in a much better position. So I think they're a little more dialed into all that physical pressure coming their way. Now it's just a matter of, okay, don't let this one get out of hand too early and we'll find ourselves in a way better spot.
And what's notable is that pressure and that physicality really only starts to pay off if Pirates aren't winning the 50s and winning those challenges. Because once they start winning, all of a sudden it gets more difficult to find those bumps and find those demos, and you're not catching up to that extension downfield. You're not catching up to the clear. It's going to get very, very tough to establish anything offensively.
Timeout win rate for teams here at LANs this season is 59%. So there's at least a slightly better than a coin flip's chance that Gladiators come back here and at least force a game 6. I'd certainly believe it, considering how this one and the previous game panned out. They've definitely proven they can get themselves back into games. It's not a question of getting back into it. It's can they take the lead early and really put the pressure on Pirates to have to execute and ask them the question of, okay, can you play this game when you're not the one in control of the situation? And if the Gladiators come out, score 1-2 goals, and make Pirates have to make plays, I think that's their best chance.
And when Gladiators have limited the mistakes, they've looked their best. It's just when they get in their own way, it's so difficult. But off the kickoff again, another win for Gladiators. Let's see if they can convert it this time. They will have pressure towards the box. Quick cut in, and Skillsfield should put this one away. He will. 1-0 for Pirates.
LCT was in position at the middle of the box, and he just got a little scared. That pass from Maxiu a little too far, and he was thinking about it the whole way, like, can I really try and press this? Elected to say no, and unfortunately, I think he made the right decision, but in that exact position, it ends up conceding anyway.
And once Pirates caught Gladiators on rotation, how quickly they punched that ball down midfield, they understood the assignment, and they got it done. But it's up to Gladiators again to make the response in this series. Is that right over? It is! It's frustrating, but it's Darth from long range.
And the thing I feared most has happened. You've given up 2 incredibly early. Commentators deep back, too. And that got absolutely pumped from Darth. 67 miles an hour from the other end of the pitch, and Calm try as he might, just too high.
And plus or minus 10 feet, it's the same side of the field. Far back, just throwing it down and hoping you have someone in position. Off the backboard, great shot from LCT.
Capitalization here from Gladiators. Missed execution on the backboard for Darth. Tough ask, to be honest. If you're driving up the wall, that's a lot easier, but if you have to jump up there with the timing and still make the touch, it becomes much more difficult. Probably one of the most difficult plays you have to make on defense, the over-the-shoulder fly up to the backboard to get the clear. And Gladiators with a fake kickoff here to try and get themselves equalized. They just might do it. Maxiu to himself, and he's gonna score the goal. Gladiators say, yeah, you gave up 2 at 30, but we're gonna tie it up before it even hits 4 minutes. Huge shot.
How can you not enjoy this series? The double tap off the backboard and another kickoff win. Gladiators feels like they've had 90% of them in this best of 7.
Executed the fake kickoff to perfection. I mean, LCT turns off it. Commutator sees Maxiu on the side, dumps it out, nails the double tap. What can you ask for? That was gorgeous.
We'll play iso ball now. Snowy, the rebound. We'll miss the extra touch. Now it's a 1v3, slowing it for Commutator. Here comes LCT jumping into the play and taking possession. Conceding back towards the midfield. There's a 50 win, and LCT will keep it high. Maxiu into the opposite corner. Darth playing through the ball. Commutator gets the extension. Another big win. And Pirates slowing defensively. They've done a very good job of dealing with the pressure from Gladiators in this series, but LCT takes it from his own side. Slowing it, backboard. Anyone else around? No.
Gladiators starting to take a bigger bite out of that Pirates boost in their own corner, giving them a few extra chances on the orange side, and now they have to be careful not to allow Pirates the same courtesy on their own, and indeed, they both get caught in their own corners. Snowy just goes right towards the middle, and they're a little too slow.
Darth wins the ball, and Snowy takes advantage. That quick cut into the lane across the middle of the field, so difficult to deal with. But we've seen Gladiators down before. You've seen it in this game.
Yeah. So this situation is definitely familiar.
On this.
They got him right where they want him, Spaceman. Down 1 with a lot of time. That's when Gladiators have definitely looked their best in terms of pressing on the offensive side of things. As Darth again going to steal that corner boost on the Gladiators side, and this is not the first time we've seen this particular situation throughout the series either. Everyone comes up empty on the Pirates, thrown off by nobody making contact in front of the blue net. Now the physicality, the boost steals, this feels very reminiscent of Game 2 when Pirates really started to lock down.
And when the ball starts getting caught in traffic, I think the last thing you want is for Pirates to have space on the side wall. This is centered up nicely. LCT
nice.
Stalling, but a big double commit blocks this one away and keeps the lead for Pirates. How long, though? Maxu flipped it towards the front of the box. And now you have numbers up. If you're Gladiators, can they maintain that pressure? No. Counterattack begins, and Pirates are back into the swing.
Thought for sure LCT putting that off the backboard again would have enough of a timing mismatch and almost gets the dunk, but he runs out of boost, can't make the adjustment. Skill Steal's able to dodge a demo and make a save as well. Gladiators pressing.
I love these challenges into the offensive third, close on the goal line from Gladiators. They're trying to catch a defender from Pirates low on the ball. Potential dunk down. Just looking for the conversion. The rates have been there. Maxu will have boost, but Snowy 1v2s. He just 1v2s his way through. Darth towards the top of the box. Maxu can't find the angle. LCT through the corner. Trying to get back to midfield if you're Gladiators. Maybe keep this one on the ground. Snowy will do just that.
Huge save from Commutator to keep this one within one pass across, and thankfully Snowy doesn't quite have it. Skill Steal gets blocked out by Commutator again. Decent enough pinch over onto the orange side. Some breathing room for Gladiators here.
It's popped high, though. You can start to feel the pressure mounting for Gladiators. Something is cooking.
Ooh, okay.
They have to be careful. This is alive. Not much happening through the corner. Both teams are vying for possession.
Awkward.
This should be saved. It will be. Com, though, could make the read here. Keeps it on the ground. Bounces it towards the corner. Following up as well. And Maxu was looking for a pass, but I think everybody kind of split off the play. Instead, we just kind of fall back to whoever gets possession first.
You can see Pirates here when they're on their own half. If no one's in position really and the ball's coming at them, they're just like, yep, smash it as hard as I can. Try and waste as much time off the clock as possible. Trying to just force Gladiators to cover as much ground, as that's a big demo and trying to slow the play down, but he mis-executes the pass into the middle. That one could have put this one out of reach.
Hold on, they're upfield though. Maxu can make this touch. He can make that read, but he just has to let it fall through. It's great patience all around, and with 41 seconds, it's a tie ball game.
You love the call from LCT. I think he said, leave it, it's in. And a huge bar down and in. Gladiators find an equalizer. Still alive, they just don't go away.
Comes down to this kickoff with a lot of time, but LCT trying to funnel on into the ball. Maxu could take it off the sidewall, and he will. Do we get the read here? Yes, Commutator from the elbow. Second touch there. Follow-up just barely misses, and Skill Steal will get that boost. He has Darth ready, but misses the extension, and this should be possession for Gladiators at midfield.
Oh, Maxu, another little musty, and he's through everyone. LCT is throwing everybody's timing off. Maxu gets blocked out on the goal line. Skill Steal with a nice block, and Gladiators seeing if they'll get the last chance in regulation.
All it takes is one swing. LCT on target. Oh, it floats through! It just floats through! LCT grabs the lead!
Commutator managing the challenge game wonderfully in the corner, working Darth, forcing him to make a play, and LCT, the thinnest of lines towards the back post, and he will squeeze one by. Pirates, can you find an answer in 6 seconds, or are we going to 6?
How do they do this time and time again? There's a bump, and that might have cleared the kickoff and killed it right where it stands. You got to keep it high. Snowy.
Oh, he's
through.
It's
the box.
What?
Oh, what is one from Darth? He's back. Tie game.
You must be joking, Snowy. Oh, Commutator, he saw the pass coming. It was just a matter of can you predict the line perfectly? And somehow, the pass gets right by him and a bullet to the top of the net. You've arrived in overtime out of nowhere and what you thought was a surefire win.
If you're Gladiators, you can't afford to make a small mistake. They've been their own biggest enemy in this series. Skill Steal, looking for Darth. But a big punch out in the clear. Gladiators can breathe for the moment.
Gladiators seeing if that kickoff pressure that they've had is going to net them something. I think everything is finally stabilized here in overtime, and A much-needed breath of air for everybody. LCT thankfully had Commutator above him. I didn't see him for a second. I got worried.
That's a great challenge off the backboard as well. It quickly gets the ball back out to midfield, but Darth, the pre-jump. Oh, it's right on target. Oh, Pirates setting up something so desperately downfield. And the ankle was great. They just couldn't find the finishing blow. But Gladiators have been putting a lot of power behind these clears now. Commutator circling that midfield. There's boost certainly here. How long will it last? The pressure mounting. LCT funneling through. Numbers now up. Gladiators have a chance.
The pace is ramped up as well. The way this one's playing out, off the bar and out. Commutator trying to jam it home, and Skill Steal is able to get it out to safety. Maxu to delay back the other way.
There's a bump in the net. That's a huge clear by Maxu. He's going to give it to LCT.
Okay.
It's a one-on-one right in the front of the box.
Calm.
Here comes Commutator. 2 players sitting. They should be able to save this. They will. That double commit pays off. But do they have enough boost right now? Skill Steal really the only one. And now is the time for Pirates.
Oh, no.
Slow it down.
So he ran out of boost here. He's just going to try and do his best. And actually, it's through everybody. Maxu, can you get this one into the middle?
There's only one playing off the side wall. Darth to Snowy. He's denied challenges. Now the 50's going the way of the Gladiators. Open net. Double tap stop. Snowy gets a hand up just in time. Will deny it, avoiding the bump from LCT. But possession still here for Darth. He circles it through the corner.
Nice.
Not a lot of boost. And now what do? You're taking these one-on-ones, and you're going to have to keep it low to the ground, Achieves.
LCT, what a masterclass. Had to dodge demo, had to give up a lot of boost, and still able to worm his way through the oncoming attackers and get the ball out to the orange half. Huge play from LCT on defense.
Great cut around. Commutator trying to slow the play, but Skill Steal at the midfield line's been so crucial in this series. And Maxu, with very little boost, recovers nicely, but not enough to continue the play. A redirect. Commutator dangerously catches it off the hood and sends it to the adjacent corner. A little bit scared for a moment, but they handle it regardless. Extra challenges from Pirates. Now jumping the gun. Be careful here, recovering through your own side of the field.
All right, don't panic. You've got this. See, they're fine. They had that all the way.
Oh, good.
The problem is not the transition boost for Gladiators. Whoever ends up with the possession is generally not had a lot to really work with. As Maxu and Darth can try and vie for position on the wall towards the net.
Great pitch.
Save from Snowy.
Second pinch as well. These rebounds go in the way of Gladiators. Pirates do escape, but LCT cuts it quickly. The only one around is Skill Steal. Here comes Maxu, and I think he might have grabbed boost. No, Skill Steal will get the corner. He could continue this play from the side wall. He'll keep it high, using the stealing. Snowy towards the front of the box, quickly saved a demo. And now LCT following up as a lead blocker. It's quickly dealt with. Darth cutting it down. Now we're going back to these one-on-one games. The mind games for Gladiators and Pirates really coming out in full force.
Nice misdirection from Skill Steal. Felt LCT coming. The physicality! The bread and butter is what's going to close it out. The shot to the back post. LCT not able to connect on a challenge, and Pirates up the field quickly, find a huge bump, and close it out. And you thought for sure Gladiators are going to win that one, but it was not to be.
From 0-8 to a series win in the best of 7. They keep their run alive here at the Wildcard. And for Gladiators, tough situations all around coming into the event, but regardless, they had some impressive performances, some good stretches. They do fall short here, and we will see them next year.
Could have been something special. A lot of great games, and there you see Commutator. Stepped up to the plate when he had to. Performed admirably for what was been asked of him. But unfortunately, Gladiators do have to make their exit here. Wonderful showing, though. And Pirates will continue the run, moving in to the 1-2 round.
Gladiators dealt with the cards that they were given. They made the most of it. Fortunately, they run into some stiffer competition, and Pirates were able to put everything together. But that series between these two teams was as close as I think we would have wanted, really. I mean, other than a Game 7, it was back and forth, both teams positives, negatives at times. But in the end, Pirates just had the recipe.
Yeah, I learned if I play the Orlando Pirates going forward, don't leave your backboard open. My goodness. Open backboard, you know it's going to get smashed off there. Here comes one guy trying to demo you and put you under a lot of pressure on defense. So that is definitely what got them through a healthy chunk of their offensive conversions.
And through the third goal in Game 5, it was Snowy with 79% goal participation. Just 1% down from his standard at 80. So clearly he's falling off. I mean, clearly that's what it means. But, I mean, that kind of consistency from Snowy, I think, was a huge portion of why this team did so well in this series.
Well, a lot of people had the expectation of Snowy coming up here and performing well in this series. Certainly did so. You can't fault the 79%. And well played to Orlando Pirates. I'm more curious to see who they play in the 1 and 2 round, because they had to work for this one. Yes, it went 4-1, but at the same time, I mean, no free wins.
It felt like there were times where it's like, oh, this is going to be an easier win, and then all of a sudden, the roar back from Gladiators, and it was very, very difficult. But a win is a win nonetheless. I think you're absolutely right, though. They're going to have to work for some of their extra wins down the road. Regardless, though, we have an interview on the stage with Pirates, and it's Shogun. Take it away.
Thank you very much there, lads. I am here with Snowy of the Orlando Pirates. Snowy, congratulations on your win. Talk us through that overtime and sort of the communication as well as what led to that goal.
It was not a great overtime. We threw the lead to be there in the first place. And there was a lot of sketchy moments in that overtime, and we were just, we had a lot of chances to score on the counter, and we were just kind of like screaming, it's open, like, take the shot. And eventually there was a beat on the left side and left a lot of space. And Skill, hit the hook shot, and Dart got the bump, and that was it.
So let's talk about your experience in general coming into this event. You're representing SSA, the first time that we have an SSA at an RLCS event. How has this sort of been for you? Scrims, the journey over, just the general experience. How have you enjoyed it?
It's been amazing so far. It's really fantastic to finally be here at a World Championship, representing South Africa for the first time. And the games have been enjoyable. It's nice to finally play, the real top teams in an equal setting. And yeah, I mean, it's just amazing. This is the moment we've been waiting for all this.
Well, let's talk about SSA as a region as well, because you are effectively the flag bearers for them at this event. You are the ones that everybody is now going to aspire to be moving forward. Do you have words for your region?
Yeah, absolutely. To every player and supporter back home, never give up. Keep this going. This is just the start. In a few years' time, SSA is going to be on top. Mark my words.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Snowy! When we come back, it will be Semper taking on Space Station Gaming.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
moment, my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but I'm my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter.
Here, now, waiting for the flag to fall. Here, now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here, now, this is the moment.
One too many times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload, and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory, and I got it, 'cause I'm here.
Now, waiting for the flag to fall. Here, now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here, now, this is the moment. Now, waiting for the curtain call. Here, now, this is the moment.
Five games, multiple overtimes, but APAC South is eliminated from the Rocket League World Championships. The Gladiators putting up quite an effort, a stylish Game 1 win and 3-minute battle there in Game 5. Looked like they had many chances, many moments where they could have survived for Game 6, but ultimately is the Pirates coming out on top.
I'm impressed. I mean, they knew that they were up against it here playing with the substitute player, but they still gave it their everything. And they really put up some good games, getting the first game win on an international land for APAC South as well.
I mean, you're looking at it. I've already got a shout commentator here because he actually leveled up. That is not a GC1 if I've ever seen one. That was a significant improvement, and I hope he's going to be grinding some ranks afterwards because he's going to get right up there very, very soon. But for the Pirates, this was their everything. They went in, they got the win, and it was the best person to do it as well. Snowy, who bounced back after a bit of a whoopsie earlier on in the series.
I love that he just stopped moving and accepted his fate there.
I think it was the best option for him. Any input there was just going to make the situation worse, Bates.
Yeah, exactly. And really, you got to give it to both of these teams, though, for coming this far, representing their regions, and playing this admirably. I would love to see this series. Commentary did play well, but if Abs Crazy was here, I think we get Game 7 phenomenal because the mechanics were there. You saw Maxu going for the reset. Perfect mustics. LCT off the ceiling every single time. Snowy's top shot, a slot, dark, bounce triple. Like, with every single basic mechanic, or not even basic, every single fundamental mechanic, they all have down packed. Now it's just about growing from this experience and moving on. But SSA, you got to be happy for them.
They did take a game as well. First win for APAC South and the World Championship. So not they can hold. I think that this team can hold their head high as they move forward with the day and hopefully enjoy the rest of the event.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this, like you said, this is experience for them. It's the first season that we've seen these regions in RLCS, and if they're already producing mechanics like which we've seen, I mean, I'm really hopeful about what next season is going to look like.
No, we've seen them pull off many things, including attempts at set plays, I believe, there in the Game 5.
Yeah. So one, of course, you all know me. I love my kickoffs. So we've got to take a look at a kickoff strategy whenever we get the chance. Yeah, you guys are going to remember this one if you're paying attention for the series. Pirates already up 2-1. Not long into the 5th game of the series is a match point. But phenomenal mechanics there from Maxiu. But we've got to take a look closely at how this all started off. So a bit of a clue that Pirates missed out on is that commentator at the bottom of your screen, he actually does not move. He just decides to stay exactly where he is at the bottom of the screen. So usually you'd have a player advancing or going to get boost, but no baits. They don't do that. He actually just does a little drive forward, picks up that boost pad, and then he goes back. So this is a big clue that the fake kickoff's coming. Pirates could have seen this. They didn't notice. Meanwhile, LCT's darting off this way, and of course,
mid-boost?
Yeah, he's going mid-boost. Maxiu comes towards the ball, goes past it. So we've seen this many times, but the reason that's important, if you want to try this at home, it's important to send players in both directions, is because this touch from Darth goes slightly left. You can see there it's coming slightly to the left. It's quite difficult to pass that powerfully off to the right if you're trying to get as much power as possible. And that's why Commutator lobs it to his left. Maxiu is there. If he needed to hit it to the right, LCT would have been there. So you've got options. And yeah, Pirates need to keep an eye on that third man there. If you're not paying attention to where he is, if you're not paying attention to that little move forward, then you can miss the read on a fake kickoff.
And then ultimately cost you a goal. It cost you a goal right then and there. You have to be disciplined on your kickoff. I know Johnny's been harping on it for the past 6 years, and now he's finally had an opportunity to show everybody live.
I love it.
Live!
I mean, these guys,
the kickoffs matter.
They're schooling some of the favorites of the tournaments here who still to this day are not bringing their A game with the kickoff strats.
I feel like it's so easy, especially with the way the Rocket League set up. You have the goal happens, and there's a replay. You for just a second. We do it as commentators. Just a second during the replay, kind of like you mentally reset, and then we don't watch the kickoff. We'll be like, oh, cool, this is just the beginning part. That's when it's the most important moment of the series, of a set, of touches for the play there. So very difficult to maintain that mentality through everything. But ultimately, there we saw Pirates drop one, but play it cleanly through the rest of the series and get the win in overtime there in Game 5. Moving on to the next part of the day. We finished off our first of the 0-2 matches. Got 2 2-0 games coming up here. Carmine Corp and Optic will be happening in just a little bit. But for now, Semper taking on Space Station Gaming. Fan favorites, hottest team in the Wildcard, maybe at this point. We're about to find out. One of these teams, Shogun, is going forward and is done playing until the group stage.
Well, listen, if those of you that joined us for the pre-show know anything at this point, it is that Semper have got so many question marks over them still. They're the only team I think that could go 2-0, be, I believe, 8-0 at that point. And we're still going, yeah, but we don't know. Like, maybe. That's going to be quite annoying for them. It's going to get even more annoying because they're going to have to listen to SSG fans chant every single goal. They're up against it here.
They're definitely up against the fan favorites and still with a lot to prove, it sounds like. It's Semper.
It has been a while since we didn't have Worlds. We are a bit of underdogs in this tournament, so we will go from there and try to climb.
Marbella up onto that ramp on the ceiling. Only finds Archie, finds Cassio, finds Net, finds the lead!
It is really important for me emotionally and as a player for my career to keep getting better every time I'm on Worlds. We are like quite comfortable, not really stressed. I got much more experience than most of the players here, and I'm gonna prove it that the experience matters. I'm here to win.
Both players blocking each other out. Need to be dunked and give away anything silly. That was so good. He can finish it. He does finish it.
Even that's cheer for us. It's been great. Your support really matters to us and will help us improve a lot. To the haters, you can keep hating. We don't really care about it. It even gives us a strength and more power to us.
Semper on the stage here, looking to go 3-0. Currently 8-0 in the tournament, yet to drop a game. And there's something quintessential about us overlooking a team and like, how did they end up here? And then be like, oh wait, it's 3 French players. Of course they're here.
Well, it doesn't always work out these days. BDS in London, 3 French players, 3 players who we really expected to go far, not able to get a game. But Semper here, 8 wins, 0 losses in games. Now they're up against their rival region, and it's going to be the biggest test yet. I had a chance to talk to Monkey Moon Extra about this, and trying to figure out, okay, do they have any idea what it is that's got Semper playing well? They figure that it's a LAN team. They think, okay, Cassio, LAN boy. He's done this before. He's had results before. Now he's here to do it again.
Right, it's the experience that they're bringing into the table. Rizzo even forgot that he played Cassio back in Season 7, but Cassio didn't forget. And that shows that all it takes is just being here, having that moment, and then Exotic, as Shogun touched on a little bit on the pre-show, Exotic has really if the idea of going when they switched out Archie was exotic to pick up that mantle, he's really doing it right here, right now.
And here is Chaussette. I think for a lot of people who came in, over the last year or so, you've heard us talk a lot about what Chaussette can be. It's almost like a phenom. We talk about DreamHack, Fennec, Chaussette. Yeah. He is starting to morph into that player again. He might add another chapter to that legacy.
How do we feel about Chaussette yesterday?
I liked him. I mean,
I
thought they were just very solid. The way that they're playing is, it's easier not to make mistakes when you play like Semper do. And consistency has been a big problem for a lot of the teams that are struggling. So the fact that Semper are just keeping it very basic is playing to their strengths, which is that they're just a very solid team. They're solid in 50s, solid positioning. They're just challenging the ball early, giving time for each other.
And they're capitalizing on opposition mistakes. Pioneers learned that yesterday.
Well, Semper sounds like they're developing into a LAN team. On the other side, though, the definition of a LAN team, it's Space Station.
Making Worlds was a huge achievement for us. I was at the last one in Madrid. Being able to go back-to-back is a great feeling. We played the majors, we played the regionals, but nothing can really compare. I mean, this is the biggest Rocket League tournament of all time. It couldn't mean more to us. Wildcard is simple. We want to go 3-0. We feel like we're the best team in here, and that's what we're going to do.
Once the Space Station squad gets going, they could be tough to stop. Reynolds off the ceiling, has the flick, there's a bomb! Reynolds scores!
There's some good teams in there. However, we feel it's good for us because we do need that extra warm-up, so I'm kind of glad we're in the wild card. General feeling's pretty good. We played LA, we felt like we could have won that tournament. We played London, we definitely felt like we could have won that tournament, only losing to the winners at 9 seconds left. We're the most confident team in this tournament. Other teams should fear us because we have nothing to lose. We're coming in with confidence and we're coming in to win the tournament. I don't think any team has put in as much time as we have recently. There's nothing you can do to get us off our grind right now. We're super, super ready for this. We couldn't appreciate the fans more. We have one of the biggest fan bases in the game and we're forever grateful to you guys. Every tournament we go to, we're here to win. Dream outcome for this event would be winning the tournament against Moist. Anyone saying we don't stand a chance, last two majors, the only teams we've lost to are both the finalists. Get ready, it's not going to happen this time. All you should expect is the best performance from all three of us. We're ready for this.
We recorded that interview before we started any gameplay here. He said they're going to go 3-0 in the wild card, showing they completed the first two steps.
Absolutely, and they are looking every single bit of the team that they claim themselves to be. We got to say it again, if you didn't join us yesterday, they smashed V1. It wasn't, it really was as one-sided as I could ever imagine something like that being.
How was the only series that went to Game 6? The only series that wasn't a sweep, like the most one-sided series of the day.
It was inevitable. I mean, I think the last game really put that exclamation mark on that series. They destroyed them on Neo Tokyo.
Yeah, they're the team that comes in with the best game plan in Rocket League, in my opinion. They have Coach Chrome behind them, and they know exactly what they want to do and how they want to implement it against whatever opponent. Reynolds said it in the interview. They've only lost a team who won a major. V1 isn't one of those teams that has won a major to this point. That's why they're that confident. And when you have that young man right there, bringing the hype and the energy alongside Lanyo, and then you had IGL Reynolds, Coach Chrome in the back, SSG is really hard to beat.
Okay, they've got to be careful. They've got to watch out for this. I mean, the mistake Pioneers made against Semper is they underestimated them.
Yeah, exactly.
Word on the street is Pioneers, the day before they played, so just 2 days ago, they scrimmed Semper, and they beat them 7 games straight. And all the teams can kind of hear each other from the practice area. They're making a lot of noise, and Pioneers are laughing at them. So Semper came in and slapped them. They showed Pioneers, you're underestimating us. Space Station have to, be careful not to do that, not to underestimate Semper, because they know that they're the favorites. They know that they've already gone through what on paper is the hardest matchup, V1, but Semper are playing really well.
2 golden teams playing in a golden tournament here. Only one gets to finish it off here in day 3. The other will have to play again tomorrow. So let's find out who you at home think is going to take this one in the Verizon fan vote. Hashtag Semper, hashtag SSG, depending on how you're feeling. I'm going to start off and just say the obvious. SSG's really good at Rocket League. I think Space Station is going to take this one. I don't think they will make the mistake of underestimating Semper. They understand that this is we have to take it game by game. I think they're ready.
Yeah, I've got to agree. I'm going to go Space Station. Really for me, the only thing is Space Station making sure that they don't underestimate Semper, and I agree. I don't think they're going to do that. They're a smart team. They've got Chrome behind them. He's got to be telling them that. So yeah, put up SSG.
There's one thing that SSG excels at that Pioneers were lacking yesterday. bumps and demos, SSG's gonna dominate. It's just gonna be that simple. I understand they're 8-0 Semper is, but you'll be 8-4 probably by the end of this.
Shogun, are we sleeping on Semper the way everyone's been sleeping on Semper?
You looked over and I started giggling because I'm so happy right now that I get to be the only right person on this.
What? Shogun.
I am
Don't
going.
say that. Wait.
Earlier on in the pre-show, I was an idiot. Okay, I said that Semper wasn't going to go 3-0, but past Shogun doesn't know what he's talking about. Current Shogun has got all of the cards in place. Put me down for Semper.
I've got some.
They are going to take this.
As Johnny says, Rocket League moves fast. So apparently within the last hour, Shogun's changed.
His brain's just out the door, apparently, folks. Let's see how you feel at home. We got a lot of fans in the house. Said in chat, Space Station, if there's ever been a trap game, this is it. They're going to have to make sure they play clean Rocket League all the way through. Semper is coming for them there. So I'm ready for it. Hope you guys are ready for it as well. Gameplay started here in just a moment. Oh, man. This is a beautiful one.
Why'd you look at me like that?
I'm just excited. I'm so excited to watch it.
Did you say 8-4 of those? You think Semper getting swept?
Yes.
They can't even take a game.
I don't think they can take a game off of them. But because Pioneers have more pressure.
I'll give them 2.
You give them 2?
2?
Yeah,
2? I don't know what's going to happen, folks, but it's going to be one of the best matches. 2-0 Swiss Rocket League inbound, folks. Semper on one side, Space Station Gaming on the other. Let's get to the Verizon Skybox and kick off the title match.
Ay, 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 welcome into the land of giants. This one's gonna be fun. SSG, Semper, both teams consider a cheeky little ambush.
Oh, man.
And we've seen them do the do as they get themselves ready.
This is it. The desk talked about it. Space Station Gaming. Don't expect them to underestimate Semper. And will we get anything special out of Semper? They have been playing such a consistent and fundamental game of Rocket League. They look indestructible, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And SSG, maybe with some demos, can open things up. It's going to be difficult in this match between these two titans.
Surprising many, but underestimating absolutely not if you're SSG coming into this matchup. Both teams, one win away from qualifying to tomorrow. We're moving on to the main bracket, I should say. Everybody else has to wait their turn. Absolutely. And quickly off the kickoff, Casio getting very dangerous, but we're looking for a lot of those chip passes that Semper do so well. They can pull apart the defense of SSG very quickly.
You love that intro from Reddles, talking about how this is, of course, the biggest Rocket League tournament we've ever seen. And of course, it is going to match up to those standards with some great Rocket League between Space Station Gaming and Semper. What I want to see, most importantly, out of Semper, if we're going to see them take this win, Exotic's got to match that level of play we saw yesterday. 100% goal participation, winning on the 1v1s. And speak of the man himself, going for so many flip resets. If he had any more boost, it would have been a little bit more threatening. And then down the other end, off the backboard, SSG looking for a quick counterattack.
Well, that double commit will slow this game down back to the midfield line, but if you're Daniel, who's been a nail in the coffin against most of the teams he's run into, Semper have to deal with that pressure early. They have to be able to isolate Daniel, get him out of the play, and keep the shooters only on Reddles and Arsenal, but that's even a tall task alone.
And I'm wondering how comfortable Semper are just staying in the backfield, because Space Station Gaming, if you watch that version 1 series, Space Station Gaming were holding so much pressure. The first goal in favor of Arsenal for Space Station.
Well, he sets it up, avoids the bump, carries it right towards the front of the box. Big bump on to Casio, and Arsenal is there to secure the 1-0 lead. But early on, pretty standard from both teams. I mean, the defense was handling a lot of the pressure. Semper not scared by any stretch. For SSG, very composed and patient down the field and not overextending as of yet.
Absolutely, and I think that was a huge takeaway earlier, as a quick shot from Casio does go accurate, but it's going to be saved from Space Station Gaming. We've got so many shots right away within the first 2 minutes. I didn't expect it to ramp up this quickly, but of course with the speed that we know both teams can come out with, I don't know why I'm surprised.
That demo could have helped.
Oh!
And it certainly might. Off the top bar, big save. SSG trying to hold on from a flurry of shots and opportunities. Quick pass into the lane, and Exotic will slow it down to the ground. Got Daniel in front, beats one. Reynolds, the dump. Here comes Casio, and Exotic will close the deal.
I'll say it right here. I think Semper have the best corner play we have seen throughout this wild card tournament. They have been flawless with these 50-50s, getting the ball from the corner into the midfield, and that one didn't even need a follow-up. That's how good the 50 was.
I mean, there was such little boost for us.
Yeah.
What do you do in that situation where there's no escape route? And the exit strategy is survive. That's your primary goal now. Off the back corner, plenty of resources here for Semper, but Early on, you are looking at SSG to continue that assault. Threadle toward the midfield line. He'll be looking for a challenge, potentially pass. He'll find Daniel on the wing, and it's an open net. It's just far too easy for the young one.
And that third man from the defense of Semper, I believe, got knocked out of the way. I'm looking at it. We got Shawset flying high, exotic backflipping. He didn't even get bumped. Just a big clinical mistake from Semper's defense.
I mean, small mistakes like that are going to hurt, sure. You'd rather do it in game 1 of a best-of-7 with 2 minutes to play and 40-some change on the clock. You don't want to make it often. Off the kickoff win, Semper should be able to get themselves towards the orange side of the field. How long will it last? That will be the question. As a quick takeaway from Reddles, very confident, and in those interviews, he talked about how his game's changed over the year, but more importantly, he feels very comfortable in their chances in this tournament.
And it's interesting because you talk about how Reddles' gameplay and plan has changed over the years. Space Station Gaming, their playstyle can change within minutes in a game. Oftentimes you'll see them back up and lessen themselves with the aggression. They stop going for demos. They want to go for more midfield passes when SSG, they have built a reputation on that hardcore aggression. They learn to control it here, Spaceman.
I mean, the baseline for SSG is better than some teams' entire championship runs. It's difficult to beat when the audibles come into play, and you have Daniel who can take it from the sidewall like this. Second touch as well.
Okay.
There's down to Reddles. Great redirect. He might sneak through, and it will for Reddles. It's a 2-goal lead early.
Truly threading the needle here for Space Station Gaming. These are early shots from the midfield, not right in front of the box, and it's still finding a way to pass through the defense.
We burned a bit of time here in game 1. It's a long series, but Semper are going to have to deal with that space on the side wall that Daniel does provide. Off the kickoff, he'll take it again.
Oh,
from the ceiling,
no, he
double
doesn't.
tap, almost finds it. Quick redirect, though it's off the backboard. Here comes Semper, and Shawset will try to slow on the goal line as Cassio takes possession.
I'm not sure how Arsenal was prepared for that. The ball pinched not only from Daniel to the other side, but then back to their own defensive end, and Arsenal was prepared for it. Speaks to the ability that these third men have on the field.
I mean, there's a lot of space here. That infield pass just catches the off rhythm of SSG. They had to go up for a challenge they weren't ready for. Though they do stabilize, not a lot of boost right now for Arsenal. He will try to fall back, and Daniel has to recover on the backboard. Quick challenge from Semper to keep this ball in play. Trading possession back and forth. Through the back wall, a chance. Things start to slow down just a little bit, but the speed of play for both teams has really been impressive in the start of game 1.
And this is ideal for Space Station Gaming. Let the ball slow down a bit, go for some controlled pace, and that way you can force some better 50-50s. Here comes Exotic, though, maybe off the crossbar and out. It's not on target. There's a demo coming through, and then down the other end goes Arsenal.
Really easy to read when there's no one in your way.
Oh, my.
Quick cut, takes advantage, and that's great calls all around. You know the communication is lighting up. SSG taking advantage of game 1.
And think about the growth that Space Station Gaming have gone through to make it to this point and to be able to utilize these demos and implement them when they need to. They're not always searching for a demo. They're not relying on it as much as they were before. It's no longer a crutch. They can bring it out when they need to and when it's necessary. We just saw them do it there. Shawset looking for another follow-up. These shots just not accurate to go through.
I mean, the shots are okay. It's just the power just isn't there. Double commit. Hey, it's good. It floats over. It's a 4-2 game, but with only 20 seconds to play, it's going to take a little bit more.
Need some kickoff magic following this goal. Is a good touch from Exotic, a double commit, but of course you have to send the full house if there's 19 seconds left. You have to pay attention to this kickoff.
And Semper have excelled at the starvation of SSG on the boost side. They have done such a phenomenal job of keeping so much pressure right on the goal line. SSG haven't been able to deal with it as of now.
Where's that defender going?
No way, it's right over. Big save, it's still out. Arsenal comes in. It denies the third goal from Semper. Daniel just has to kill this one down to the ground. It would have been an interesting finish to game 1, but SSG conceding at times, not too often though. It's a game 1 win.
That was an ideal situation for Semper. The third man back out of Space Station Gaming was out of position, could not get the save. Arsenal flies by and makes sure they still have that safety net of those 2 goals.
10 shots for Semper, 9, if math serves correctly, for SSG.
Oh my.
It's a close game, and it should have been.
Please show me that save again.
But I think the biggest factor, again, was when Semper found a lot of their pressure right on SSG's goal line, and SSG did not have the boost to be able to meet those challenges. Look what happened. 2 goals, potentially a third. This is a winnable game 1 for Semper, but Space Station took advantage of those mistakes in the back line, and they just closed the deal, and that's what a veteran team does.
Yeah, it was a lot of early on pressure from Space Station Gaming, but Semper got more comfortable as time went on. And Exotic, a flip reset. There goes Arsenal across the box to save it. That was a key moment in that game, but obviously the beginning was really what set that match apart for Space Station.
I mean, that game is a lot closer than what the scoreboard just showed you. It was very skewed, it seemed, for SSG, but it was really down to whether or not Semper were able to get their progressions downfield, and they had sustained offense, because when the rebounds did come, they found goals out of it.
Absolutely, and now, looking down the other side, there's not too much criticism to be had for Semper. I think you just need a better start here.
Sure.
Those early on shots, while they were great and very accurate from Space Station Gaming, I still think the rotations could have come out cleaner for Semper and found a save. So we'll look to see if that is an adjustment they make in game number 2. And we're just getting underway here. A long best of 7 ahead of us, I can tell.
I mean, you could just see the players kind of taking a big breath, sighing in, and again, it's that patience. You're going to need that in this best of 7, given who's on the other side 100%. Of the field. From both perspectives, you're dealing with a high-powered offense, and for some people who are watching, a Semper squad that's turned up as of late, they didn't expect. They're animals. You know what they can do. For SSG, they've been here before. They're trying to do it again.
Semper flying, under a lot of people's radar, but they are here to make a point. And of course, Exotic is going to do his best he can with those mechanics. The solo plays coming out from him have been truly something else, a spectacle here at the World Championship. Now in game number 2, 15 seconds in, we've already got some pressure from Semper, leading off from where they left off in the previous game.
Well, interesting little stat, as SSG has scored 4 games in every game number 1 in this series.
Gosh.
And they keep the trend going. It's already something dangerous gets slung towards the net. But Arsenal was ready in the wing for the shovel pass. It just won't land. However, he recovers nicely. And just as I say that, they find something.
This is unreal, the transitions. Daniel doesn't have any boost, and then a disaster strikes where one player goes for the demo, finds it, but then that ball gets hit back into him and then flies across. Semper, they didn't know how to deal with it, weren't expecting it, but Space Station Gaming were prepared.
It's a punishing way to start game 2, but on Aquadome, anything is possible. And now it's time to bounce back. The Space Station win the opening kickoff. Quick challenges from Cassio. Fighting against Reynolds in a one-on-one through the corner. Arsenal will grab possession for the moment and extend it long way downfield where Daniel was ready for the meet. He will keep it alive. Right back down to the ground. Reynolds going to have to play this.
Up in the air.
Arsenal right behind. We could be looking at a back pass, but as this gets cut down at the 50-yard line, Arsenal playing from the ceiling. It's a bump, almost across from Reynolds. SSG getting very creative with some of their looks towards the net.
Yeah, and creative with the bumps as well. You don't expect Arsenal to go for it, but then cutting across from the left side of the ball, getting as much power as he can. Chaussette, 45, sinks it in.
Great pass. Nice catch. Better finish. All the way through for Semper. They do that so well. They're great at starting the counterattack from their own side of the field, and those long passes they find in transition. Their accuracy has been a big factor of why they've been making this run this weekend.
Anytime Chaussette's name gets brought up, you're going to think about the control. Pay attention to that previous first touch, keeping it within his own grasp and then able to get so much power. But Space Station Gaming know how to react, and they know how to recover. Daniel on the other side. What a fastball.
Clock this one in on the gun. 72 miles an hour.
Oh, my.
Ridiculous redirect and the pre-jump to meet it.
There's been so many midfield passes from Space Station Gaming. Right as they pass that midfield line, they instantly take that ball into the middle, and they're not usually looking to throw this ball into the corners, which is something we see out of Semper. That corner play has been deadly. Space Station Gaming, they don't want to do that.
It's a dangerous clear, but you needed to hit it.
Yeah.
There's really not a lot of boost right now if you are Semper. Again from the side wall, Reynolds just kicking it out and back into play.
Ooh, side dodge.
With a misflip. And
2v1.
That is up to Daniel. Parks the bus and handles it.
Kind of an awkward play from Cassio. He took it away from his own teammate. Panic-inducing. Reynolds looking for something off the corner. Does not find it, and we'll look for Arsenal to get a follow-up. Here comes Daniel, everybody crashing the net, and we haven't seen any double commits. Space Station Gaming are spreading the field, Spaceman.
I mean, this is the test right now for Semper because SSG can score from anywhere, so you're forced to make these challenges, whether it's up for the pass to the corner, it's a redirect at midfield.
Another midfield pass.
Reynolds looking for Arsenal. Where's Daniel? Right around, but they just couldn't find the opening. Good defense right now from Semper.
Yeah, and they have adjusted Semper. They're going to have to play a defensive game if this is the Space Station they're up against. Cassio, a nice touch, but again, straight into the hands of Space Station Gaming. We'll see what Semper, have now. Going for the mind game, Chaussette 45 gets it a good 50, but Daniel was in the perfect spot.
And he gets boost off of it. You already have Arsenal overextending upfield. But off the backboard, Semper still applying pressure, denying the extra push.
There it is.
Top bar, and it falls down perfectly. Exotic will tie it up.
We were just waiting for this final shot to come through. Reynolds couldn't get a touch on it. A big whiff off the backboard, and Exotic picture perfect, top corner and down.
And that's a huge shot from Exotic, because even though SSG were starting to mount some of their counterattacks, it really felt like they were 1 or 2 key plays away from breaking this game open, and you slow that down, Exotic finding a big goal. And off the kickoff, could they make it a third? Plenty of time still on the clock for both teams. Daniel will get the escape, and Arsenal again will be on the opposite side of the field. He has boost. Not a lot now. Exotic will punch it away.
Big bump from Casio. That could be a nice strategy to counter this Space Station Gaming midfield presence. Get some demos on your way back, disrupt them, and maybe a mistake will show its way through that one. There's an opening, one gap, but Casio couldn't find it.
And now Semper are applying that pressure right on the offensive third like we saw them do in game 1. SSG needs to maintain boost as long as possible if they want to stave off this push. It's Exotic from the ceiling. He's going to leave it to Chaussette, high off the backboard. Arsenal will read it. Is Casio around for a challenge? Yes. Will he make it? Yes. Chaussette falling back to midfield.
Now the corner play sets in from Semper. Be wary of these 50-50. Semper are dominant with them, and midfield boost does go in favor of Space Station Gaming. Another midfield pass, but Casio is prepared for it. They are reading the plays from Space Station Gaming so much better than game 1.
And it is such a great bump as it cuts down the extension through the corner. Numbers have to fall back and rethink their approach as Semper have themselves a tie game. The demo opens up the midfield. It's over Chaussette. That might have been a goal if it's upright post, but it just wasn't quite on target as Exotic will clear towards the side.
And that was difficult too, because Arsenal had to adjust instantaneously. Another miss off the backboard. Here comes Casio, and we'll look to start another form of pressure and possession for Semper. Easily cleared away from Space Station, but back down the other end. Semper maintaining this one.
You have to make that read, or else Space Station gets 3 men up, and you're playing a 3-on-2 on a breakaway chance. But Daniel on the side wall, keep it on the ground. Oh, it's to Arsenal. The bump. Arsenal can't make the read. He was in the right spot. It just bounced the wrong way. Another quick clear. Now, the speed of Space Station Gaming is starting to choke out Semper.
Absolutely. And now we find ourselves in the final 20 seconds, all tied up 2-2. Space Station Gaming looking to take their second game of the series, but might have to do it in OT.
Golden goal is possible, around 1. Daniel, we've seen him do it before with such little time. Gets around a second. Here comes Exotic to cut into the lane. Arsenal trying to pop it and keep it alive. Exotic gives it right back. A chance for Space Station. And it will touch first overtime of this series in game 2.
Good looks there from Space Station Gaming, but Semper, in my eyes, have had the best form of possession and pressure we have seen. I can truly see and predict Exotic coming clutch here with a 1v1 play. Look at the 50-50s he's going for, but then a double commit. This might be huge for Space Station Gaming down the other end.
Arsenal's going to take it, and he beats 1. It's up to Reynolds.
Reynolds up.
Down to Daniel, alive. Big block, and it's an open net. It's going to be game 2, and Semper take it away.
And it's all thanks to this 50-50. Not only did Casio get the read to set up the follow-up from Exotic, but everybody from Space Station Gaming had committed on that play, and it is wide open, perfectly free for Semper to take game 2.
And they gave Space Station the space to make that play upfield. They gave them the room to go for that challenge. Once they won that huge 50, they keep the ball on the ground, they get it right where they want it, and they use enough boost just to escape upfield for the goal. Beautifully played in the end by Semper.
The crazy thing is that in game 1, Space Station Gaming would have gone for that exact same midfield pass, but nobody would have been up early. It seems as though Casio has made the adjustment. He's understanding where Space Station Gaming are tending to flow with this ball, which is into the midfield, not into the corners, and because of that, he can get a better read, force a better 50-50, and ultimately win the game.
2 shots for Daniel, 2 saves as well, had himself a goal. And I think that's the impressive thing from Semper. What a lot of people are overlooking is their ability to make small adjustments mid-game, let alone mid-series. But once they found they couldn't apply that pressure on the goal line, what do? Started getting more 50s on the sidewall, denying a lot of the extensions and rebounds from Space Station, and they held on to their boost more and more as the game went on, and it finally paid off.
Yeah, and we'll see now if Semper can carry this momentum forward. What do Space Station have to say? Of course, a lot of fans in the crowd going to be in favor of Space Station Gaming. You can see all the signs. I think Reynolds' dad, I was hearing him say he made like hundreds of those signs to hand out, but you know that there's plenty of Semper fans too in this building. As we look at Coach Chrome, forced to make some adjustments. Let's go ahead and get into game number 3.
There's not many fans who are as passionate as Reynolds' dad.
No, sir.
Shout out to the parents who support their children on their adventure through the esports world. Truly nothing like it. Let's get into game number 3. Already a 1-1 series. Plenty of time to go. Reynolds trying to cut it down in the front of the box. Would have been a fantastic way to start this one, but if you're Semper, feels like a bit of the momentum is back on your side in this series.
100%. Getting game 2 is huge for Semper. And they had adjusted quickly. They were 8-0 coming into the series. They lost the first game. Maybe Not sure what it felt like to lose for quite some time, but they have adjusted nicely. And Chausette's going to move down the field for a quick transition cut out by Daniel.
When is Daniel going to make his presence known?
Oh, you never know.
Not that he hasn't already.
You never know.
But when is that moment going to happen, and how devastating would it be for Semper? So far, they've done a pretty good job of isolating him on a lot of these plays and keeping him on these solo challenges where he has to fall back in rotation and doesn't get a second chance at the ball.
And well, with the reads we're getting out of Cassio, as that third man, he's stopping a lot of these passes that would normally go into Daniel and set up a play. So kudos to Semper for being able to adjust on the defensive side. Both teams missing, and there's some space for Reddles. Maybe a bump comes through. Cassio is last man back, out of position, too far forward, and it's 1-0 for SSG.
I mean, you're certainly worried about Daniel being there for the connection, but Reddles just puts a shot towards the net.
Yep.
And you got to make that save if you're Cassio. A 1-0 lead early.
Simple stuff, but big results from SSG. A nice shot from Reddles. We'll see if Exotic maybe can make some magic here. Off the kickoff, he has the flick, and it's saved from Arsenal, but we get a follow-up. Chausette 45 says, I got you. I'm going to put this one in. You don't have to worry.
That's a great way to respond. You have a demo in the back line, and Exotic puts it high enough where the challenge from Arsenal would have been essentially the same either way, unless he pinches it off the right post. Great follow-up from Semper to have someone ready to secure the goal. Tied game. A lot of time to play. Kickoff win yet again. Semper, we'll see what they can do with it.
Semper. Early responses. Oh my goodness, that double tap, the angle. Haven't seen too many shots like that go in. Semper heating up. We talked about Daniel and those mechanics, but I think all three players out of Semper, you never know when one of them is gonna pop off. There's a flip reset from Exotic.
Here comes Chausette, playing it laterally. Quickly read by SSG. Daniel far upfield. Now boost and resources here for Semper. Exotic kicking it high. It's behind Reddles. This is somewhat open, but Chausette kind of falls into the play, and all of a sudden, it's a long way downfield. Exotic has to jump from the opposite corner to meet this ball to kill the play. And Space Station take advantage of a couple of mistakes on Semper's side. They just couldn't find the angle.
And that was a big error in the rotation from Semper. Somebody had to be the follow-up. Where was the cleanup? And Cassio, icy there on the field, dodging the demo, not even biting or getting scared from whoever is trying to hunt him down. Still all tied up. Both teams have made mistakes. Both teams have seen opportunities go unanswered. And now down the other end for Semper.
Every time you see Daniel upfield, you're just wondering when he's going to make that jump.
You never know. You never know.
You never do. Quick takeaway from Chausette. Reddles popping it right back to midfield. Here comes Arsenal. He's got Daniel as well. Great pass. Better block. Cassio, huge.
Cassio is insane right now on the defensive side. I remember in the pre-show we talked about defensive MVPs. Cassio might be in the running, but still here comes the follow-ups. Another shot goes in. Daniel, you talked about him so much, and finally he answers your call.
I mean, it's set up by Arsenal. Cassio played great defense on the swing before, but Daniel closes the deal. And Exotic, it's a coin flip. Where do you go? How do you challenge it? You give the lead back to Space Station.
There's no doubt about it. They had to work for it. Several shots in favor of SSG. But thankfully, Cassio was not on the other end of it. Here we go, final 2 minutes. Plenty of time left in this game for Semper. They have had quick responses previously, but this time they're forced to deal with more pressure out of SSG.
And this has been anybody's game. It's just come down to one opportunity for Space Station where they have found the win. Now it's up to Chausette to begin to play through the corner. Exotic 50. Will slow it, but a 50 for Space Station. Daniel keeping it alive.
Wow.
Play moves on. Another center. Great follow-ups and second and third rebounds from Space Station. Can Semper keep this one low? No, Reynolds will take it away.
Got space.
He's got all the space.
He's got space.
Reynolds gonna move through, and here comes Daniel. It's 3-1.
Do not give Reynolds any space. Past one defender, flip reset, past the second defender, and it's free for Daniel.
I mean, that's what, the most open extension downfield we've seen so far in this series. Reynolds had enough time to build a house, pay a mortgage.
Sell it even. I mean, this is ridiculous. So much time in the air, but obviously with that flip reset, he deserved to get past that second defender, but Semper, they're not gonna go out without a fight. Chausette 45, a hammer to the back of the net.
What is that angle? Comes cross field, picks it up from Cassio.
Ooh.
Plays it so tight.
Gosh.
Off the crossbar.
This accuracy from Semper. There's some fantastic mechanics on a Space Station, but these shots from Semper, they're deadly.
Staying in the pocket, they're so scary. Little boogeyman. Minute 10 to go. Back in front of the box.
Another
open.
one.
Chaussette. Big save from Daniel. Not a lot of boost right now for SSG. The Red Bulls will pop it again. Here comes Arsenal. Cassio right back into the orange side of the field.
Oh my.
Recovering nicely is Semper. But can they keep it down low and get it towards the front of the box?
Big miss from Arsenal. Didn't get the read, but of course you've got Red Bulls to bail him out. This is going to be where Space Station Gaming get tested. The final minute, Semper are going to throw everything they have at that defense, trying to tie this up and equalize.
This is a perfect game to do it as well. You're tied 1-1 in the series, going into game number 4. Be a fantastic way to continue that momentum. Cassio's upfield. Though you do get demoed, here's a chance.
There's a
Daniel's
shot.
only one around. It's a one-on-one. And Exotic can't get the dunk. Daniel yet again defensively stepping up huge, but Chaussette cuts it down. He's flying into the play. Here comes more challenges in SSG. Have to clear it out. It's a redirect towards the opposite corner. Chaussette's going to get boost. 13 seconds to go. It keeps going. Where's the clear from SSG?
Here we go, off the
It's not
backboard.
there.
He's
9.
Exotic, what? Exotic, you needed to find a touch, and there's still shots raining in on the defense from Space Station Gaming. And hold on a second, the ball's still in the air, a 50-50 win, and it's back down the other end. Nobody there to follow it up, and this ball will hit the ground. Space Station Gaming earning game number 3.
Woo! A little close in the end.
A little.
Extra time.
I'm out of breath. That was a little too much to handle. I don't know how Space Station Gaming kept their cool.
And that's what these games are going to be. They're going to be this close throughout. And if you're talking about winning a series against Semper, 5 minutes of excellent Rocket League is what it's going to take.
That was ridiculous. And they were able to open up and make moves for themselves and take big strides, mainly because of this man you see on the screen, Reddles. Think back to that play, beating 2 defenders, setting up his teammate, and Daniel, this time. Oftentimes it's Arsenal or Reddles coming in for the crash on the net, but this time it was Daniel. Really able to clutch things up and get that accurate shot in.
We give highlights to Cassio, and rightfully so, but Daniel in the paint has been phenomenal today. I mean, constant one-on-one individual challenges that he's winning, big clears, big stops, very little boost at times, but finding ways to keep the offense from progressing for Semper, and because of that, he has limited a lot of their shots, 10 shots only, and on the other side again, 9? It's another one-shot game between these two teams.
So close, and you can tell even with the final minute, that was not an easy one for Space Station Gaming to win. Cassio himself actually had 0 shots to his name because he's playing so well on defense and just holding it back, letting Exotic and Chaussette move forward. We'll see what changes now moving into the next game. There's not too much to harp on. This is some great Rocket League we're witnessing in front of us, Spaceman.
Gotta love what you're seeing, but Coliseum always has something interesting in the card.
Something
I'm excited
special.
to see what it might be.
That lighting really gets to these players.
It really gets you.
Yeah.
It's the setting, the ambiance.
It's there.
The atmosphere. Let's get into it. 2-1 series lead for SSG. It has been a fun one. For Semper, gained momentum in game 2, continued it in game 3, but just one opportunity that didn't go their way, and quickly early on, a couple of chip challenges through the midfield, cutting into traffic, Space Station denying a lot of these pushes.
Exotic looking to get past one player, did in fact, but then can't get the better 50-50 follow-up. Here comes Arsenal. It's some nice movement. I think Space Station Gaming have learned how to carry this ball out as a team, always taking it into another player that's on their another teammate rather. And it's created a lot of opportunities. Their transition game is something to be feared if you're Semper.
Powerful shot off the backboard. Here comes Chaussette trying to restabilize and recover on the rebound. And he keeps it going. It's still in the box. Not a lot of boost though.
Arsenal's down there.
I mean, he's been hanging out. High-fiving other members of Semper every single game in this series. Daniel winning another one, but here comes Exotic. Redirect backboard. Anybody else for Semper? Maybe. Down to Cassio. Infield beginning to open up, but Arsenal very patiently off the backboard will take it away.
I am concerned for that third man out of Semper. That was a massive touch, I believe, from Exotic, but then where was the rotation in? I think it's difficult for Semper because they don't have the midfield boost. Daniel from the backboard harassing Exotic, going for the bump. Maybe gets Cassio. Doesn't find a piece of him, but there's still Space Station Gaming opportunities flowing their way.
Second touch. Not a third. Semper doing a pretty decent job of denying Space Station extra room to work with here. Cross through the box. Quickly cutting into the lane as Arsenal will again escape, but not a lot of boost now. Getting chased by Exotic. Leads it off the corner. Great patience all the way through. Communication, I'm sure, between these two teams is absolutely lights out. And a musty that goes nowhere.
Daniel using that wave dash. Then you can see Chaussette almost got demoed. If you're Semper, you have to deal with a bunch of flies around you trying to bother you and really being a pest. This is very difficult, but somehow, some way, they have kept it 0-0.
I mean, they're giving a lot of respect to one another at midfield. Both teams getting their fair share of challenges into the box, but nothing else coming of it as of late. Casio, the first one to make that attempt on the break, but the ice will not fall. Here comes Exotic, trying to clear it towards the corner. He will do so, not before Arsenal has something to say about it. About 2 minutes burn here in game number 4 on Coliseum. A demo that leads way to an advantage. SSG don't capitalize. Shawset doesn't find the angle, but Daniel finds the read. He's got nothing, but it doesn't matter. Exotic will take it away.
And thankfully, Exotic had some boost because Reynolds, it looked like he took every pad on the field. Arsenal, the follow-up, that's going to be it. The first goal in favor of SSG.
You can do it, we can do it. You got no boost, you're going to get punished. A win by Reynolds, and right when Arsenal makes that jump, you know that's a goal.
Yeah, and that's rough from Casio because ideally you'd see him go up on the backboard earlier, but I don't even think he had any boost in the tank to do so. Can't position himself properly. They're getting demoed. Arsenal is taking you out. Reynolds is taking you out. They get the first goal, but you can respond here, Shaw said. Just as accurate as we've seen him all series long, but it's saved.
And the scary thing about this series, it could just come down to 1-goal games. It really could just be a 1-0 scoreline. You would never know.
Oh, look at the control. It's there.
And front bounces it high off the bar. Here comes Casio. There it goes. He's back. Game tied.
Look at the way Shawset controlled this and then forced a 50-50 to get it through the defender who came from above the net. Shawset knew he could squeeze that ball down and under. It didn't matter if it went in or not because you got the follow-up.
Rebounds are massive, especially against Space Station. They do such a good job at limiting it.
Nice little alley-oop.
No way, that goes in. Dangerous, but here comes Casio through the midfield. Blowing it. Wait, Shawset makes that read somehow. Flies over a defender. And now bumping players left and right off the pitch. Still alive. Semper, so much pressure, but a miss from Casio. Do Space Station have enough room? They certainly do. Arsenal right through to Shawset, who saves.
Casio's going to want another look at that one. Wide open shot. Still couldn't find any contact. Even if you miss, it's better than just letting that ball fly through because you're giving a free counterattack to Space Station Gaming. Shawset did find the save, but my word, that is a deadly situation. You don't want to put yourself in again. Another 50-50 from Arsenal. Sends it to the corner. But they have no boost. They've got to get this ball out. You might be looking at Semper taking the lead.
Double tap from Casio. It's down to Exotic. He can play it a 1-on-1. Look for the dunk. Great save from Space Station. Arsenal gets a hand up and gets in the way. Cleared off the backboard. Breathe for the moment, but not for long. As Exotic will catch it to Casio. Top left post. It's so easy for Semper.
This shooting accuracy from Semper. I haven't seen anything like this. Exotic off the backboard, Casio. Obviously, this is an ideal situation. You think he's going to go to the far right side, but instead, far left top corner, 2-1 for Semper.
The close quarters engagements have been massive throughout the length of this series. Exotic again, right off the kickoff.
Oh my.
It's a diving save for Daniel. For Space Station, they need to break out of their own half. They've been stuck here for about a minute.
All the boost is gone. You're looking at the corner boost right now for Space Station Gaming. It's getting robbed. Casio taking one in the corner. Shawset in a solid position. This clear goes out, but Arsenal and Reynolds sitting on barely any boost. Now a miscommunication comes out, a double commit, and Reynolds is left alone. 1v2, gets the clear back the other end, but he himself has no boost to move forward.
And on these counterattacks, Semper are staying back and waiting for the challenge to fall. They're not giving Space Station any room. Is that one
big
near?
interception.
Is that one near?
That might float in.
It doesn't, but regardless, only one goal is needed for SSG.
They can do it, though.
Keep it up. Casio's going to have to play this and burn all of his boost to get it down to the ground, and he will do so. Nicely done in the end. Semper handle the pressure from game 3.
Back and forth. It is a bloodbath here on the pitch. These teams exchanging punches, and it is one of the best series we have seen in the Wildcard tournament. I mean, this is glorious stuff. We're seeing shooting accuracy out of Semper. They're getting physical, and it's great because Shaw said, you know, he's a shy, meek guy, but then on the field, he is bullying Space Station Gaming. SSG started it with the demos, I'm not going to lie, but then Semper, they're able to respond.
And outside of that opening goal from Reynolds, which was essentially free down the field, there was nobody around. Semper are denying so many of these individual plays, and the mechanics of SSG have not yet come into fruition. They're not finding those infield passes that cut defenders out of the play. Semper are more than happy to rely on accuracy alone.
Yeah, and it's such a smart gameplay here as we take a look at the Mobile One High Performance replay. So many decisions were difficult for Semper to make, like that one from Shawset. He could have tried to force it in, not go for a 50, go for an instant shot, but it would have been blocked much easier. Instead, he keeps it low, knows there's going to be a follow-up. I mean, the trust out of these three players, they have each other's back in those dire moments.
I mean, you had 2 goals from Castillo, and he's getting facilitated.
Who was so defensive the game before. That man had 0 shots.
Exactly, and the facilitation from Semper, everybody gets a chance, right?
Yeah.
Everybody gets an opportunity to either capitalize on a potential goal or set their teammate up for one. And it's the selfless play from Semper that's gotten them this far. It's something that could continue to work for them. But for SSG, I mean, we know what we're going to get from this squad. We know how good they're going to be, and Semper realized that as well.
And Space Station Gaming are the scariest within the first half of these games. They have boost at Semper. They kind of use up all their aggression, and then they recharge within the first half of the upcoming game. So for Space Station Gaming, starting out early is going to be very important.
So now the question becomes, what's the change going to be for SSG? What is going to be the audible that's called mid-series hurdle? Is there anything that's so viable or visible for you?
I'm looking at the midfield boost. Space Station Gaming almost always have possession of those midfield boost pads. They're getting robbed right now. Same with Castillo. If Castillo's being aggressive, that's a move that Semper have implemented. Here comes Exotic. Another corner shot.
Look at his boost. He had like nothing.
Oh my.
And he still puts it
He
right
has
towards
no
the net.
boost.
He's got nothing.
Not even a single pad. This man.
A smidge.
This man. You know,
iota.
You know how many people would have rotated back in that situation? You don't have any boost. Why are you even there? Exotic knows why. It's because he can find the shot.
He is him. And this is a 1-0 lead. Semper trying to make it 2. Castillo waiting. Great patience. Oh, he was in the right spot. Ball just kind of falls carelessly on the outside of the play. Daniel cuts into the lane. Here comes Arsenal.
Oh.
Denied by Shawset. These 50s, or I should say these quick challenges over the backline defender, going the way of Semper early.
Okay. Smaller dribbles here from Daniel. Maybe this is a strategy. Trying to keep this ball grounded. I don't know if it's ideal because you've got Shawset on the other side of the pitch, but still make it work with no boost is Semper. Exotic there. Doesn't have any boost, and he's still in the position and continues to play forward. We're not really seeing that from Space Station. They don't have any boost. They oftentimes rotate back, excuse me.
You know, I liked that play. I liked that play because instead of taking a shot that could ricochet right back out to midfield, you try to play it low, get moved,
there.
and that is what you get for it. You get possession away, you come back up with full strength, everything in the tank, and you have an opportunity to spread out on the field, and Shawset with a fantastic pass to get it to Castillo.
And it's crazy that Castillo is in that position in the first place because they're prioritizing boost. Castillo's all the way down on the other end, taking your corner. Space Station rotate back. They have nothing left for themselves, and they're forced to get these last-second saves, which they can't find.
Uh-oh. Castillo, half pinch, maybe a third, an eighth. But here comes SSG. It's going to be up to Daniel and Reynolds to facilitate this offense as Arsenal will bring it through the corner, quickly met as that ball stays in traffic. Reynolds with the escape. Oh, what a floater! They could have fallen in backwards, but yet again, Semper deal with it. Defensively, they have been phenomenal in this series, and Shawset playing bully ball through the side. Stretching the defense out thin. Space Station have to try again.
I don't think Space Station expected Semper to come out and be this aggressive with demos, especially with Castillo. Whenever we had that one game where Castillo had 0 shots, he completely did a 180, and he said, okay, now I'm going to be aggressive as can be, get some demos, take you out while you're on our end, and relieve that pressure.
I mean, the long clear is great, but the infield passing from SSG is something that's been a staple of this trio for so long. When will it come out?
You asked for it, Daniel. We needed a better shot.
How much can he do? It floats in. Arsenal finally upfield pays off. The overextension comes together, and it's a double commit that leaves way to an open net.
Exotic and Shawset getting things mixed up. Both of them up for that shot. And then Arsenal says, I will take this. I've seen you do some corner shots. Let me get one of my own.
Sometimes there are games in Rocket League where it could only be 2 minutes that's gone by, but it feels like 5. This is one of those games. And if you're SSG, there's so much time in the world to get back into it. And Semper have to be careful with doing too much.
Oh, and this time Castillo's not far forward. There was a demo on the play, but he didn't want to get aggressive. Still, he's getting a touch on it, but Reddles is too fast, and it's a 2v1 situation. Daniel goes for the fake and leaves it for Arsenal, but it was sniffed out from Semper.
Wonderfully designed play from Space Station, but better read from Semper on the patient. Arsenal get there, yes. He's going to try to keep it up through the ceiling. Exotic quickly read. Fennec in hand will deal with it.
Okay.
And Shawset will try to corral this ball, but bullied by Daniel right in front. And a huge 50 to get it towards midfield.
Look at these first touches from Space Station. Instead of going for that immediate pass downfield, they're realizing they're not always in position for that pass, so they'll keep it close. Go for that first touch, and then try and control the pace. It's worked out for the first goal. Will it work out for a second?
Now it's just about wrangling the ball in at midfield. Space Station getting a couple interesting looks. The defense has been too good from Semper. Time and time again, a goalie steps up, but this one gets dangerous. Reynolds on the opposite side. Arsenal underneath. Here comes Daniel. They have boost now through the corner. Do they give the young one room to work?
Big transition. It's past one, but Exotic, the shadow defense, always behind him. That's a big clear out, and there's still a player from Semper getting in the way of Space Station.
60 seconds to play here in game number 5. This best of 7 could go to Champions Field. I would love for that to happen.
I just want to say Champions
Field. I would love
Field,
for that to happen.
where we're actually on Champions Field in the series. Certainly this has the potential to be a staple for the wild card.
Looking for that change. Long clear. Rattles can't find it. Better takeaway from Semper. Into the corner. What does Space Station put up on the bar? On the plate. A lot of words, not a lot of time. Only 30 seconds to go.
This is it. Space Station Gaming, 1 goal to even the playing field. Reynolds up early, Shaw set. The accuracy still standing tall. That one just given away. Reynolds looking for a player, trying to connect some passes, but Exotic harassing him on the offense.
Yeah, Reynolds made the right play. Exotic just made a better one.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, there's only so much you can really do. And Semper are going to take those easy bounces and convert it to either a goal or a chance. Off the kickoff. You need a goal within the next 5 seconds if you're SSG for this to be realistic.
The ball is in SSG's court. Semper were in this exact same position. Almost got it, actually. Or at least between 1 or within 1. Final 10 seconds. We'll see if it goes down the other end. Otherwise, we're looking at match point for Semper, who have turned this series around.
I mean, granted, both teams are 2-0.
Yeah.
Neither have to worry about being eliminated today. If you do lose, you try again tomorrow. If you win, you move on to the main event. Thumbs up all around, though. Exotic with 3 epic saves, bumped everybody off the pitch. And Semper won this one handedly in the end.
And now we have a 3-2 scoreline. And I'm going to be honest with you, Spaceman. Even if Semper were up 3-0, I wouldn't count Space Station Gaming out, let alone 3-2. Space Station Gaming have reverse swept at best of 7 before, okay? They can 100% bring this game around, and they had it close there in that individual game. Now with their backs against the wall, maybe Arsenal gets unleashed from his chains, and we'll see something special.
A lot like what we heard the desk talk about, where Space Station won't come into this series underestimating Semper.
Yeah.
Semper now up 3-2 in this series. Guarantee you they will not be underestimating Space Station. They know how important this series is, the opponent they're playing, and what a way to win to get into the main event than to beat a team like SSG. Granted, it's Swiss, not double elim, but still, you're taking down a team that feels like they can make a championship run, and Semper, who a lot of people have doubted.
And we'll see Space Station Gaming get bullied around on the field, where somebody like Chaussette is bumping them, or Cassio's messing with them, as we do, in fact, have a timeout for Space Station Gaming. This is critical for them to change that play style. And what I want to see, when I mentioned Arsenal, more demos. I want to see that physicality come out. Yes, he has been pushing forward, taking some boost, but they're getting beaten up on the field, and they're trying to slow down the pace even more instead of matching them. And Space Station Gaming are one of those teams that I think can match any level of aggression here.
So are you changing the order of the offense now for SSG? Are you looking for physicality, then mechanics, then spacing, or are we moving these cups around?
The thing that I've always liked about Space Station Gaming is they know how to balance things perfectly. Maybe not in the last 2 games we've seen out of them, but previously they have this perfect equilibrium state where they're able to balance demos, balance aggression, figure out who's being forward and the most forward at any given time, and it swaps between Arsenal and Reynolds. Those two have been more passive. Send them forward. Let Daniel have some space to do what he does best, make some magic, and damage that defense.
I mean, that's what makes teams like Moist so impressive, where they take like what SSG do well, which is the passing, the mechanics, the spacing, the intuition, and trusting one another, and they take it to the next level. And that's kind of what you're looking for right now for SSG.
And
like,
they can hit that level. They can hit that ceiling, Spaceman. Certainly.
They absolutely can. Hey, listen, shout out to Bob Grumman. He looks so happy.
He's
Let's
happy.
go hang out with him.
He's happy because we're 1 game away from a Game 7.
Yeah, he's smiling. You got to give him what he wants. Or he eats the foundation under your house, and you go underground. And you look at us. We'll see you there.
Or an Aquadome. But we've already passed that point.
Let's get into it. Neo Tokyo on your screens, and Semper are 1 win away from a 4-2 series win against Space Station. But here comes Arsenal and SSG trying to orchestrate the offense early on in this game.
Space Station Gaming. What is the change that comes out into this game after the timeout? Were they just trying to take a break, or were they purposely implementing a big change and shift in their strategy, their approach? Reddles, the demo, that's what I wanted to see more. And look at the space it opens up for Arsenal to go for a flip reset. Here we go, Chaussette on the dribble, looking like Valencia Chaussette. Gets stopped out and we've still got a back and forth game.
I mean, the boost management has been fantastic from Semper, but a double tap that sets it up to Arsenal.
Oh my.
That's a knuckleball in the front of the net. Here comes Daniel trying for a second challenge. Exotic deals with it again, and Exotic and Cassio defensively have been flawless in this series.
Cassio has been able to read where Space Station Gaming are wanting to go with these midfield passes. After game one, he's like, all right, I completely dissected your playstyle. I know where you're trying to go, and I will slot the shots and put myself in the position between those passes to really get a good transition.
It's a booming clang off the backboard. Still around for Space Station. Here comes Arsenal looking for a pass. Quickly cut down, but Daniel's ready for the extension, and there he goes. How much boost does he have? A bit, a bump.
There we go.
Reynolds around, but Cassio clears. Back to SSG, back to the front of the box. Reynolds slots it, almost a redirect, but I like what I'm seeing from Space Station, trying to get creative in that offensive third.
And they needed to do that because that save would have come out from Semper. It's not enough to have one early shot from the midfield. The defense from Semper, too strong. Need creativity if you're Space Station Gaming, and they're going for it.
Daniel's just one or two key plays away from a breakaway. We've seen Reynolds be fantastic at midfield. Arsenal often overextending. Semper have done a great job of isolating a lot of players, keeping them in the zone, and funneling them through the corners where they've won these 50s in the first touches. As Exotic again will get it around one, maybe two. There's the fake. Here comes Cassio. Shot set as well, working in tandem. Guardian Angel behind in case the shot did land through, but it won't for the moment. Exotic with a bit of boost to burn here. Arsenal has to play the 50, and Shawset pops it. Here comes Reynolds back to midfield.
And it's getting messy on the field. Demos and bumps more often from both teams. This one popped out for Reynolds. Doesn't find it. Look at that 50-50 all the way down the other end, and Space Station Gaming are going to have to go back to step number one.
Some games go slow, others go fast. This is the latter. We've burned 2 minutes, and it has been lightning quick. Looking for that first goal for both teams.
Exotic,
a long clear downfield to Exotic. Does he center that back out for a pass? I think he might have been looking for Cassio, but regardless, the transition begins. Semper have to fall back, and with that, they will grab boost up to SSG now to make the play. What do they call? Where's the bluff? Reynolds off the backboard, getting a second touch. Here comes Daniel, won't find the angle, and Exotic escapes yet again.
Space Station Gaming are finding their own corner paths, though. You don't see somebody like Cassio pushing forward and trying to constantly steal it, or Exotic doing that as well, which means there's more control for Space Station, and they're going to be deadlier on the counterattack. 3 players now flopping at the ball. It does go in favor of Semper, but there was a demo down the other side, so quickly things have turned around, and there's still a man hunting.
Yeah, now they just need midfield boost, and that's what SSG are prioritizing. You've got Reynolds already grabbing one. Arsenal can make the call. Daniel falls back. Everybody gets a chance to swing through the midfield. This is what SSG do so well. They start to overwhelm you with numbers when you don't expect it in those lanes. The traffic can be difficult. It's not suffocating, but it's enough to make the plays break down where they stand. And with Daniel's 50 and a chance now for SSG, here's an opportunity for Arsenal to keep this one going. The extension will be there. Reynolds falling back down to the ground. But yet again, every single time SSG make a play, it's Semper who go right back down the field.
Yeah, and we'll talk about ball over boost, but for Space Station Gaming, they certainly have the idea, right, to go for that boost instead so that they can maintain more possession and have a stronger 50-50, at least keep up with the speed, because if you're going for boost, they don't find themselves out of position too much. There's some space given to Cassio because they're going back for boost, but what does Cassio do with it? Nothing. He just gives it right into Space Station Gaming. The trap has been laid, Semper are falling into it, and it's leading into more shots off the backboard.
That's so dangerous. You're going to have to stop that every time. Space Station are threatening, and you got to feel that something's coming. Semper dealing with that pressure. They've done it all series. It's a long best of 7. They've continued to do so in Game 6.
We're scoreless.
Tried to jump the gun. I mean, we could be looking at a 0-0 going into OT.
Here we go.
But Cassio kicking it high. Shaw set, dead center, Exotic left wing. He'll fly up into the play. Cassio looks for the bump. It won't be there. Quickly cut down by Daniel. And now SSG's chance to move upfield.
The first time I think I've seen somebody from Semper not opt to go for the easy midfield pass off the ceiling and the backboard. There is space for Space Station Gaming. Do they end it before OT?
They might. Reynolds, he's going to sneak through. Here comes Daniel.
No way, no way!
And Daniel again with the 1v1!
Daniel! Everybody's speaking about Laniel. He's coming out here on top. 6 seconds left, and he might just have put in the game-winning shot to send us to Game 7.
Why do you keep counting against him? Semper did such a great job all series, but he eventually finds the angle. They got to keep it up now, and they won't.
Here
Ladies and gentlemen, we get ourselves a Champions Field.
We have been waiting patiently, Spaceman, for a series like this. We finally got it. 3-3 in the wild card. This is the 3rd round. These teams are fighting to get a clean 3-0 record and make it into the group stage.
This is day 3 of Wildcard.
Day 3, baby.
We have a crowd here.
Come on.
We got like a billion more coming next week.
Oh.
And it's just insane what Space Station have been able to do. The resolve in the end of this team. They didn't falter with their game plan. And this was a classic battle of just nothing but trading rooks and pawns, and the chess match that went between these two teams.
It seems
it took one single goal.
Exactly. And it seems like they took less of a priority on those rotations and were getting more selfless with the ball, saying, I'm not going to ball chase. And we do actually have a timeout for Semper, so we have an extra 60 seconds on top of that previous 60 seconds. We have a full 2 minutes here for Semper to recover before we get into Game 7. All the momentum they had before has been killed. This is an even playing field, Spaceman.
You know, I feel like this is the one opportunity where Semper, you could say that their momentum was killed, but with how close that game was, it's more of just, okay, we're frustrated, that goal went through, we let Daniel slip up once, and we lose 1-0, and it was so close in the end. If you're Semper, why stray away from this game plan?
Exactly.
Like, it's clearly worked while you're in Game 7.
Well, okay, and the main thing is they've got Cassio. So Cassio, I'm glad I get to bring this up within the 60 seconds because he's one of the first players that I've ever seen on a stage focusing the most on his mental game. You can see him taking these 60 seconds to focus on his breathing, calm down, eliminate these nerves, and maybe that's why he's taking this extra 60 seconds. Some teams will try and swap things up. We just saw Space Station Gaming. They take a timeout. They come out. They're a completely different team, right? Semper, I don't think they're going to do that. This is more to calm the nerves going into Game 7 and stay consistent.
If you're SSG, I think this timeout helps you more than it helps Semper.
You think so?
Because at this point in the series, you've been going game after game after game. You've had to make those adjustments on the fly. Now, you get a chance to breathe after Daniel's win. You get a chance to just talk through the game plan.
Look at him. There's the breathing. This is what I'm talking about. You see him closing his eyes?
Yeah.
That's something that I first saw with Cassio.
Like, Semper's been rolling with the punches and handling it well. SSG, a veteran team like this, that timeout might do everything for the squad. The opening 2 minutes might be the most important.
But this is it. Game 7 on Champions Field. Space Station Gaming up against Semper. The winner moves on. The loser's gonna have to stay in this Swiss format and battle it out even more.
Both these teams 2-0. And what a way to kick it off in day 3. 2 series in, and it's been absolutely fantastic.
Hectic stuff. Semper going for this corner game, looking for 50-50s. If somebody comes up, look at that, Exotic being patient. That's what he wants. Forcing that challenge game, maybe it'll squeeze out into the midfield.
And we're already seeing some of those bumps on the back wall, trying to get Space Station uncomfortable with their extensions downfield. But Reynolds recovering back into the play. Will play through the corner. Arsenal potentially waiting for that challenge. It will not fall. Regardless, he will get the ball right back. Does Shawstat make a read off of it? Yes.
And it's hard to see, but everybody needs to pay attention to the boost of Space Station Gaming. Look at their corners. You don't see Semper with a player downfield taking it. That's what worked out so efficiently before. Will Space Station Gaming still be able to have that type of control over the boost pads? Daniel's alone, and Arsenal, as he's rotating back, does get the boost.
I'm worried about some of those redirect passes from Semper because you catch SSG rotating, and they're not ready for that. But they've done a great job of keeping the ball towards the ground, changing some of their attitudes, and getting more aggressive on the offensive third. We've seen it before. A minute or so burned here in Game 7. A lot of fanfare, but no score.
And there was a double coming on the play, which leaves so much space for Arsenal to do some damage. Doesn't get much out of it. Another force 50-50 from Exotic. And a stalemate, back and forth. No team able to hold on to too much possession, But Shawstat does take that corner and might lead to even more pressure.
That's a dangerous back pass. You better be hoping that Cassio can't recover like he just did with a double tap that sent it towards the high part of the backboard. Trying to clear it away, but SSG have no luck right now. Exotic has Cassio as well. Oh, it's just gonna float in, and it just rolls its way forward. Semper had all the numbers up. SSG had it as well, but they get baited around one another.
Oh my goodness, Space Station Gaming absolutely thrown for a whirl. Exotic didn't know what he was doing behind the ball, just forcing a 50-50, and it confused everybody on Space Station Gaming, left speechless, and you've just got to force in the shot.
I feel like we just got sent back to Game 1 and 2 with how this series went.
Yeah.
Didn't expect that this quickly. First 2 minutes, it's 1 goal. Shawstat trying to make it 2.
Sometimes it's that sudden change of pace, Spaceman, that can throw a team off. This game was high flying left and right, the clear, constantly going back and forth between each side, and then all of a sudden things stop and the ball loses all its speed threw Space Station off their game, but they need to get back into this, trailing by 1.
Not the sharpest touch from Reynolds, but it doesn't matter. Center back down from Arsenal. Reynolds keeping it alive. Daniel's out.
Oh, no.
Out. There's a demo. And here comes Daniel.
What is that pass?
Has to play it high off the backboard. You're going to have to slow it here like he does. A triple tap. What? Reynolds again?
How?
It happens every time. And SSG find the goal.
How did they make this work? Daniel just did the impossible. He controlled it off the backboard, recovered like an absolute legend, and then it was able to get it back into the midfield. Space Station Gaming have somehow tied it up.
That kid.
That is ridiculous. That pass that came across was so strong.
I don't understand it. But here comes Daniel again. If he wins that 50, it's a dangerous ball game here. Casio, the defense of Semper, have to slow it down. And they might.
Set. Oh, going for a flick. This is something out of Semper we haven't seen in quite a while. Is their energy depleted? Of course not. It's all tied up 1-1.
That's a great touch from Reynolds. He gets boost as well. That's a great extension downfield because now you have numbers around and you can play through the aerials here.
Oh, what a touch from
But
Exotic.
fantastic as always. Casio playing it off below the back wall.
Yeah.
Reynolds had to make that read perfectly, and he did.
These teams are definitely leaving everything on the field. We're seeing it. The predictions from Semper, this defense, still up to par with the best we have seen all tournament long. And Space Station Gaming recovering off the backboard, going for those midfield passes. This is by far the best these teams have looked, and we are getting a thrilling Game 7.
One of the very few demos we've seen in this Game 7.
Here we go.
Daniel.
Don't
Second
do
tap.
it to him.
Not there. Here comes Arsenal. Quick block right on the point of contact from Exotic. And Daniel will take it away again. He holds the reset. Over one. Oh, it floats around. It's not in, but the danger is still there from SSG.
Semper are buried on the defensive side, but they're not out yet. They're still tied up. Shot after shot, save after save. They are still in this one. 45 seconds to go.
And it's hanging dangerously. There's not a lot of clears right now for Semper. They're struggling to find the opening back at midfield. Casio will eventually win a 50, leads it to Exotic. Exotic can play this down low to the ground, and you have Casio around as well. It's not going to roll in. Everybody calm down. It's chaos and a bit of pandemonium at midfield, but Reynolds off the back wall, cleared away by Semper.
Space Station Gaming, each time it seems like they get maybe 2-3 shot opportunities. But Semper, when this ball goes down the other end, they've only got one chance, one good look at the net. If they're going to take this game, they have to make it count. Their shooting accuracy has been flawless. An early shot from Reynolds doesn't go in, and we find ourselves with the final 10 seconds.
Daniel, it's a waterfall. Casio had to play it. It's going to give it right back to Reynolds. Where are the numbers right now for Semper?
Reynolds.
A 0-second buzzer beater to get it to the main event. And Exotic will cut it. Shawset down to the ground. Can they kill it? They will. It's golden goal for Game 7.
Game 7 overtime. The crowd here getting louder and louder, and this is a good kickoff. Reynolds around one player. Semper have been forced to play so much unbelievable defense, but they are still standing tall, standing proud.
Daniel can make the play, but Shawset with the cut into the lane. Pressure right now for Semper as they push up 2 at a time. Won't find it. We'll keep this one low. Big challenge from Semper, but Daniel escapes, and he has no boost. We'll rethink the approach.
Oh my goodness, the speed is picking up for Semper. This one off the corner. Casio doesn't have the follow-up. The boost wasn't there. One of the best opportunities we've seen wasted.
He wanted a pass. It just wasn't around. Shawset cuts it again, but SSG running a bit low between Arsenal and Daniel's department. How long will it last? Great shot, and it falls in again! Shawset takes them down, and Space Station have to try again tomorrow.
And it's a classic play from the corner. Look at the pop-off, the hugs coming out. Casio feeling it right now. The energy, top-notch from these 3 boys. Fantastic work. What a defensive showing, Spaceman.
You hit the nail on the head in the start of this series. The accuracy from this team, it will carry them through moments like that.
That is ridiculous. And they have to deal with the pressure. You're that accurate under this type of pressure. Think about what would have happened if Space Station Gaming could have been a little bit more deadly, a little bit more lethal with those shots, but still a nail-biter of a series. And we have just been treated today, Spaceman.
I believe if these stats are correct, Semper is now 6-0 in overtime so far.
The ice.
This team, we talk about Moist in Game 5s and 7s, what they did looking back to the fall major, or to the winter major and to the spring major. this team in OT is very reminiscent of what that Moist squad is doing.
And it has been full circle now for Cassio, Chaussette. I remember these players, Exotic now, going and taking under the wing of these two veterans. I remember back in the day, they struggled to close out games, Chaussette and Cassio. Things so many times not going their way, but now in Game 7, OT, they barely get any chances. But it's a corner play, a midfield pass from that challenge that ends things, and Space Station Gaming are going to have to go back and look into their next series to make it into that group stage.
You know, we said it earlier in the series, this could really come down to like a 1-0 ball game, a 1-1. We could be looking at a lot of OTs.
Yeah.
We eventually got our overtime, and we got a couple of them as well as a Game 7. Welcome back. But what was so fantastic was this was a chess match throughout. Everybody pawn takes pawn, but when you started making that rook move upfield a little bit more, you had boost management, Semper did a great job with it, and they relied on the accuracy to push all of the chips towards the table, and the king took over.
And now we see why Semper really decided to go for that that timeout, because they were able to calm their nerves. You saw how cold stone killers they were in Game 7 on defense. They knew they were going to have to play a lot of defense, and that's why they took the timeout. That's why they're able to collect themselves, because one moment where you panic and there's a double commit, Space Station Gaming are going to capitalize.
I mean, listen, this is Swiss. This is not double elim. SSG are not sitting in lower bracket right now. There's a lot of time to get back into it, and they still have more chances. But quick final thoughts, Turtle. Looking at SSG, I mean, I think that was a great series for them regardless. They just ran into a team with better accuracy.
SSG, I mean, that's a Game 7 OT loss. There's nothing that you can really be too hard on about yourself. A coin flip, absolutely. But I do believe we have Stumpy on stage with the winners. Let's go ahead and throw it over to him.
Thank you very much, Turtle. I am joined by Semper's coach, Finish. What an incredible series. The first time we've seen any team go to Champions Field so far. Game 7, how were the nerves standing behind your players?
I mean, we were confident as we were playing good during the series, so we weren't really nervous. Of course, it's a Game 7, so it's a bit tense, but we had a good feeling about it, so we just played our game and it worked, so we are just happy now.
I mean, up against SSG, one of the favourites, not only for the crown, but in the competition, realistically, to be going 3-0 in the Swiss. But it's you guys. Instead, it is Semper who have done it. There were people doubting that you guys would even make it out of the Swiss, and you've done it in 3. That feeling must be second to none.
It's amazing, it's amazing. I mean, we wanted to prove everyone wrong, and we did it the right way, beating Space Station in front of the crowd. Like every people here are just cheering for us. Nobody expected us to, as you say, just even make it out of the Swiss. Now we are 3-0. We only lost 3 games against one of the best teams in the world. I mean, in Los Angeles, in London, they did great results every time. So, yeah, it just feels so good.
I feel like there's a lot of admiration in the crowd for you guys as well. I always love seeing that, even though SSG have been favourites for a long time. Semper beating, you still get the love. Well done, crowd. Love that from you guys. Being able to, come out and be a team that is going to upset a lot of people, and being able to come to North America and beat one of the North American teams, you'll instead be facing either a European team in Endpoint or a South American team in Furia. Do you have a preference at all?
We talked about it, and Furia definitely, because Endpoint, we played against them all season long. Like, they know how we play, we know how they play, and we prefer to face another region.
Okay, so not the known enemy, somebody unknown, different challenge?
Yeah, of course. I mean, and it's also part of my job, so I'm gonna watch some games of Furia, trying to find some many little mistakes, and lead the team as they are playing great, so just have the momentum and continue to play like that.
Okay, well, either Endpoint or Furia will be facing off against Semper, but before then, we have more Swiss to continue with. It is Optic versus Carmine after the break.
We've all been here before.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's
That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
Club trying to hang on for dear life now. They've watched their 2-goal lead vanish into thin air. Looking to take one back. KV1 for Astromic, and that's right there for Banana Head. And a good ball ahead intended for Super Lucky, but led him a little too far.
Banana Head, you see Super Lucky going off the ceiling there. Tried to get that read, almost was able to. Would have been a great chance, great solo effort. Here's Banana Head off the ceiling. Is Scrub going to be able to get a piece of that? Does, tries to throw things off here. They're taking to the skies. It's working out. Final 10 seconds on the clock. Super Lucky looking for a bump. Banana Head, can he get this to Scrub? It does go up, but Scrub doesn't want to commit. Now, Scrub will have to turn. Low boost gets demoed. Is there a chance for a counterattack? This ball is on the wall. Lost. Gonna leave this one. No, takes it. And now Astromic with the touch. Trying to get the follow-up, and that will do it. Overtime in game 2.
Well, that might have been a little greedy for the club after playing to just try and survive for the last 40 seconds of that game, keeping the ball in the air. They don't get punished for it. Nobody does. And now here's KV1 charging down Scrub. Just got to get up to this one very quickly. Not a lot in the tank, though, for anybody other than Banana Head, who's got to make the sole defensive effort. Lost. They got around him, and Super Lucky there with just the slightest touch to throw off the club.
Lost dancing around the Pioneers. Great dunk as well. Banana Head has to backtrack. Great touch, too. If Laws gets a piece of that, that's going in the net. Astromic tries to do everything and gets blocked away. KV1, not a lot of boost, but still enough to get past Banana Head. Pioneers in trouble. You can see the pressure coming in from the club. They have to weather the storm. They get it out in open space for now. And finally, they're going to get a chance to fill up.
Team that survives this has to go up against one of the teams that loses today in the 2-0 bracket. Good luck. You're going to have a team that's going to be very angry with a missed opportunity. As KV1 and Astromic somehow combined to keep that ball away. It looked like it was halfway through, but still somehow forced out.
What a save coming out there took the team there. Team effort, but not done yet. You see a bump come through. Is this it for Super Lucky? Top left slot! Super Lucky steps up and makes a super play!
Couldn't have placed it any better if he could point and click. Unbelievable shot, and we could hear him. You could see the emotion on the screen. We could hear him.
My favorite moment so far this season, I think, has to be the LA Major. In the winter, it was a huge moment for Team Queso and FaZe Clan, and it's one of those moments where we ended up getting that match on the floor in front of like 6,000 people. We're watching a FaZe Clan roster that's trying to hit their peak, but they ran into Team Queso, who started in lower round 1, and they moved their way through in game 5 and 7 situations, just winning and non-stop clutching up with the ice. And that's one of the first times I looked at a roster like any esport and was like, they're on pace to do one of the greatest runs of any esport I've ever seen.
When FaZe turn it on, they turn it on big time. Typical begin to assault that back. First killer.
The audience left with their jaws on the floor. Goyo on the
Getting Team Queso, now known as Moist, and FaZe Clan going head-to-head in a huge matchup was about as picture-perfect as you could want. And I think the LA Major, just as a spectacle for the first land back with fans in like 3 years, it was just phenomenal, man. That is definitely a highlight for me this season, my favorite moment so far, and I think looking back in like 10 years, they'll be one of my favorites as well.
Oh man, it took us 2.5 days of competition, but finally we go to Champions Field overtime at that. What a competition. Look at the pop-off from Semper yet again, silencing the doubters. When are we going to start trusting this team and believing in them? They're the first team to qualify for the main event.
Listen, man, I believe in them. I believe in him. It happened.
I believe in him.
It happened. Shogun sat all the way in there. He's not there. Stumpy's there now.
Smug.
Shogun is smug. He said, I can't wait to be the only one right. Shogun's not here. So I'll give him his props. 90% of the chat was wrong.
Fair play.
Semper, they look a completely different team.
I mean, when we heard that it was 90-10% of the chat vote, I turned to Stumpy and I went, that's a bit much. Stumpy went, nah, that's about right.
I was like, yeah, that's about right.
What? It's not 90-10. That's crazy. But Space Station Gaming, they did start off really well. But Semper, they just never seem overawed by anything at the moment, and their playstyle is so meticulous that they don't seem to panic when things are going against them. They're able to grind their way into series, and Space Station got frustrated.
And there are also issues, ultimately, with both of these teams coming in. We saw some defensive errors. We saw that Semper, every now and then, they just go for one too many touches, and then Space Station would have a free goal to go on. Daniel and Rettles looked sublime. They did an incredible job. Arsenal, a touch lacking, but when you come up against Semper, who are hitting their shots, when they literally haven't made a championship Sunday, this entire split so far, they did so well.
And something you got to give the Semper is their composure. The Pioneers pressured them a lot. They were composed. SSG started off hot against them with a lot of pressure, and even in game 6 and 7 had a lot of pressure as Daniel slide that, but Semper never seemed to be phased. They were always ready to counterattack, take their chances, and then capitalize on them.
With the crowd against them as well, it does make it so much more difficult pushing your car through those finishes. You know, you really have to be confident, even in the final moment. And look at that. You've got to love a reaction like that.
I need the picture of that from the photographer, where that is a profile picture if I've ever seen one.
That's a poster if I've ever seen one there. I mean, and the question of, is Shawset back or not? If is ShawsetBack.com was a website right now, it goes resounding yes. bright flashing colors. Looked excellent throughout that entire series, but it did require a Game 7 overtime, Bates.
It sure did. And listen, we're going to bring up that Game 7 overtime goal. There's a couple things I want y'all to see on this right now. Listen, look at the top, your top left of the screen. Semper has no boost. They're going to score in 10 seconds from now. They have absolutely no boost. SSG has all the boost control. We roll the tape. Actually, Castillo, a little bit of a weak stop right there. Already off rip. This is the first mistake the SSG makes. Arsenal just needs to air dribble this one out. No need to panic. No need to flip away from the ball. He's going to give away possession to a team that has absolutely no boost. Reynolds and Daniel double commit, puts Daniel in an awkward position. And then Castillo, Charleston off the corner, he grabs that boost. And once we get this fly cam, we're really going to see this play develop a little bit more so you can see how Charleston got there. Arsenal cut off Daniel. Made him panic. No air dribble right there. Charleston challenges. Charleston just picked up the mid-boost 100. Challenges right there. Watch as Charleston lands. I'm going to slow-mo a little bit. Charleston's going to grab that back 100. He's at 30. He's going to grab that back 100. Give Charleston some time to grab a boost. Exotic challenges right here. And then Charleston, after grabbing that 100 boost right there, is already filled in. Arsenal challenged earlier from the failed air dribble. Arsenal is not rotated back yet. He went for the boost, the middle right boost that wasn't there. He's not back in time. Charleston 100 boost. Arsenal too late. Slot. And that's exactly how Charleston ended up winning that game. Our SSG had all the pressure, all the composure up until that point where they panicked just a little bit. They had absolutely no boost. Just finished the game, SSG.
That was the entirety of Game 7, especially the final few minutes was the Space Station with all the composure up in front and the Semper just hanging on by the thread, just barely holding on, just barely not making enough mistakes to concede the goal. And then the moment there was a mistake the other way, they were able to capitalize.
I love as well that you asked at the start, is Shaw set back? And it was an old-fashioned infield pass along the floor. You know, you got to make that decision of do you take it? It's an old way of scoring, right? After Arsenal had failed his air dribble too. So it's sort of like the old guard up against the new. And Semper won that one. And we have just, I feel like no one in the scene has been giving them enough respect, you know, because they keep winning. They've won 4-0. They've won 4-0. Now 4-3 against SSG. They have to be in the conversation of able to take teams down in the group stage.
I'm worried if we start believing in them that's going to take away the magic.
I think it will a little bit because I remember when I spoke to some of the guys from Semper like a while ago, a few splits ago, and they were saying, why don't you ever believe in us? Why don't you ever pick us? And I'm like, well, sometimes there's these issues, blah, 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 and then finally you pick them, and then they, don't do their job, then they don't put it away, and it's like, come on, I finally went for you. I hope that they do not listen to us at any given moment. They ignore us like they very well should, and they can just get on with their job, win more series, because that is the Semper we've wanted since Exotic came in. That is what they could have put up, and finally they have.
Brilliant stuff there. Also on the B stream, just a few matches to give you updates on. You can see this is our current stream. We had a 4-1 from the Renegades over Team Secret, as well as Dignitas over 0-1. Right now, the club and the Pioneers are in overtime in Game 3. I believe that series is 1-1. Make sure you got the B stream pulled up. But here on the main stream, the War of the Walls is going to be happening. Carmine Corp versus Optic Gaming. About time if one of these teams is going to be advancing. I love 2-0 Swiss gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fantastic. Optic, they overperformed more than we expected them to at all yesterday on against Dignitas. Just playing, they seem to perform their best at these LANs, which is a really good habit to get into. But K-Corp as well. I mean, Astral, have we seen him play this well all year?
No. Yeah. We haven't. We haven't at all. And he's absolutely decided right now, the World Championship, let me throw it back to Season 8.
Well, on one side of the wall is the color blue. It's Carmine Corp.
Being in RLCS in Dallas feels amazing because World Championship is always the first target you want to achieve. For the team, it's actually big because we had a rough start of the season, then we still made it, so it's so big. So the goal for the team is just making it to the final one and winning it. We've been training every day to make it happen, so let's just put all the effort in the field and it should work.
Flip reset, CRR swatted that away, and Nolly now up the ladder from the heavens, trying to swing one down, and he's got it!
Version 1 are poking through, but maybe Itachi, can he put something on target? He flicked it over!
So for the haters, many people doing the scene saying that we won't be in Dallas, you're not good enough to be in Dallas. Look where I'm standing. I think we are in Dallas. Teams should fear us because we're pretty unpredictable and we don't really have nerves when we play on stage. Of course, we're here to win. We wouldn't be here if we didn't want to win. We just want to stand on the stage and destroy everyone.
Stand on the stage and destroy everyone. They have destroyed pretty much everyone they've gone up against so far, Stumpy.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job. They went 4-1 versus 0-1, then they went 4-0 versus Renegades. They have had a fantastic journey here, and we looked at Carmine Corp throughout the season. Picking up Nolly is the greatest thing that has happened to that org and also to him individually. He has turned around his fortune he was having with other orgs and making their way to Dallas from an unbelievably strong spring split. The points they earned at London, getting fourth, it is so fun to see them on this stage because they really do seem to be LAN players.
I mean, here's the man that pulls the strings for them, though, Itachi. He is such a good passer of the ball, always in the best possible position for his team, and he has really risen this Carmine Corp roller coaster. From the start of the season in preseason, they were the team to beat. Of course, it turned into BDS as the season itself started, but he's been up, he's been down, and finally he seems to have found his perfect team.
And here's the man that has picked this game up, the man who is back in Season 8 form, probably even better, Astro. I have never seen him smile this much. He is pure, he is really comfortable on this roster. Nothing is stopping him. He has Nomi and Itachi right behind him. As long as he has to focus on just his mechanics and let the other two hold down the comms in the back end, the blue wall, they're looking impenetrable.
It's the strongest we've seen this team the entire season. It's a long season.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be honest that when they got to the top 4 in spring, like, obviously they performed. I thought they'd overperformed, right? I didn't think they were at that level in general, but I think we're learning now that they actually just straight up are that good, will continue to be that good, and will really take this one to Optic.
Well, on the other side of things, the color is green. It's Optic Gaming.
Feels great to be here. Super excited to start competing at the World Championship. This tournament is huge for our team. We've been working all year to get here.
Oh, Drees, good infield pass to and he almost hooked that in on the top side to take the lead early.
Do you see the work here? The pass mid.
On the Wildcard, we're hoping for a quick 3-0, but if we can't do that, just to get through to group stage. The team is feeling really excited. It's Drees and I's first World Championship, and we're hoping to perform well. Optic is the best team because we can adapt quickly.
You're going to need a bit more of that support because they are struggling today, and they're getting clipped on, missed, with a banger in 7 seconds.
A lot of teams will underestimate us, and that will help us go further in the tournament. Expect a lot of aggressive demo plays from us with a touch of great defense. People who are doubting us, you're going to be disappointed.
You know, we've seen Optic Gaming play one time on this stage so far, and that one performance base was enough for us to argue that Mist should be all 3 MVPs for Worlds.
I mean, when you dominate Dux out that badly, I mean, what else were you supposed to say about the young man? He popped off on offense, dominated on defense, was probably the best save of the defensive. Actually, the best save of the event. I don't even know why I question it. But that young man right there has also been playing really well. Every single time he has played a LAN, he has performed admirably, above what everybody's expecting. I expect nothing less from that young man right there.
I feel like Drees just epitomizes Optic, that no one ever backs him, and yet they just continue to do incredibly well. But Illusion, he's another one who always seems to do well at LANs. Exactly, LAN Illusion for phase in full, then dropped, finally back playing for Optic after coaching before. It's good to see him back on the pitch. He seems at home, you know, happy to represent the team, happy to talk them through it, and he'll be so important for them.
His story is wonderful, and next to him, Mist. Oh, literally, we can't say anything more about him. He has had one of the most spectacular seasons that we have seen from him, or at least the most recent split. They've done so well. Mist is the man on that team where, you know, if he's playing well, you said that, you know, the blue wall was impenetrable. The green wall, they look unstoppable with him.
Ooh. How does a wall move?
It falls, but like in a cool way.
Oh, in a cool way.
Or you move the ground underneath it and the wall goes with it?
Maybe, yeah. They put it on a truck.
I prefer the cool way, personally.
Okay.
the cool way here. Oh, man, and what a battle it is. Carmine Corp on one side, Optic Gaming on the other. Is there a favorite? It's hard to say at this point. We have a career-peaking Carmine Corp against an Optic that has risen over the last 2 events and silenced all doubters. We're going to find out what you guys think at home. Is the color green or blue? Use hashtag KC, hashtag OG, depending on which side you're falling here. Stumpy, is there a favorite?
I would argue there is a favorite because one of these teams got to top 4 at the Spring Major. Most recently, Carmine Corp had an incredible performance. Nolly was popping off. You said about Astral earlier. I have been incredibly critical of him because I know what he can achieve, and as does he. His frustration comes from a very real place, and he's letting it all out on his opponents in a very positive way. My prediction here, I'm going Carmine Corp. I cannot pick against a team that has been peaking most recently.
I think I'm going to say the same thing. I think that Carmine Corp are peaking at the moment, and their peak is higher than Optic's. To me, the key battle is between Mist and Astral. If Mist can keep Astral out and frustrate him, then Carmine Corp can somewhat fall apart. Is that going to happen? I guess I'm predicting no, but if it does, yeah. Carmine Corp for me.
You both make great points, but you're wrong here. OG Mist, best player on the field right here. He's absolutely popping off. He's in that Vatira category in defense. That's what it takes to stop a player like Astro. Optic Gaming, the green wall's taking it home.
He said it all, folks, right there, folks. Mist is here in force right now. I predicted Green Wall to win it yesterday. I can't possibly go against them in the battle of the wall, the war of the walls. My brain keeps saying want to say the wall of the wars, which is just funny in my head.
The wall of the wars.
79% though, the blue wall is in chat right now, folks. Let's get to the game and see if chat is right. In the blue, it's gonna be the blue. Carmine Corp looking to punch their ticket to the main event. Optic Gaming looking to play spoiler and able to skip the next 2 days. Who's it gonna be? Let's find out. The Rise in Skybox.
So, Europe has managed to take one of the 3-0 spots, but can North America answer back, get this game, and put it to 1 apiece? Shogun here, joined by Johnny. Best of 7 coming our way, and somebody is going on through.
And somebody could be another upset. Optic weren't expected by many to be the team in this position. Carmine Corp, I think, at least in most of the predictions I saw, had further advancements in the Swiss stage. They're off to a good start here, but of course Mist, as mentioned in the desk, always that goalkeeper to keep that kind of shot out.
But Carmine Corp, a team that have got stronger and stronger as the season went on. Looking to peak at the right time here at the World Championships, but there's the ceiling reset. And Dries, who started off his career with maybe the most pressure I've seen on a player who's just starting out. Settled in now, moved over to Optic, and he has just been getting better and better on the play. Back over to Mist. Might get this. Has he got anything extra? No, not quite. Nolly bumped out of the way, so Astral called in just to see away the danger.
Yeah, no reset there for Mist. He was trying to get one after doubling the ball off the ceiling. And I think if he had one, it would have probably been a goal. We've seen high mechanical plays in offense from Mist in the previous round against Dignitas. They're up against what most would consider tougher competition. It's not going to matter. Dries punching in the first goal, like you mentioned. What a tune-up he's had in this most recent split.
Love the setup as well from Mist, who really was the player of the day yesterday. Looking to transfer some more of that magic into this series against Carmine. What I do like about Optic is that they've found another level of pace. Here's Nolly, however, almost gets past Mist.
Oh, why?
And he's done exactly that.
Yeah, looked like a bit of a stranded third man here. Illusion trying to control the play, wasn't really able to get anything going, and you see Mist in the top right there, no boost available, so he's completely stuck. No real options for what to do with the save there. Well played by Nolly nonetheless to get the ball high and up and over his head. Dries now 1v1 with Itachi. He's going to go under him, and Dries puts in a second goal just as quickly as K-Corp's tie.
Kickoffs looking like the X factor. Which team is going to be able to make better use of them? We will find out throughout this series. But Optic looking amazing with them. Just muscling the ball over the line. We got anything extra here? This one, Nolly blasting through towards the backboard now. Astral takes control, 20 boost, and just waits for Nolly. Love the communication coming through for that one. Something that we're seeing an awful lot here from Optic. A lot of times they are just leaving players on the walls. And it is giving them a permanent option. They don't need to just take the first hit. It is easier to get it to a wall to the side of you than it is to your opponent's backboard. And they have become keenly aware of that. Double commit. As one of them trying to wipe out the blue car. Ooh, Illusion. Unable to set up this time around, but K-Corp have struggled to get out of these sort of positions. Itachi takes on two. It's now Illusion against Astral, but Astral sees his shot smothered over there by Mist.
Yeah, not on the same page there with the follow-up. Nolly will make a move now and gets his second goal of the game. So although the initial attack kind of ground to a halt, Nolly half flips back into position. Disruption from Astral leads to a much better opportunity for him. And again, Mist, zero boost, unable to respond.
And it goes right back again to that communication between Astro and Nolly. That has been the duo that a lot of people have been talking about that has leveled up K-Corp. And you saw Nolly, an aggressive and ambitious cut of rotation. But Astro communicate it, Nolly believes in it, and they get their just desserts. Nolly, okay, maybe not quite as well communicated to Astro this time around, who does scramble to help out. Astro wants to take the challenge, does exactly that. Nolly called in. Here comes Mist. Leaves it for the challenge. Who's going to be there for the follow-up? No one around. As we powering down to the other side of the field. And yeah, there are just those little moments there from Optic where a delay on the rotation in.
Yeah, look for a moment there like Astro might have just had a way through, but it turns out Dries did have enough momentum to easily cover it. They are following extremely close with their second and third man at the moment. That's going to be brilliant for following up quickly on 50-50s that don't really travel too far. Should the ball bounce up into the air, arc with a high trajectory, and it's likely to go over their heads. Notice just how close they are to each other when they advance into the Optic half. Lush is actually the last man back here. He's being hunted. Dries not able to make anything happen, but great rotation from Mist to play the ball. Dries just pressured it for a moment. That gave Mist an opportunity to turn.
So 2 each, 90 seconds left. Is that about to change? Astro off the backboard. Couldn't find the extra touch. But now we see Itachi goes backboard yet again. Maybe a chance to break away, and it's with the player that you'd want this with, but missed 0 boost. Couldn't create something for his team. And look at these challenges. Itachi, no fear. He knows he's got the backup. Unfortunately for K-Corp, this time around they didn't have the shot. But for game 1, either side could take this. Right now, K-Corp looking like the stronger, but here we go. Missed this time. Again, very low boost. And again, can't create much for it. He's in the right position, he's just not got the resources.
A simple read there for Nolly, but he does well with it. Let's play it into a position Astro can deal with. Optic trying not to overextend here. Just pressuring the ball with low boost players. The rest of the team is sitting back with plenty to spare at that halfway line. You see Optic don't really throw themselves forward the way Carmine Corp do. More patient approach. What worked for them yesterday against Dignitas. The air dribble defense continues to impress. Optic do not waste time getting up into the air, challenging players like Astral. They're going to be a threat if you give them time and space.
Left it for Nolly!
Oh!
13 seconds, Optic! That's all you have to turn this back around.
It's actually to the backboard. Illusion did not go for this. I think the goalkeeper from Optic was a bit confused. They weren't sure whose job it was to play that ball. And in the fear of double committing, they've not challenged Nolly, who gets his hat-trick.
Nolly has been all over this first game, but so has Dries. Almost found the reset. But it's these positions that Optic tends to do pretty well in. They have to swarm at this moment in time. Illusion, 0 boost, looks for the setup. Missed, can't find it. Interception from Astral gives K-Corp game number 1.
Yeah, very close try at the end there from Optic. Still like the way that they're playing overall. Just a couple of key moments there where Mist ended up out of boost in the net, left him with nothing to do against Nolly's striking. And the hat-trick, of course, came from Nolly. Maybe the one moment in the game, and maybe the one moment in the entire tournament where we saw Optic not sending somebody quickly to a ball. I think that's one of the things that they've done exceptionally well so far this week, is that when the ball's up in the air, one of them is going for it. They just go up for it. To make life easier for a goalkeeper. That time nobody went for the backboard pass. You can see it right here. Illusion's not up, Mist is sitting in the net, he's not up either. They did have boost there, so it wasn't because of boost problems. They just decided not to go with both of their players.
We were talking yesterday how I felt like Optic versus Dignitas was maybe one of the best stylistic matches for Optic, but we do have K-Corp here. They're a very different style of beast, and we got to saw that throughout this first game where there's no skill, there's no sort of moment of being afraid of sending all 3 into the opposing side of the field, which Dignitas struggled with a little bit more. Dignitas were definitely struggling with figuring out when we want to send players. Are we happy with leaving the possible 2v1 on the counter-attack? K-Corp just say, we're going to score off this. Who cares about leaving somebody back?
Yeah, the issue that Dignitas had against Optic yesterday was they were overextending, and also they were heavily focusing on infield passes early on. And Dries, in particular, but Optic as a whole, just read so many of them and turned it into goals for themselves rather than even plays that they have to worry about from Dignitas.
Do you think Optic, I mean, K-Corp maybe learned their lesson? Don't go for those infield passes. Optic have those covered and managed to get quite a few counter-attacking goals from those. There's Itachi off the challenge. He rolls very nicely to Nolly. That's his 4th.
Well, this is reminiscent of a goal we saw Optic score on Dig yesterday on Aqueduct, where it was Illusion forcing the 50-50 towards his teammate. Look at the way that Itachi manipulated that one into Nolly's direction as Nolly scores his 4th straight goal. He scored all the goals for K-Corp.
K-Corp happy to pass to the player rotating out. Not something that is as frequent as maybe it might end up being, especially if K-Corp keep finding the success that they currently are. Nolly blasts the ball long. Ball's missed into action, whose first touch did set him up pretty well to continue playing. Infield pass. Straight to Itachi. K-Corp just know where each other are for every single touch. Now off the backboard one more time. Dries recognizing he's not under pressure. Still, K-Corp sends somebody. Means Itachi's got a lot of work to do. Pass to miss. Can they put it in? Can they ever?
What a play by Dries. Just takes his time in defense. Gets the reset. Past Itachi. Astral beaten to the punch by Mist, who slots it into the bottom left. I mean, Dries is really on fire every single time he attacks. He looks dangerous. Wonderful to see a player, like you mentioned, had such a tough start to his career, so much pressure on his shoulders. Now he's just playing as if he's got none. He's really thriving in the moment, but here comes Itachi, and K-Corp respond.
If you want to talk about rough starts to their career, Itachi will look at you and laugh and say, I came from as far away as I possibly could have done. Started off with one of the only teams that we've ever seen not getting a win in an RLCS season. Look at him now, putting the ball in, 2-1 K-Corp. He doesn't want that to ever be mentioned again. He wants to be mentioned Itachi World Championship winner. And with saves like that, that will certainly help.
Unreal stop by Itachi there. K-Corp putting it together at both sides of the field here. Pressure's on Optic. Tend to be a counter-punching team. Astral the back pass, like you mentioned earlier, they just seem to know at all times where they are on the field. Nolly missed the boost though, and that did lead to a bit of a delay on getting the ball clear. But once again, Astral just offloads to him. Wonderful seeing Astral, a player who is for a long time known as that 1v3 player who would just take the ball, try and do everything himself. Look how willing he is, look how happy he is to just offload the ball to a teammate, even in a position where it looks like he's got a play on it as well.
It's just trust. As it drops down, Itachi straight at miss. There's the follow. It's Nolly again. 5 goals, 2 games. Stop him if you can.
Astral infield to Itachi. Mist had to just get in the way and hope for the best. The shot didn't come into an angle that he could really work with, and the rest was inevitable. Nolly's had the predator instinct today. That's his 5th goal now in 2 games. Quite the impressive stat line against a team like Optic. They're known for their defense. That was almost another one bounced again. Mist had to just lunge at that one. But he did get it to bounce off the inside of the post. Now here come Optic on the counter.
This is the problem with being a counter-punching team. You have to let K-Corp punch first. And that is not working at the moment. K-Corp, throw heavy, score better. Astral back into the midfield. He's already got Itachi pre-jumping for it.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, that was so close to being world-class.
You can see the defense had no idea that Itachi was even thinking of playing for the reset there. He's scooping it into the corner of the net. And Itachi's so close to making it work.
2 minutes. And Optic know what they're up against here. Now it's them that have to try and chase after a game. It's plan B. As Lucian, despite a poor first touch, actually causing a bit of chaos with it.
Well, briefly boost ran out there for Carmine Corp, but they're just sitting behind the ball calmly, inviting Optic into their end. Optic accept the invitation. They've got plenty of time left in this game. Creating realistic scoring chances has been pretty tough against K-Corp. Yesterday, Optic did really well in the 50-50 game against Dig, but Carmine Corp proving to be a tougher beast to go up against in that exact category. Again, speculative effort to the backboard by Optic Gaming.
Itachi willing to take the challenge. Don't expect Carmine Corp to overcommit at this stage. They know that they've got the 2-goal lead. And the timer is acting as the 4th man on their team. Here's the play that you want in a position like this. Astral can burn so much time with the clock. Just from those resets, just from the transition.
Oh, look at this.
They know. This is something that we wanted from Dignitas yesterday, Johnny, where Dig were actually in very similar positions as it was very close for Dries to get his opportunity, but Dig had a couple of occasions where they were 2 goals up and they kept attacking. We're seeing much better game management from K-Corp.
Yeah, K-Corp know this is a position where Optic are not that used to. They had to defend and hang on so many times online. Oh, and the crossbar shot from Dries is just not good enough. Massive clear. Actually gets defended well by Mist. Carmine Corp, right now, more of a diverse team. The team play looking a lot better. Mechanically, they seem to be just that bit higher than Optic as well. When those two things are not going in your favor, you need aggression. That's just not something Optic are too well known for. Carmine Corp really putting it together with the passing plays here in the final third.
There's just no rush back. Nolly, who saw that there might be an opportunity here for a counterattack from Optic, still did not even just touch the boost button. Realized that his teammate might be able to get the block and potentially get it back over to him, and that has been a consistent theme from Carmine Corp throughout this series. Optic need an answer right now. Carmine Corp are well ahead.
Carmine Corp, remember, just 1 game lost currently in the Swiss stage. They've got 10 wins now, and just that 1 loss in their opening series against 01 Esports. But this is huge because they're still pushing not just for a 3-0 series record, but the #1 spot. Now, is that something that they want? I think so, because although a lot of other teams in this Swiss stage are probably looking at the future matchup in the group stage, in the actual World Championship, that's going to be Furia. Top seed runs into Furia. Now, Carmine Corp beat Furia twice in London, so I think out of all the teams in this Swiss bracket, Carmine Corp are probably a team thinking, yeah, give us Furia, give us that matchup. We've beaten them twice. Let's just win out in Swiss on our own terms and then take down the South American Giants.
Huge shout as well to those that are over to our left at the moment. Keep hearing loud roars from them. They are currently watching the stream. You can also watch that twitch.tv/RL Esports. Catch up with all of the Rocket League action at this wildcard. But for now, half the job done here for Carmine Corp. Optic choosing not to call a timeout. They feel like what they've got can still work. I agree to some extent, but this first goal is so crucial because if they lose it, Carmine Corp will not fall into the same traps other teams have.
Yeah, Carmine Corp have improved between games 1 and 2. Optic still looks solid, and this looks like a team who are getting out of Wildcard if they keep playing the way they've played so far this week. Remember, Wildcard will finish tomorrow. Rounds 4 and 5 going to be played on the same day, unlike the previous 3 rounds that have been 1 per day. Very important. You go in with the best scoreline possible. We've talked about this all week long. Even 1 game win can make a huge difference when you get into rounds 4 and 5. Matchups could be favorable for teams who are picking up those wins, avoiding sweeps. Optic who have been dealing sweeps up to this point. Now they're at the receiving end of one. Can they get the opening goal? Not quite yet, but it's a free shot for Illusion. Not able to get it past Nolly.
Optic just having a moment of hesitation that hasn't been there in this tournament. Didn't quite get Illusion far enough forward. Tachi now in. Great pinch from him. Back into midfield. Nolly, will he infield it? He does. Astral wasn't convinced. Decided just to leave it and head back.
That was a bit telegraphed. I'm actually surprised to see them do such an obvious infield pass.
I mean, you heard me say it about 2 seconds before they actually hit the ball.
It was very, very clear that the infield is coming, and it wasn't well hit either. So, surprised to see Carmine Corp playing such a telegraphed infield. Also surprised that Optic weren't all over it, because they were pouncing on every single play that Dignitas made in that avenue yesterday. Really shows that Optic are a bit more worried about Carmine Corp's shots. They're a bit more worried about their backboard, leaving the infield more open.
Well, we are seeing from Carmine Corp, it seems like something that has been a set mechanic to learn. They are using those back corner clears into the midfield. And we're not just getting the Itachi attempt earlier on, where he got the reset and then tried to put it on target. Just saw another one there from Astral. They think that that is their key to transitioning out of defense.
Look at
and
this.
What we've seen, no way I can argue against it.
And Astral's just cutting across the midfield there. And he looks back, sees both of his teammates in defense and thinks, why rotate back? I'm just going to stay midfield, give my teammates an option downfield. Like, we see Dries here, just going right back towards the ball. I mean, would he like to grab boost? Probably. Or can he? No, he's got to get into position, cover the dangerous follow-up that Carmine Corp are proposing. News from the B stream, by the way, the club have ended OCE's reign of terror against them as Nolly drops in the opening goal in Game 3 on the A stream. Looks like this one surprised Carmine Corp. It's a great shot by Nolly, but Illusion with a careless mistake there. He's got 50 boost, but he's completely off the goal line. You can see how awkward it is for him to cover that top corner.
Yeah, it was a sort of shot that didn't even need to be that good. His Illusion was that far out of position. Still, cannot accuse Nolly of anything other than perfection with his shots. Now it gives one to Astral. The duo is rocking and rolling.
Yeah, not a lot of happy faces at the Optic side of the stage here. Trees, again, worried about the shot. Covered in that near post top corner. Infield is open. So Carmine Corp able to do what Dignitas really couldn't do yesterday. Threaten other options sufficiently so that the infield presents itself as an opportunity. As again, it's actually deflects it into the middle. He's going to back pass towards Nolly here. This is fantastic stuff from Carmine Corp.
I think what I find really impressive about these infields is that not just taking the really obvious one that we saw earlier on, which was almost too obvious. Carmine Corp are actually finding a lot of these infields off challenges.
Yeah,
they believe in it every single time when a lot of teams will see the challenge and go, all right, I'm going to play for the more sensible option. And the more sensible of you out there wouldn't write Optic off just yet.
Yeah, it looks like Nolly spawned from a demo, turned to grab the boost. He didn't realize that he had no time there. He had to cover the goal a little bit more quickly. I think the first thing he saw when he spawned was a 50-50 about to go down, and he thought, okay, I'll grab boost, head back. Oh, it's actually just in my net. So sometimes a bit of a panic response there after respawning. Hard to figure out exactly what's happening around you on the field. That's a much needed goal for Optic. Nolly pounces for an attempted play from Trees. But we need more like that from Optic. I think they've been dropping down the ball brilliantly in front of the opponent's goals all weekend long. Here we go again. Mist just getting into the danger area. No boost there for him to steal. Does spawn for Itachi. That's a bit unlucky there for Optic. If that boosted spawn just half a second earlier, it would have been there to be stolen.
I think that previous play from Nolly is we do get another shot on target. Well saved. And Trees will get rid of the danger for now. But I think there's something there for Optic. They now know that Carmine Corp are actively looking for the passing option. I'd like to see Optic maybe believe in a couple of solo plays. Just to get them second guessing for now.
I mean, they've got the solo player potential.
Oh, absolutely.
Several from Trees so far this week. Mist, just a beast, always has been. At getting the ball past 1, 2, sometimes 3 players. And with Illusion's off the ball pressure that he's so famous for, there should be opportunities. There should be space for Optic to make those plays. They've been lacking them for the entire series against Carmine Corp, who seem like a triple threat in comparison. Here comes Nolly, proud double after the mind game. Unreal by Nolly. Absolutely single-handedly destroys Optic with a stunning play. Such creativity and mastery by the Liverpudlian.
Put him in the MVP conversation for the Wildcard. 3-1. Carmine Corp, who have been up against it a little bit here, answering back very well. Optic have got to get something. They've got to get it quickly. But look at where Carmine Corp are. Every side of the field is their side of the field. Orange, blue, either or. It belongs to them. As Drees looks to clear Astral already right in front of it. They've got to go for the full send here. Nolly does clear. It's only as far as Drees. Tries to drop it back down, but Mist cannot turn on in time. And where's Astral? He's already sitting on the backboard, waiting for his opportunity. It's not going to come his way. But what is going to come Carmine Corp's way is Nolly.
No way.
Second hat trick.
I mean, that is quite a great goal, even though it doesn't actually change anything. Nolly's up way before this, but Itachi backboards it to him, and he's there for the finishing touch. I mean, Nolly's striking today has been out of this world. A lot of them have been simple finishes, just that predator instinct arriving at the right time. In Game 3, he scores one of the best goals we've seen in the entire tournament. It was a ceiling double tap, reset, mind game, floor double as well. One earth Nolly. Where does that come from?
It is skill to match the confidence.
But even ever likes to smile. Like, he's one of the most, I think, steadfast and rigid personalities in the scene. He's always so serious, but even he cracks a smile. Maybe he didn't know the camera was on him. He's thinking, oh no, the cat's out of the bag.
There we go. There's the goal for Mist. Unfortunately for Optic, that was as good as it got.
I don't believe that. I mean, Nolly just can't miss today. He really just cannot miss. Unbelievable game against Optic in Game 3. Where on earth do Optic go from here? It looks like they are really struggling to handle the Carmine Corp solo plays. And, you know, we've seen Yan do this to them before. When somebody starts to pop off against them, they haven't had a response in the past.
Well, is this something now that you look at as an Optic fan or anybody else and just say, okay, this actually might be a problem where our greatest strength, our ability to catch opponents on the counter, also what might lead to us struggling at getting to latter stages in the tournament or even maybe winning tournaments, because somebody at any tournament is always going to be popping off, and when you get to them, that's where Optic start to struggle.
I mean, it's why the offensive teams historically have done well in Rocket League. It's much easier to attack. You can see a lot more of the field in front of you. The ball's over your head less. It's in front of you more often. That's why we're seeing Carmine Corp really thrive here. They're able to identify exactly what's happening. And Nolly looking to 1v1 Dries. Dries all over him. He might actually catch up to this. Astral had to scramble. Now it's going to be Optic having to scramble back because both teams briefly there landed a bit out of position. Itachi beats his man. Astral's there for it. And already Carmine Corp 1-0 up.
Just belief, utter belief every single time somebody's trying to put together a play. And Astral already there. Dries hasn't even jumped by the time Astral's making contact with the ball. K-Corp, not just a step further ahead, but several steps in the lead.
They look scary. They look really scary. Anyone, you know, Furia waiting the winner of Wildcard in round 1, but everybody's going to be looking at this Carmine Corp thinking, yeah, maybe not. I don't know if we fancy playing a team like this. When they put it together, it's not just the Astral show, it's not just the Nolly show. They really all are showing up huge today.
Carmine Corp, a team that recent results would not have indicated that they would have been in the wild cards, but at the latter stages of the season, over in London, really came into their own. Itachi, 50 boost, happy to stick around. And it's a new look from Carmine Corp. Just, this hasn't been part of their repertoire previously, but they just go and steal that 100 and stick around. Wait for the chance, believe that the other two have got them covered and can get the ball over. And the great part about that for me, Johnny, is that defensively, you don't expect that. That a player should not be there. They should be getting their way back, and Optic have had nobody around to cover that angle.
Yeah, I mean, Optic have just very much struggled to read what Carmine Corp are up to. And Carmine Corp have never looked more like a team. It looks like they can just read each other perfectly. So when you're up against a team as mechanical and as fast as Carmine Corp, they're all synergizing perfectly. Yeah, you can't really blame Optic for struggling to read what they're doing, but that's why Optic need to really fight for the midfield here. They need to start taking the game to Carmine Corp, because if they play their standard style, just waiting for the play to come to them, this is the play that comes towards them. I mean, good luck. You're not going to be able to defend that. The offense tends to win out if they play it as well as Carmine Corp do.
Good thing for Optic is that we do know that Plan B, if they were ever to commit to it, is really good. The options that they've got on their team, the players, the names, the mechanics, they can throw together anything that they want to, but that clear from Nolly, not going to allow anything to happen this time around. Missed is the option, and almost goes in. That was the sort of play that K-Corp have been doing. Mist decided to give it a go for himself, and almost got the reward for it. And again, coming back from the opponent's back corner.
Yeah, activity from the blind spots. Key to Carmine Corp's success. Optic trying to do the same here. Another calm defensive play from Carmine Corp, though, as they stall the ball in the back corner. Try and buy time to get boost, but they're out of it at the moment. All three players starting to run low. Optic were not able to capitalize. Now time for Carmine Corp to advance. Grab boost in the midfield, even if it isn't in their back corners to be taken.
We are back into the midfield. Itachi, backboard. Who's first to it? Well, it was going to be Nolly. Now we go to Astral. Too much power.
And all eyes on Nolly, who's been forever the goal scorer today. Illusion and Therese only looking to see what he's up to. No one ready to contest Astral's follow-up. Optic's 8 straight game wins coming into today, about to be completely reversed. 0-4 against Carmine Corp, who are about to take first seed coming out of the wild card. And in stunning fashion as well. They've just completely rolled over Optic today. Blue Wall seems to be triumphant unless Optic have got any plans of late game heroics.
You are right about that, Johnny. If this does end up as a 4-0, that makes Optic's seeding in future rounds very interesting. As Astral towards the backboard, can't find anybody to bump. There is still time in this one. Optic might get a shot from it. Itachi, happy just to get there first. Optic just seemed a little bit shy, sending that third player, even in a situation like this. There's the infield. The shot will not test Nolly right into the middle. Optic, if they are going to get that play to work, it has to be further into Carmine Corp's side of the field, and it needs to be a lot more in the top corner.
Yeah, the shot was just not quite good enough, but from that range, it's so difficult to get enough power to test a world-class goalkeeper. You know, it's been mostly Carmine Corp offense that's shone today, but defensively, they have been composed when they have to be. They've been quick when they have to be. They've really just made it so difficult for Optic to get anything going. Less than 30 seconds remaining. Carmine Corp still lead by 2 in the 4th game. It looks like they're more likely to score a 3rd than an impossible Optic comeback.
Nolly wants to try and add one more to the tally. They did this at the end of the last game. Are they going to do it again? It's off the crossbar. But it has been academic. Carmine Corp fly the flag. Today, the color is blue. Carmine Corp, we will see you at the main event.
And that is unbelievable. After Optic's sweep of Dignitas yesterday, not many were brave enough to expect a Carmine Corp 4-0. The way that they just played that, it looked like Optic were just completely lost. No idea what to do mechanically, no idea what to do positionally, and can you really blame them? What Carmine Corp just did was world class. And they, for me, look like the scariest team coming out of the Wildcard tournament. Semper, of course, taking down Space Station Gaming. Another unbelievable result. But wow, Carmine Corp, I think, on a different level.
And there was one thing I saw at the second half of that series there, Johnny, which I really, really liked to see, which was Nolly was in peak form, and they utilized it in a way that wasn't just, hey, Nolly, go and do the mechanics. It was, Nolly, be a distraction. Go on. They now believe that everything you touch is going to turn into gold. So you go, you end up missing it. Fantastic, because we're going to have somebody that they are not keeping tabs on come in and score. We're going to ask the quick question to you here, Johnny. Of the 2-3-0 teams, Semper, Carmine? Which one? Which one was more impressive to you?
Well, yeah, I think Carmine were more impressive, but I think I like Semper's chances a little bit better because I believe that they run into endpoint in the first group stage match. We're going to need to have the desk confirm. I got this wrong yesterday, so don't trust me. But I believe top seed runs into Furia, and I did say Carmine Corp, probably the one team most confident against Furia. Furia are still Furia, though. They're one of the contenders to take this entire thing, so that's a banger of a matchup. Carmine Furia, if we're going to see that in round 1 of the group stage. Semper first endpoint, I think I've got to say Semper the favorites there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward to all of it. I really am. Well, seems like they are very happy about the results anyway. It's so good to see everyone having so much fun. We were saying that we wanted a sort of party atmosphere for these opening few days. We've got exactly that.
The card's been fantastic. I mean, the energy here really is unbelievable. I hope it's coming through to the live stream for all of you guys watching online. Yeah, great stuff from Carmine Corp there. But let's hear from the man himself. Stumpy, who you got?
Johnny, I'm here with, who else could it be? Oh, come on, mate, get back. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm here with Nolly, and that was a bit of a quicker series than I think we anticipated compared to the last one, especially. Optic, a bit easier than you thought?
It was just like I thought, to be honest, yeah. They're a good team, but like I think we're just better right now, so.
What is it that you do better, though? Because, you know, your teamwork was on fire. Your solo play in Game 3 where you got that. Is that just what separates you?
Yeah, I mean, we're simply just a better team. We're one of the better, like, overall teams in this entire tournament, and I think we'll go very far.
I mean, you escaped out of this Swiss the Swiss wildcard stage 3-0. That is a huge result. You got to top 4 in spring. Carmine Corp is a completely different team with you on it. But there are 2 others, Astral and Itachi. A lot of the conversation is about you and Itachi, so you and Astral rather. What is it that Itachi does, though, that makes still the team, you know, what he brings to the roster?
Honestly, he's just like a good vibe teammate. Like, you know what to expect. Like, he never plays bad. Well, loud. He never, ever plays bad. I mean, there, like, he set up so many plays for us to score. and he just adds that reassurance for me in Nashville.
I mean, speaking of reassurance, you have lots of fans in the crowd here today. We heard about what's the color blue. There is so much love for K-Corp, but we're in North America, and yet there's still a lot of love. It's a global brand. It's a global team.
It's honestly the best organization in the world. The fans are the best in the world as well. I didn't expect so many to be, supporting us in NA. I thought it would have been mainly Optic, but I'm grateful for everyone.
I mean, you've still got, this is about 1,000 people that are going to be here. There's still about 13,000 more that are going to be in the main arena when you play. Before that, though, it's Furia. We know that you're playing Furia now. Just give me a couple of thoughts on them.
We've beat them twice already. They just won the recent Gamers 8 tournament and they're showing promise, but we're going to be in their heads. They're going to remember the past two losses to us, and it won't be any different.
4-0?
4-1.
4-1. Okay, you've given them one. That was Nolly though from Carmine Corp. Congratulations. We'll be playing up against Furia. There's still a lot more Rocket League World Championship yet to come. Be here after the break.
We've all been here before.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
Tournament with a nice touch out, but so far been very quiet on Manfield night.
swept by the Pioneers. Then they bring Twiz back in. They sweep the Senbei Strikers. Veloce dead even. 500 on the tournament. As Beast Mode looking for Calm, can't find him. Now Twiz got an eye on Calm. Senzo shot easily directed away by Torment. For a team that picked the Orlando Pirates, swept them in round 1. This is dropped down, and Torment can't finish as it's just a little bit wide. And then, of course, that great series yesterday ending on Neo Tokyo with SSG. Here goes Beast Mode.
Beast Mode has the flip. No, didn't have the flip there. Calm gets the demo out, buys Torment some time. Torment has enough boost here. Calm can turn in, but Calm went all the way back. Will be needed here defensively as Senzo takes to the air, leaves it for Twiz, and the shot's off. Follow-up isn't on target. Could have been a great counterattack goal for Veloce, but it goes by the wayside. Oh, and Torment with the double SMW on the goal line, able to save that out.
That was the best look for version 1 after Veloce had some high-tier opportunities, but both sides unable to convert. Across now to Calm, looking for his 14th goal, saved away just by the narrowest of margins.
How is that not in? A great save. That one was set for the top left corner and blocked out. Good defense on Veloce so far. Minute 25 left. They're trying to get things on the offensive end, but this one went from a quiet start to a battle.
Both teams sending haymakers back and forth, but neither side has been rocked. Beast Mode a little high and set across. The demo from behind by Beast Mode. That will slow down Veloce and let version 1 keep the offensive pressure on, trying to turn up the heat in the final minute. Calm with Torment lagging in behind. Here he comes as Beast Mode. Still looking for an option and just not finding many, as the defense of Veloce is too good, and that opportunity left a lot to be desired from V1.
Now Calm puts that on target. Good save from SMW. Veloce seem to be in a bit of a chokehold. It's been tough for them to get out. Twiz get with that touch up, and again, very uncomfortable. Low boost challenges being made. Beast Mode, shot blocked again. Veloce aren't letting anything through. Version 1 need a little bit more. Calm gives it to him. First goal of the game.
And with that goal, now Calm does have as many goals as this starting roster for Veloce. His 14th of the event. And the assist from Beast Mode, a team leading 13th. A deadly duo that has version 1 less than 30 seconds away. SMW looking to answer back. Senzo's right there, but so is Calm, who did a great job staying with the play.
Solid clear out. They just have to keep this in the blue half for 10 seconds. V1 trying to slow things down. Great clear from Calm, but the ball's still in the air. Will Beast Mode kill it? He will. Clean from version 1. They take game 1.
Very similar to our last series, a 1-0 result in game 1. This time.
Moment, my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but I'm my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter.
Here, now, waiting for the flag to fall. Here, now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here, now, this is.
Another battle of North America versus Europe going Europe's way. This one significantly more dominant. The blue wall, brick by brick, dismantling Optic Gaming here and qualifying for the group stage. 2-0 match is now done here. Welcome back to the Rocket League World Championship Series. Oh my gosh, this has been pretty crazy stuff so far. What happened? What happened to Optic? Mist was MVP front runner before this match.
Well, but Astro passed him up. Astro passed him up and only decided, hey, put me in that conversation too. The whole entire K-Core, the blue wall, they're actually the full unit, man. Optic started off this game early. Optic needed this game. They need to prove to themselves that they can compete with K-Core. K-Core came back, stole that game, and after that, it was nothing but blue. I couldn't see any green. I was looking for it, couldn't find it.
We needed the defense yesterday we got out of Nick. I asked T-Bates before we started this segment, I said, what happened? You know, they just couldn't handle the 3 monsters. And that's fair enough. I was really expecting this one to be a lot closer than 4-0, but what can you do? I think they got peeked on, and I can feel Spaceman crying.
I mean, listen, the offense of Dignitas is potent at stretches. Carmine is potent all the time. They don't stop. And I think those swings downfield with how quickly you're looking at Noli hitting double taps, triple taps off the backboard, how Itachi can spread the field. It's difficult to stop. And Optic's defense is great, but you also win games by scoring, and they just didn't do enough of it.
They did barely any of it. And Nolly on the other side just would not stop. I swear, every time I was looking up at the screen, someone would be over like, hey, we got to do this thing on the next segment. Like, okay, cool. And I look up and it says, Nolly scored. And I was like, again, the guy could not be stopped. They will be playing. They will come out of the wildcard as the #1 seed. They will face off against Furia. Semper will be taking on Endpoint in the other group. So those are the top 2 seeds coming out of today. The 2 teams we have through the wildcard.
I can already hear, I can hear all Twitter right now. They're all playing Group A is a choke group. Group B. Group B's got K-Corp now with Furia and everybody else in there. Oh my gosh. No, it's just how the cookie crumbles. Nobody made this script. They're going to say, NOG's getting a Mickey group. NOG's getting a Mickey group. They're not getting all the way through because they have nobody in their group.
Yeah, you'll be the first one to tweet that, teammates. As soon as they win the first one, it'll be like, yeah, of course, there it goes, there they go.
If you make it out of the wild, if you make it out of the wild card, you are a good team.
That's
There's
right.
no easy games once you make it to group stage. It's going to be crazy stuff. Let's take a look at the schedule, what we have left for today. 3 matches down. You saw the Battle of the V's happen over there on the B stream during the break. We got one more match to conclude here today, and it's the last elimination match. Bravado taking on Semper. Semper, first time we're seeing him here on the main stage.
Yeah, and we saw them, I believe, to kind of close our B stream side of things yesterday. And while there were impressive showings for sure, I think we're kind of getting back to base for both these teams. And I was really impressed a lot with some of the defensive stops from Semper, looking at a lot of 10-house counterattacks down the field. He had some quick shots as well. And Sig was fantastic as kind of the point for this squad on offense. I think there's a lot to like here for Semper.
Yeah, again, in the 2 games that I've seen from Semper strikers, they do have a lot of great structure when it comes to defense. So we'll see if the offense can get going today.
Well, defending their region and representing South Africa, it is Bravado.
Feels great to be here in Dallas, all the way from South Africa. It's a great achievement to be competing at the Rocket League World Championship. This is a very big deal for my team because this is our first international competition and personally my first LAN, so we hope to achieve greatness.
Looking for somebody in the midfield, no one there. Daisy can get it away. He does get the clear before dying. The shot on target to die for with the second one.
We plan on taking it step by step, so our first goal is to try and beat Renegades, and then obviously the bigger picture, try to qualify for Worlds. As a team, we can get more experience playing in the wildcard first, because obviously we're lacking that experience of international competition. I think it's better that we get to compete at wildcard first, so we get first.
Away from his teammates setting up that goal, but either way, is it an issue? Oh my word, Daisy!
Other teams should fear Bravado because we have an African effect. No one's really played against us, so they don't know what to expect. Bravado is the best team because we are the underdogs and we have ice in our veins. Every tournament we go to, we play to win.
We heard Die For say this is his first LAN. How do you process your first LAN being the World Championship?
I think the fact that they made it towards this point proves that not only do they deserve to be here, but you kind of have to take it in stride because of all the LANs you get your first experience at, it's the biggest one. I think it helps there's not 13,000 fans screaming at you while you're doing it, but you know, it's tough. You just kind of have to dunk yourself under the cold water and get acclimated quickly.
Yeah, you're pretty much right, and I think, sorry, I was in shock after being dunked under the cold water, and it's just, I think that Bravado this is, I think you make an excellent point. This is the right setting. You know, 13,000 people can be excessive.
Terrifying.
Yes, overwhelming. And I think that the scaled down version of the Wildcard, as they pointed out in their video right there, they are aware that the experience is the most valuable thing. Having the time to play in the Wildcard and at least be like, okay, we've been here for a few days, we're playing. That's a good lever.
And they watched their SSA counterparts and Pirates end up winning the matchup earlier, so now Bravado's got a little bit more of a like, oh, maybe we can win too. Granted that Gladiators had a sub going in, and this team does not. So Brother doesn't, but Semper doesn't. But it'll still be interesting to see. And To Die For arguably is probably the best player in that region. So if you can see Snowy take the W in that fashion, Die For might be one of you might want to one-up him.
This is the second time today we're getting to talk about the APAC versus SSA rivalry. These two regions definitely look at each other and say, not today, we're better than you. Another battle here, as on the other side, it's the Semper Strikers.
そうですね、やっぱこの1年間ずっとこの一番最後にあるでかいワールズに向けて、プレイしてきたんですけど、いろいろロスターチェンジとかがあったりしたんですけど、こうやって最終的にダラスに来ることができてすごい嬉しいです。スプリングメジャーから入ったシグムズがすごい明るくて面白い人なんですけど、そのシグムズが入ったおかげですごいチームの雰囲気が。以前スウェーデンでもうランイベントをプレイしたように、もうラン経験も結構あるので、そうですね、こういう本番でしっかりと普段プレイしたことを結果として出せるようにしていきたいです。自信を持ってプレイしてきたので、当然の結果だと思います。
Honestly, just seeing that setup there and seeing the players. Tokyo Verdy's got a lead.
みんな分かってる通り APAC はやっぱ他の地域と比べて、経験も少ないしまだ経験のないリージョンなんでみんな甘く見積もってると思うんですけど、やっぱそういうチームに負けるっていうのはみんな怖いと思うので、そこを生かしてガンガン強くプレイしていきたいですね。今のうちに自分に優しくしとかないと後で後悔すると思います。
We talk about the value of getting to play against the other regions in this situation of Worlds. I feel like there's maybe some fans at home watching this Bates and being like, really, like playing like 4 series, like really is that big of a difference? But one thing we're not talking about is you took all the best players in the world and put them in one hotel and one practice room for a week. They do a lot more playing than just on the stage.
Dude, it's even more in a week because you got to take a week in advance probably for a lot of these teams to acclimate and get used to this time change and that, and also just the culture and everything else in between. So these players have been playing for about 2-3 weeks, actually playing NA ranked as well to just improve. Add scrims on top of that, that changed the whole entire dynamic of the region.
And I'm really hoping that today you get to see some of that offensive brilliance Semper Strikers today are capable of. Because I thought we were going to get a little bit of it yesterday, but still struggled to consistently hold on to it, realize says, yes, today is the day, and I'm ready for it because I've seen enough of them to play defense. I know they can play defense. I want to see them play offense.
We've talked about this team. We've talked about Realize for years. It was 4 years ago. That kid was playing US West servers. I ran into him playing with Gibbs. He Braziled me, dunking the ever-living daylights out of me, and he's still here, still playing this game, finally at a World Championship. Not just a major, not just an international LAN, the World Championship. Love seeing the Semper Strikers here. And one of these teams, though, is going home now. We saw SSA come out on top in the SSA versus APAC earlier. We get round 2 here, Bravado versus Semper Strikers. And I want to know how the chat feels about this matchup. We'll get the Verizon fan vote going. Use hashtag BVD, hashtag send, depending on which side you're feeling on that one.
I'm amazed you said BVD. I would have said BVO at first. Now it felt so stupid.
Got those right angles, very important there. Bravado and Semper there. Spaceman, who's winning?
Optic's winning.
Optic,
as good as there were moments for Semper yesterday, and I think that with every series there's silver linings for teams because the evolution of this region has grown year in year. I do look at just kind of recency-wise, I think Bravado has looked like the stronger squad. Again, granted, they've got the 2nd and 3rd regional locked up for spring. They look like they're coming into their form as of late, and I expect this to be close, but I do think Bravado will eventually take it.
Chiefs?
I have to take Semper. I still like them. I know that it's been a tough run so far, but you can't win at the previous LAN event you went to and then not come away with a win somewhere along the line here. I think they definitely have the talent to play against Bravado. I mean, the other team in Orlando Pirates struggling, well, not struggling, but really having to work against the team with a sub, and I think Semper definitely have it here without a sub, and I think they could do it.
One word, Realize.
I think that's a prediction. That's it. Bam. Folks, man. Oh, I think this is quite the toss-up here. Semper looking so strong. Bravado also coming out strong. I think that the battle for APAC versus SA is in no way settled here. I think it's going to go 1-1. I also have Semper taking this one. How does chat feel about it at home? You see, we were 7-1. Hey, wow. That hit 3-1 for them as well. This one's going to be close. So excited to get into the final match of day 3. One team advancing, one team going home. Their Worlds trip ending here. Bravado in the blue, Semper in the orange. Let's get to the Verizon Skybox for the call.
The beauty of this Rocket League World Championship is that we are to be blessed by matchups like this one. Sub-Saharan Africa, brand new here for Worlds, against a team from APAC North that's been fighting its own battle all season long.
And they've been fighting that battle so incredibly close. Out of the 9 regionals we've seen them compete in, they finished first in 6 of them, and the other 3, they came second. 100% Grand Finals participation, an incredible performance, but Bravado, the up-and-coming young guns in SSA, currently second in points, but they are dominant in the region.
We've seen them take the lead in both of their series so far, Bravado. Not quite able to get that win just yet, but so close, 50-odd seconds away in series number 1, and then I think they took the lead twice against the club yesterday in the 4th game. They seem to be getting better as these series goes on, starting a little bit slowly as they have here. Semper Strikers, good early pressure from them. They have survived, and that's what we want to see from Bravado. Able to stand up to this pressure and withstand attacks.
I love the competitiveness between these 2 regions as well. They've just been added in the most recent season of the RLCS. They've only just had the chance to show their mettle on the world stage. And APAC teams, they say, well, at least we're not SSA. SSA teams, they say, well, at least we're not APAC. They want to be not last. That is what we were talking about on the pre-show previously. They want to show that, look, we're new. Oh, yes, we can perform.
Realize the man known for his mechanics way back when Japan was not part of the RLCS. He was freestyling. He was making a name for himself and for his region. And you can see why there with that beautiful in-and-out save. As Tenhao finds to Realize the man that I was just talking about. He doesn't have too much boost to play with. I mean, remember earlier on, Stumpy, it was SSA that took the first battle.
Realize he mentioned him. The fact that, you know, he was sitting on stage, he looked at the camera when the crowd started cheering for him and said, let's go! He's so excited, so happy to be able to show off what he can do. And he has been an incredible force, not only within the game for Rocket League, but also for the representation that Japan have been wanting for a very long time. This game going incredibly even between the 2 regions. Lots of SSA and APAC superfans wanted this matchup to happen.
I'm glad we get to see the full power of Semper Strikers after there was a sub earlier in the Gaming Gladiators matchup, but it was won well by Orlando Pirates XD. So Bravado will be hoping to emulate their compatriots. Semper Strikers really trying to a little bit of revenge, but they're going to have to do more defending for now. Until the ball falls to Tenhao. Over the top, Daisy with the pre-jump. Can he get this read? He can, and it's a good one, and he sends it to safety.
Daisy has been brilliant on Bravado as well. You know, we've got the statistical front runner in to die for, but Daisy has been somebody who, when we casted him previously, just kept picking up in fantastic positions, kept showing off what he is capable of. Again, a block versus Sigums, the man who has come from a previous North American situation, is now over in Japan to live, and is therefore being able to compete despite being under that US flag. And Realize who else to stand up and take the lead in game number 1.
Coming into this one, he already had around 80% goal participation, and you can see why. His finishing is clean and precise. Doesn't snatch at the chance, takes his time, slots it exactly where it needs to go to give Semper Strikers that lead that they so crave. And I tell you what, Stumpy, based on the regional matchup we had between these 2 earlier, they were like 5-4 games. I'm expecting some goals in this series too.
This is what I mean, like, you can have so many exciting storylines, even though, you know, you're not competing for first in the group. Right now, these guys are competing in round number 3. They are both at 0-2. Whoever loses, they go home. There is so much on the line for this matchup, just to continue through into tomorrow's matches, and a lot of regional pride alongside it as well.
Happy Meal's going to come up against Sigums, and he's going to beat him there. Good challenge game from Happy Meal. Daisy's in trouble here, though. Realizes up against him. Can he increase that goal participation even further by getting a brute force chance for his teammates? Sigums is up. He's beating Daisy to this one. Daisy's playing with confidence, but Happy Meal's been taken out the game. Now to die for is left stranded on the goal line, and it's Daisy that ends up saving the day. Oh, Happy Meal then gets his reflexes called into action. Daisy puts it over the top. Still it remains 1-0 until there's Tenhao. Look at that reaction.
The sheer elation. Tenhao leaning to the right of his monitor, looking to the crowd and saying, come on! They know this is a position that APAC have wanted to be in for a very long time. And what great teamwork too. Happy Meal with a wonderful save, sent it above the goal, but just having Tenhao in the air so early on meant the shot can be delivered to the bottom right corner. 90 seconds remaining, Bravado, they're wanting a goal soon.
Will they be able to get it? Tadayful gets it into the centre for Happy Meal. Have seen a few infield passes be successful today. Will that trend continue? It's going to fall to Happy Meal, but Tenhao's going to close him down quickly. Bravado now need to push the attack forward. We have seen them do this. We know they're capable of swarming their opponents when they start to get a belief for themselves. Dace is going to put that one towards the goal. Realise was right there. Tadayful's coming in. Bravado have definitely stepped forward with the attack.
Yeah, a lot of the times we see Bravado attack, it just comes down to them waiting for a little bit of an error. We don't see them be completely clean. We don't see them always nail the shots that they need to be nailing, but that was come with times. Their first time being able to compete at this kind of level. The Semper Strikers, they've been here before. They competed at the Fall Major 2 out of 3 anyway. That was back in the days when they had Maru on their side. Now the final 40 seconds, Semper Strikers up by 2. Sigums into that back right corner. Happy Meal is worked around to dive for low on boost, but look at this pressure building. Tenhao to shoot, Daisy to save, and Realise goal number 3.
Realise it's just involved in everything that Semper Strikers have done. They are sprinting over the finish line in this first game, and it will be their first ever game at an RLCS. They made it there in full and won nothing. They've been here now, gone 0-4, lost 6 of their 8 games by just 1 goal, and they are on the cusp of finally getting over that first hill. Then it's the series, but we'll get there when it comes.
Against massive teams too. That was against Optic and Veloce. 20 seconds, Sigms being able to have a shot again. All 3 players on Bravado waiting on their goal line to dive for right-hand wing, caught out by Tenhao. The 10 seconds now counting down. Sigums with 30 boost is going to be able to punch this one down the pitch, hands it over to Tenhao. And an historic moment for APAC North and APAC as a region. Semper Strikers secure the region's first RLCS LAN game.
There you go. Well, no, because Detonator, they did get that game against FaZe, don't forget. So, I mean, you know, Semper Strikers is their first game, though, so that means the world to them. It means the world to the crowd. There's CJ, there's the Renegades boys, actually all of them, absolutely loving life as well.
Happy birthday to CJ as well.
Anyone else's birthday that you know?
Not sure.
Anyone else's birthday today?
Happy birthday to Cool Cole 932. But it's not about you. It is about CJ, the regions around
I thought you were going to say Semper. I was going to take that.
See, I like to subvert expectation.
Well done.
An amazing performance there, starting off 3-0. What a brilliant beginning for Semper.
And it's nice to see Realise involved in almost all the goals as well. But Tenhao and Sigums, you know, don't take out them from the equation. They performed admirably too. The 3 of them putting so much pressure on that Bravado Gaming goal line. Bravado, they had to make so many saves. There were 7 that they made in total. And they did show some good moments in defense. There was that lovely read from Daisy on the backboard. It just wasn't quite going to be enough to win that game. But I think we saw enough from Bravado to say that they can grow into this series as they have done throughout.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Bravado, they had a decent performance. There's more that they can do. They're always going to know that. Any given moment, if you lose a game, you'll say there's more that can come from that. That's the job of the coach. It's the job of all the players to be able to bring themselves together and to get a couple of goals. Will that be coming on Aquadome? As Semper Strikers, Bravado Gaming continue in their tussle, game number 2.
Let's see if they can start this one well. It's always a question, can they survive for the first minute or so? For Bravado, maybe they can flourish. Maybe they can get the first goal in a series, sorry, in a game. I think it'll be the first time they've scored the first. Whenever they have taken the lead, they've come from behind, I think, but I could be looking very silly if I'm wrong there. As Happy Meal doesn't look silly at all. Good defending from him, winning the next ball as well. And then Daisy again. He is really the one playing on the front foot for Bravado.
First 20 seconds and Tenhao immediately going for a couple of shots. Happy Meal, though, there to save it away. Happy Meal certainly on that team, you know, where he's sitting in the middle. He's got that flag wrapped around his neck. He wants to be able to jump up and be elated and hold that above his head, being able to rep the South African region. Everybody in there as well is hoping that he's going to be able to do so. 0 boost, he can't get it past that back line as Tenhao taking it low. Realise the challenge in the centre to dive for. Fortunately unable to get that ball too much further. Happy Meal, great touch, uses his jump to go down and force it into the corner. Gets his flip as well, gets pumped out of the way by Daisy. double commits they cannot continue. The first of hopefully not many.
Yeah, no, that was a lovely touch there from To Die For. That's exactly what I want to see from Bravado. They're putting on this attack, and Happy Meal gives them the lead, gives them the first goal in the game, gets them involved in this series.
The last 40 seconds for Happy Meal, he has looked brilliant. He had a couple of lovely touches on the right-hand side, and then sneaking it onto that right-hand post right behind Sigums.
He is the last player in the tournament who hadn't scored a goal until that moment. Everyone here has now got involved in the score sheet, so congratulations to Happy Meal, and it was a good finish as well. To Die For could be about to double up for Bravado. They are feeling this second game on Aquazone. That one might be sneaking in. Oh, not quite. It's just wide from a man reborn in Happy Meal.
The right-hand side of the post, not giving them a goal this time. Instead, Happy Meal and Daisy challenging. Another double commit from him, but as it falls, To Die For can be capitalising on the dead ball midfield.
It's a lovely finish from To Die For, but I love to see this. Look at the right of your screens right now. Sigums in the centre. Even though they've conceded, fist bumps all round, keeping those vibes high, keeping themselves happy, but they are going to have some work to do to get back into this one, because Bravado have started game 2 like a house on fire.
I love that confidence every time of like, okay, we've conceded, that's fine, we're going to concede, it's a game of Rocket League, it's weird if we don't. Just being able to work around that, it's a brilliant sign of a team. And Sigums, brand new to this roster too, going from Maru in fall, in winter, and then came down to Canra. Finally, Sigums, will he be that puzzle piece that can be getting another goal? Ten Hao has been there for the entire journey, and the first goal in game number 2 for Semper Strikers.
Look at the read here from Ten Hao. Daisy's gone up to try and beat him to the ball, but Ten Hao just has it absolutely perfectly, getting that ball from its earliest possible trajectory from the ceiling, smashing it home, getting Semper Strikers. I keep saying Semper Strikers, it's a bit of a mouthful. Taking Semper Strikers back into this one. Only now a goal the difference. Bravado will suddenly be feeling a little bit more nervy as the ball goes across their defending line.
With Bravado having a lead, it's a position that they have not found themselves in ultimately very often in this competition so far. We'll be able to hold on to it. Happy Meal does not secure that reset. And Sigums removing Daisy. A pass from To Die For over to Happy Meal. Unfortunately a miss.
Absolutely love that though from To Die For. The temptation would have been to boom that ball as hard as you can. He would have been dunked. His team would have been in trouble. Instead, he put it away. Eventually, they do end up in trouble though. Semper Strikers can't quite convert there. But they do turn defense into attack quickly. Can Bravado do the same? Daisy charging it down. Ten Hao has to make the save.
A pre-jump from Daisy as well in the midfield. Knew that pass was coming in. The angle was just a touch off, but the timing, simply fantastic.
Realize he's going to wait for his moment right now, just to get as much distance between himself and the ball. But To Die For, he's really starting to open up now. Join his teammate Happy Meal, who started this second game so well. Here is Realize. He's got 2 teammates to the side. Happy Meal charges him down. Bravado are just getting right in the faces of Semper Strikers every time they get anywhere near the ball.
Tell you what, whenever I've seen Happy Meal's camera in both this series and also in the previous one that we looked at them in, he has had 0 boost, I feel like 90% of the time. I wonder what his boost consumption is, because that's something that I feel lets him down. He picks it up. A minute ago he had 100. He's burning himself down to 30 within seconds and doesn't win the ball. That seems to be a little bit of a symptom of over-boost usage and wanting to have that speed. I realise managing to get that equalising goal with 1:40 remaining.
Yeah, there was no problem with his boost management there. Realize Sigums, so look at the pace, swirling in the air, and then Realize he just seems to be the player that's always in the centre for Semper Strikers. He is the target man. You know, maybe not considered in his region as mechanically elevated compared to everybody else as he once was, but he sure knows how to put away a chance. Semper Strikers not giving their opponents anything. They will want this one for themselves, for APAC. Bravado. One's gone to the corner for them. To Die For needed a slightly better touch. It's Sigums with another chance. Happy Meal helps out his teammates. Bravado, you would expect, will have to do some defending for the next minute and 20 seconds or so.
And they're going to need to do it and maintain a goal themselves with overtime or regulation. Ten Hao wanting to stress that back line. Does do so, and the save manages to come out from Bravado. 70 seconds, ticking down Realize into the air. I love seeing Realize take to the sky. That man is just a magician when he has a little bit of space. Daisy going very gently into the ground. 0 boost, though. He's going to have to retreat the ball free for Sigums, but Happy Meal charging him down. Back to 0 boost, though, but that time getting a bump. Cleared away fantastically. Semper Strikers, it goes high, but no one up Daisy from the backboard can clear it away.
I'm liking that Semper Strikers aren't overcommitting here, though. It would be tempting to try and chuck everything against this game to win it before overtime. But they'll know they can win this one if it does come to next goal territory, and chances will come in regulation anyway. Daisy with a great double save. Sigums going around the corner to try and get there, but Happy Meal just bumps him out the way. Bravado need a clean touch. Need to get this one away from their own goal. Could this be it? Good pass from Daisy to Die For, and they do finally clear.
Realize drop that ball central, but to die for is the one to read it instead. The 20 seconds remaining, overtime is on its way, but a shot to the left-hand wing and to die for. Bravado gain the lead.
Look at this, lovely speed from Daisy and past 2 goalkeepers as well. There was Tenhao, there was Realize, but neither of them could get it. And Bravado have just 19 seconds left to hold if they are to take the second game in this series. Aquadome did look at the start like it belonged to them. Senbei Strikers came back, but can Bravado finish stronger? This one's going to go to the backboard. Realize is here. He smashes that one long. Tenhao, he's up as well. So close to Bravado's first game in this tournament. They've taken the lead multiple times. Can they see it away? 3 more seconds. Each second will be taking an age for them. Happy Meal just wants to get this challenge desperately. Daisy staying grounded. Realize is going to win this one cleanly. Now Daisy emerges. Can he be the savior for Bravado? Yes, he can. We have parity in this series, and it's looking like a really close one.
Congratulations to Bravado for having their first game win at their first RLCS LAN event as well. SSA are not represented at majors. Instead, they come to Worlds to prove what they are able to do. Bravado drawing level with the best team that APAC has to offer.
Yeah, massive, massive, massive performance. It's brilliant to see in their team mentality that even after conceding a couple of goals, losing that lead again, it seems to be the thing that curses them the most. Finally, they were able to get that game-winning goal, and the fact that it came so late, that's perfect for them because they don't have a chance to overthink.
Yeah, great timing to be able to get that final goal. To die for, squeezing it past 2 defenders as well. That's everyone to be able to get. But generally, across the board, very even in stats. Goals, saves, and assists, all looking pretty much down the middle. A good chat coming in from the Bravado coach. Good words, meaning to keep him going. But also on the side of Senbei Strikers, words have to be said. Losing a game, going home, is something that they do not want to consider. And Happy Meal and is pumped. He is excited. He wants to get going into game number 3.
He's such a good team captain. When they played the club, you were particularly impressed with how much he was speaking. Even when they were starting to fall behind them, he just seemed to rally his troops to his left and to his right. He's got the South African flag literally hoisted on his shoulders, and he's got them in this series. So Die For is going to get that one from the kickoff. The Bravado come into this one with the momentum.
Game number 3 is where a team is going to work their way just a smidge closer to not going home. A reminder, this is round 3, 0-2. To Die For is fully aware of that. Flippery stepped over one. Didn't need to do anything special though because his teammate was beneath to bump the keeper.
Yeah, just tried to be a little bit too clever. Had to have the faith in his teammates getting the bump. Good to know they do have those mechanics in their locker though. I'm sure at some point in this series, it will be the correct decision. Well played, Realize, but Happy Meal speedy again. Bravado just playing full speed attacking when they are defending. Charging that ball down as quickly as they possibly can. So Senbei Strikers have to try and deal with that a little bit better. I feel like they're not quite taking that touch that can bip it past the Bravado on-rushing attack right now.
And that attack, near enough spearheaded by To Die For every single time. He maintains his 100% goal participation on the side of Bravado. He is instrumental to that tip of the spear.
Wow, what a stat that is. It's so impressive from To Die For. Really, really good. You can see why he is the region MVP coming into this one. But he's been beaten there by Realize. He's got the mechanics, almost gets over the top of Daisy. Sigums follows up just about, hits the crossbar. And To Die For again sweeps up and prods it towards the Senbei Strikers goal. Happy Meal's going to go into the ceiling right now, but he's going to be beaten. Realize tries to take that one via a flip reset, didn't quite get it. But Daisy was on hand anyway. I think he would have got the save. Good, solid finish there from Tenhao. Now Senbei Strikers seem to be dominating the pace a little bit more. Bravado with good defending though up to this point. Closing down those avenues of attack, getting involved in the way of the pass. You can't get in the way of that one. It is perfect. The finish not quite though.
Realize attempting to assist Tenhao, who was flying through the sky like an unstoppable meteor. Nearly 2 minutes elapsed in game number 3. Still at 0-0. Realize onto the backboard, catches. Will go to the right-hand wall with this. With a 0 boost, plays dangerously, but Daisy having to get that mid boost. Instead, Sigums can carry on towards the center. Tenhao to receive, but just shooting high again. Sigums has done that twice. To Die For trying to go for that runaway goal. Sigums manages to return and is able to get the clear away.
Senbei Strikers definitely focusing more on solo plays right now. They have a lot of boost at any given time. I think, as you mentioned, Stumpy, their boost management just that little bit better, which means that they can take to the skies and have a huge advantage, whereas Bravado, they've just got to rely on pinches and quick clearances. It always seems to fall to a Senbei Strikers player, but so far not able to do any damage in a real attacking sense. Bravado are coming forwards. Will they be able to keep this ball in orange territory for a good 10 seconds or so? That's the last piece of the puzzle for Bravado.
The push coming in from Semper Strikers over and over again. Sigm's wanting to continue to push that button. Daisy and Happy are both attacking on that ball, but no one can make contact until To Die For, the man of the region, keeps us level again. Daisy swiping him from beneath.
Yeah, the Bravado coming in from the side a little bit too much for my liking. Semper Strikers are going to keep on coming. To Die For just has to slow this one down. That's actually a great challenge. Happy Meal wants to go to the backboard, but Sigums, he knew exactly what Happy Meal was trying. Good defense.
Potentially should have shot low with that ball. I appreciate it came at the last minute, but Sigums, he's on the sideboard. Shoot low. It makes it so much harder for him to get to the ground and save it.
One of those things that's so obvious in hindsight, but in the moment when they are playing frantically, all these players playing at the best of their talents right now. No one's playing poorly. Everybody's involved. It's exactly what we wanted to see. A showcase between these two regions. As To Die For clears. Does he have enough boost to get there and get a touch? He does. It's over-realized, but only as far as Sigums. Happy Meal again getting involved. Bravado just charging in from left to right, sweeping. The Tenhouse breaking through, and Tenhouse giving them the lead, and look at them celebrate.
An eruption of elation. Tenhouse gets that flip reset beneath Daisy, uses that flip onto the second defender. Tenhouse, goal number 1, game number 3.
1 minute and 17 seconds. Semper Strikers, I feel like they go on the attack now. They try and score a second, try and get a third. Really try and put this one to bed, because Bravado, we know they can score a goal in a heartbeat. That's what we want to see from Sigums. Good challenge. Now he's on the back wall. He's going to try and get this one past Happy Meal. Not quite able to. The challenge game going better for Semper Strikers. Realize misses. He fakes it for Sigums. To the backboard with him, but he can't quite get the angle.
Turning around, Tenhouse fancies another bite of that. Realised instead, just keep it high. I love that movement. I love just keeping the ball away. Tenhouse again, not shooting, just keeping it going.
So boost starved right now for Bravado Gaming. They're barely able to get the ball, barely able to take their cars to the skies. Meanwhile, Semper Strikers, no such issues. That's a good pass though from Happy Meal to the Die For. That's the sort of transition that can maybe give them a chance right at the end, and that touch helps too. Happy Meal pulls off his teammate.
Brilliant.
Daisy's there. He wants to get this touch, but can't. Can Tenhouse get underneath this one and wedge it in? Daisy will do the job for him. 20 seconds. Bravado have to get an attack going.
But instead it falls to Semper Strikers again with a chance. Realised with a Doomsy dish, with a previous Doomsy teammate. Everything comes full circle.
You got to love that. Look at it. There he is. The mechanical Meister from Japan. On the backboard, makes it look so easy in those heated moments. Semper Strikers so close to their second game.
And game number 3 potentially going their way. The final 15 falls to Bravado. Can Happy Meal get this one to his teammate? He does, but it falls down to a 50-50. The pace is too slow. It is unable to happen. Game number 3 sees Semper Strikers go up 2-1.
They're being pushed every step of the way, but they have the answer to the questions that Bravado are throwing at them. It's a brilliant performance so far from Semper Strikers. The crowd absolutely loving what they are seeing. So much passion in this room right now, so much support inter-regionally, because people understand how important this match here is for this esport, is for the future of Rocket League, and how well these players are playing.
I love that we get to see the OCE boys as well. You know, this is such a big moment for them back in the day when they joined in, I believe, season 3.
Yeah, 3.
Season 3, I'm going to look that way just in case I am wrong, and they're just shaking their heads violently at me. But I believe season 3, that's when OCE were introduced, and since then they have done such an incredible job being able to get up towards the top of the game. This is their origin story for APAC, for SSA. This is where they begin. Unfortunately, they have to scrap it out together, but it's a brilliant way to learn.
Yeah, no, you're completely right. When we write the documentaries about these regions in Rocket League in a few seasons' time, this is where it will start. This moment, can you turn a series like this, where you're very much in it, into a victory, into a hard-fought win? Semper Strikers, they played that one ideally, in my opinion. Bravado, they were starting to get on top of them, starting to rush them. They realized that going solo to Semper Strikers would be more effective, and it did make Bravado question things. Suddenly, they were wasting their boost, chasing shadows that they couldn't quite reach, and Semper looked the better team.
Yeah, taking those plays solo means that I've seen Daisy double commit on a few too many plays, and it looks to me like Semper Strikers have seen the exact same thing, where they do look to be trying to draw him into those unfortuitous positions. Game number 4 on Utopia. Are we going to be seeing Semper Strikers head over to game point?
Bravado are a slight Jekyll and Hyde team at the moment. They can look fairly poor. We've seen them collapse in this tournament. When they play well, they are fast. They are difficult to deal with, and they can really step up from one game to the next. So although that one went pretty cleanly to Semper Strikers, This one could be completely different over here on Utopia. What a touch that is from Realize. Tenhouse sees it away, but it's all about the redirect.
The fact that Tenhouse passes that low, Realize can swipe it beneath. Difo unable to make contact. Daisy, what are you doing?
Daisy chained the attack. I'm so sorry that I had to say that. It just had to be done. 1-0. Semper Strikers. We start from them yet again. To Difo. And get it as far as Realize, whose touch isn't ideal though. This will fall to Difo. Good idea to pass it. Sigums watched what was happening, but there was more good play in front of the ball from Daisy, going for bumps, making it difficult for Semper Strikers to defend.
But the pressure and the attack coming in, can Happy Meal reach that ball? He's unable to. The pinch going very much the way of Realize. The crowd is moving to Semper Strikers for their love. Happy Meal absolutely not to blame there.
Yeah.
That just comes down to the challenge from to die for. You don't do that. You just don't do that. You don't challenge when the ball is coming out towards your own net. It was undefended. That was a very rushed error.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though. That's one that can really hurt you, a goal like that. When it pinches from their end to your end, you just start to feel a little bit sorry for yourself. Bravado need to make sure they don't fall into that trap. They keep on attacking. It's good play from them. Realize to send that one down the line, but Difo should be able to get here. Good solid clearance. That might be going all the way in, and it is going all the way in. Bravado pretty much get a freebie straight back.
Difo levels up and repents for his previous sin as he spots that goal completely open. Uses the corner of the Octane, sends it back behind Sigums, who had moved up just a smidge. Brilliant viewing from him.
Yeah, no, good finish. Did the right thing there. Had to get a lot of power on that ball and had to make his decision very fast indeed. And that's what he's done. Here's Happy Meal. Can he go from the ceiling? Almost. It does fall to Daisy, though. Just Bravado trying these more mechanical plays. It's starting to confuse Semper Strikers. And Difo also has the mechanics to be able to deal with the ball flying at his own goal. Difo's up against Realize. Good challenge from Realize. Tenhow now. Sigums is right behind him. Can Tenhow get a challenge that falls to Sigums? No, because Daisy gets it over the top, but it's more Semper Strikers' pressure. They're getting all these second touches. They're winning every single race, and they're almost doubling their lead.
That, my friend, is a confident Realize. He's seen what he can do. He's remembered. He's had that glimpse of his freestyling pass, and the fact that he can have that much control, taking it to the air, and just wants to punish the top left corner. Bravado, you've got to keep your wits about you, otherwise Realize will continue to bear down on your net and your chance of taking the game and the series. The double tap attempted, unable to find its way in this time. 2 minutes gone, with 3 minutes remaining. Bravado, they fall behind by 1.
Happy Meal, though, lovely transitional pass to Difo. But again, Realize is up close. I think Semper Strikers have realized they have the complete aerial supremacy right now. Realize is having the series of his life.
I love that block, continuing that boost, and then he straight away heads to the left-hand side. He says, where are you putting that ball? Where does that go where I am not going to poach it? He finds the location and he punishes.
He was the looming figure for the defender right now, who just could not be breached. Semper Strikers do get a 2-goal lead. They're third in the game. Realize he's gone for the flip reset. He's almost got it to Difo. Just had to get himself on that ball in any way, but still Semper attack. They feel they can kill this game here and now on Utopia.
Saw Sigums fancy himself for a flip reset as well, and I kind of wanted him to actually go for that a little bit more convincingly. But we saw Bravado, they got some defense. They're being able to block them out every now and then. Just sometimes it squeaks past them. Maybe that defense can work itself into offense. But Sigums in the center, nods to Tenhow, says, that is how we do it.
Just look at this pace right now. Sigums and smashing in. We've seen a few finishes like that in this tournament. I feel like the early just strike into the heart of the net is coming back into fashion as teams more and more focus on covering the backboard. That allows the avenue of just the straight swap. You said there was the chance earlier that there was a Bravado player that could have gone low, and I think Sigums was on the backboard. He went high. Yeah, okay, there you go. Difo had that chance. So definitely something that Bravado could learn as a way to mix up their approach.
Final 2 minutes, but 3 goals needed for Bravado. Semper Strikers have had a fantastic game number 4. It's going to be interesting to see how they approach this going forward. A lot of boost on their side. With the Tenhow gone, he's going to respawn with 33 instead of the 100 that he picked up previously. Happy Meal pinching off the side. Great movement by Difo to keep that one away. Daisy getting a hug with that ball. He does, but Sigums reading him so quickly.
Sigums again is going to get that one towards Realize over the top, maybe of Happy Meal. He had to readjust his feet, but managed to just about get a touch there, and that's brilliant from Daisy, especially if he can get that next touch. Where to be though, and now Tenhow into the corner. Realize is just following up. Look how desperate Realize is for the ball every time One of his teammates has it. He is calling for it. He's demanding it. He's desperate for it. He wants to keep up that goal participation.
One shot high, one player high, but Happy Meal being able to lurk central. A double commit from Tenhau and Sigums. They can't continue with that because Bravado, they will punish. This time, though, Tenhau able to get back in time to block it away. Under 1 minute remaining, still those 3 terrible goals, if you're a Bravado fan, that separates them from just equalising or them going on to match point. Chance again, Realize trying to shoot off the Tenhau pass.
Daisy has taken Sigums out of the game, so Happy Meal has a little bit of space to play with. 3 goals left to get. It's going to be a very high uphill battle and a struggle, but if they can get one, maybe they can just make Senbei Strikers question themselves or at least have some momentum into game number 5. It could all start now. Daisy's going to land slightly awkwardly, so Tenhau's coming in. Senbei Strikers have definitely stepped up.
No
they are
way.
So much better than the start of this series. Bravado are being tested in defense. They've answered it on that occasion.
That looked a little bit like free play for Tenhau. He was able to just dodge around and duke Daisy out of the way. 10 seconds remaining with these 3 goals and Tenhau with a flip reset. Bravado cannot do it. 3-1 in the series. Senbei Strikers on the precipice for APAC North or any APAC team, their first victory at an RLCS LAN.
After Orlando Pirates XD1 earlier for SSA, they are the last region to win at an RLCS LAN. So if they can see this series away, they will have the clean sweep, just as another statement of how worldwide Rocket League has become. The Senbei Strikers, you have to do the hardest thing in Rocket League right now, and that is win that last series.
Yeah.
We have seen best of 7 LAN reverse sweeps. We have seen series that looked like they were completely gone, where suddenly the team that looked like they were out change into a different beast entirely. Senbei Strikers have to deal with that pressure and not suffer from winner's tilt.
Yeah, and that's the terrifying place to be. To me, to be completely honest, I see this final game going the way of Senbei Strikers. They have looked brilliant. They have looked activated. And it's then that Bravado have not been able to deal with. They have been struggling. And we've just heard that there will not be a timeout called for Bravado. They want to go into this with the current tactics, without that extra minute that they are granted. Maybe thinking, well, we'll just use it after we win this game, potentially.
I understand that as well. I mean, Tadaifa in that last game, he got 774 points, so he's feeling it.
The coach from Senbei Strikers, seeing the camera on him, wanting a little bit of that attention. I always love it when the coaches get involved and the manager's like, yeah, you know what? I'm here as well. I've been helping out the boys. Why don't I get to lift the trophy alongside them?
Tenhau could be about to get an early lead for Senbei Strikers. Exactly what they need to just settle any nerves over here on Wasteland. Beautiful map. Debris all across this pitch, but can they dodge it? Get that ball in the back of the net. Daisy, he might be able to get a second touch so close. Sigums is coming in and helps his teammate out.
Realize with the flick on, sends it far, but with To Die For able to clear it away. This attack is able to continue for Senbei Strikers. After that back ball with 7 boost, Daisy has to get a block instead. Realize finds Tenhau up with a double touch. But again, To Die For, the defense is unbelievable.
To Die For is so good. His backboard has just been peppered. The amount of last-minute touches he's been able to get, but Happy Meal's getting involved too. Lovely play from him. A couple of touches in the air and almost just prodding it past Realize, but Realize's challenges is so good. Happy Meal manages to recover, so all of Bravado getting involved in the play. It's Happy Meal that's coming forward this time. Can he get it over the top of Sigums or blast it past him with the challenge game? A few chances just starting to emerge for Bravado.
Yeah, they were definitely shut out, you know, in our most recent 2 games, but they weren't able to get really good looks on the net. Senbei Strikers, they can't let those holes open. They've done a brilliant job of keeping them closed after, you know, Bravado took a game earlier on in the series. But Bravado, they want to be ripping those sutures off. They want to split that wound and send a goal in.
Well, we said about Bravado, such is their inexperience that they can be vastly different from game to game, and this is the good side of them. This is the one that makes things tricky for really, really good teams. Teams just as good as Senbei Strikers at least. They can get this goal, they can take this lead and can get back in this series, but not when Sigums and Realize are combining in the air. Not when Realize is getting the flip reset. Not when Realize is getting the finish. Not when Realize is absolutely brilliant.
Realize returns to his form, catching with a flip reset, double tapping into the top left corner. The crowd erupts. Cheers and elation for the man from APAC.
What a way to give your team the lead. A goal that would grace any series at this highest level of the RLCS. Bravado have to step back up, but Senbei Strikers, look at them, they're winning the aerial races again. This is what happened on Utopia. Still 3 minutes left, but Semper Strikers, they can sense it's coming. But one Bravado goal could completely change that.
Good chance to realise, roll it over his shoulder, then go for the bumper. Tadaifor is able to dodge out of the way of it. A pinch going the way of Bravado, but does not find the net, unlike the one that managed to find their net a couple of games ago. Approaching half-time, Daisy into the corner, but Tenhau reading him wonderfully. Leaves that ball up to Sigums. He wants a double tap, but Daisy to shut him down.
Bravado Gaming's backboard is just so tempting right now for Semper Strikers. Bravado have a chance here. Daisy's touch is just about going wide. Sigums is able to see it away and then beats Happy Meal. Sends Bravado back yet again, just beating them back over and over. Tadaifor in the air. He has had a really good series, Tadaifor. He's been impressive, as has Daisy. Those two in the air combining, taking a leaf out of Semper Strikers' book with those aerial combinations.
Sigums, though, finding Realize, tries to dunk onto Tadaifor, but held off in the midfield. Good positioning for Bravado, keeping this ball in the orange half. The press hopefully going to be working down, but look at Sigums getting that flip read, so getting that reset onto the wave dash on the floor. Continues that speed. Realize tries to find Tenhau, but happy to clear it away. Under 2 minutes before Semper Strikers get their series win.
Daisy's going to send it long. Realize it's already up, and his touch is perfect. The backboard again is such a dangerous place for Bravado. Someone's got to get up there and get it away. They need that fly swatter. Someone who can clear this ball. Realize has a double committing Bravado in front of him. How much space will that open up? One more goal from Semper Strikers, it could kill this series. Still having to work so hard for it though.
Tenhau with that back boost taken, shuts down Daisy on that opportunity to shoot. Sigums in the air, but with no boost, one flip reset can nearly get it over the top of Happy Meal. Instead, Realize is the man tasked with keeping it away. Daisy, the backboard is open for him. Tenhau clearing it away, great touch high as well. Allows Bravado, though, to continue attacking. Tadaifor onto the ceiling. Daisy has to get one touch here, but Tenhau reading so fantastically. Shuts it down. Realize gets one flick. Saved away by Daisy yet again. Turning on in the last minute or so. But as we do approach this final minute, Semper cannot lead by 2. Just the one separating.
Again, another save from Tadaifor. He has the read, but Tenhau, he could finish it here. That one's to the back wall. Realize he puts it in. APAC North are joining the party, so close to the region's first win.
Sigums in the central camera holds his hands to the sky and claps for his region. He knows that this is coming. He knows they are on the edge, and he knows the Realize's goals are vital to the future of this series.
But nothing is won just yet. They still have 40 seconds to see away, and Bravado can be dangerous. Tadaifor there, how he'd love to get involved. Get himself a goal to put his team back in this one. Daisy over the top of Realize. Tenhau is there. His catch could be closed down. It's actually a double commit there. Lapse in communication. The pressure with them all the way until Realize gets it away.
Sigums on that left-hand wing, wanting to keep control. He does manage to do so with Daisy. Trying to go for this long here. Shut down by Tenhau.
There we go. Daisy gets another touch. Who's going to be closing him down? It's Sigums. Sigums gets it into the center, and another chance goes begging right now. Realize up with Tadaifor. Tadaifor is so desperate to get involved. Happy Meal wants to put this one away. He can't do it though. Semper Strikers, they've finally done it for Asia Pacific. They've been at every single major. Never won a game. A 0-second goal. A celebration, a cherry on top. Call it whatever you want. They don't care anymore. Semper Strikers have done it for their region. The crowd are absolutely in love.
To their feet, Semper Strikers rise and Realize sees that dream apparate in front of him. He has wanted this for years. He has had teammates alongside him. Tenhau has been the man to his right, and with Sigums in the center, they have finally managed this opportunity. APAC North take it over SSA at the death of today.
But this is not the end of the story. This is just the beginning. For all the work that Realize has done for his region alongside Sigums and Tenhau, alongside all the players that play in APAC North and APAC South, this is where they will feel it truly begins. Taking series, scoring great goals on main stages, scoring beautiful flip reset double taps. There's nothing more they could have done there. Just a sublime performance and a deserved victory.
Their opponents, Bravado, have so much to be proud of as well. They managed to get a game versus what was an unbelievable Semper Strikers. They did their region proud. This is SSA's first opportunity to come to a LAN for RLCS and show what they can do. Orlando Pirates, they got a win versus Gaming Gladiators earlier. It becomes 1-1 in that battle, but I'm sure is going to continue raging across every single LAN that we see in the many years to come of this incredible esport. If you're a fan of Bravado online, you've got to be happy.
That goal, I just love it. The goal
Look
of
at
the
what it
match.
means.
Yeah, exactly. Because
Look at what it means.
It's a showcase what he can do. So many people watching. This is genuinely the stuff that dreams are made of. Realised he had such a great performance, and then the fact that it ended with a 0-second goal, it is truly just poetry in an esport.
The MVP of that final game coming to realise, being able to secure it. I just love when stories have the bookend either side. It's the end of this book, but it's the start of the series. We are going to be continuing to see what Semper Strikers to do. That will be Bravado Gaming going home out of the Swiss. They get a game, they do incredibly well to get here in the first place. But we will be seeing Semper Strikers playing tomorrow in their 1 and 2 matchup.
It's exciting. The Rocket League just continues on in this World Championship. There will be more tomorrow. We are back. The crowd are cheering at something. They're celebrating for the players. It's just wonderful.
Yes, it's a lot of fun to see. There's only one person that we want to talk to. Spoilers, it's not Shogun. It's the man who's with him. Let's see what Realize has to say.
Thank you very much, Cole and Stumpy. Everybody, Realize and the Semper Strikers! Realize this has been a 5+ year journey for you. How does it feel to finally get here at the World Championships, represent your region, and get the win?
5年のジョアンに立ったので、ここまで来るのでどうだった？その気持ちがありますか？
正直、全然そのスウェーデンのメジャーからやってきましたけど、正直勝利が遠いなって思ってたんですけど、やっとここで勝利をつかむことができて本当に嬉しいです。
He said that he was here at Sweden and he was really excited since then, so to be able to come back, he kind of expected to be here, but he's just ready to take it even further.
Now, obviously, now we look towards the future. You've got that first win. What does tomorrow look like for you, and how do you plan on going even further in this tournament?
明日はどうですか？どのプランがありますか？
さっきの試合で俺がやばいゴール決めたので、多分次当たる相手も絶対俺らのことビビってると思うので、もう全力で戦っていきます。
He said that he is an absolute threat in his words, and so he wants to keep up that pressure.
And finally, for those at home that have been watching you and have been supporting you the whole way, do you have anything that you want to say to everyone back home?
みんな日本で何が言いたいことがありますか？
そうですね、結構今の時間だと日本だと朝の4時とか、そういうのでもちゃんとその日本のロケットリーグコミュニティの人とか自分の家族とかすごい遅い時間なのに見て応援してくれて、すごい本当にそのサポートのおかげで自分が今ここに立ててると思うので、すごい感謝しています。明日も勝ちます。
He says that he knows in Japan it's really early in the morning for everyone, and so he loves the support. He loves the people who are able to wake up and kind of be there for him, and he wants to make it absolutely worth it.
Everybody, thank you very much for coming here today. For Realize, for the Semper Strikers, Fort Worth, make some noise! Wavepunk, hope you're ready, my friend. Back over to you.
I love the way Stumpy put it. This is the end of a chapter, the beginning of a series, finally seeing an arc come through as APAC gets a win here at the World Championship. It continues to day 4.
Hey, man, Semper played absolutely incredible. The mechanical display of
I knew it.
I really.
It was there. I could feel
I told you before the series. One word. Realize, and that's all I need to say afterwards. One word again. Realize.
So Realize is one word. I don't want to put up his 10 now. I mean, he looked so good. Scored so many goals for them throughout the whole course of that entire series.
That was an emphatic win by this team, and I think that was an important one as well. Just kind of the bounce back from yesterday and getting themselves on the right track for tomorrow and for the future. They worked through their captain. Their captain led them to victory, and they rallied the troops in the end. This was a classic win and a really important one for the squad.
Yeah, and you said chapter Wavepunk, the continuation. We got a taste of Tokyo Verde. The start in fall, and then we go, okay, let's continue and see how APAC does going forward. And then we get Detonator, and they're like, okay, we're getting games, and we've made it. Now we're in series territory.
Yeah.
Now we keep going. I want to see the continuation.
And it's hard though, because the chapter ends here. They're going to celebrate. This is huge. Chapter 2 literally starts tomorrow, Bates. They have to like dig deep, get some good sleep because they got another match to play.
Yeah, and I don't know who they're playing tomorrow, but it ain't gonna be easy. I'll tell you that much. They got a feeling for a taste of victory on the RLCS main stage, but now you got to do it all over again against probably a better opponent.
It's going to be crazy. And on the other side of things, I mean, what it means for South Africa to have shown up to perform. I mean, it was, as we said, it's gone 1-1 here between SSA and APAC today. So the rivalry of which region's better anywhere but concluded here, Spaceman.
Yeah, and it won't be concluded this weekend. It's going to continue on for some time. But I think it is important to also highlight that both these teams are getting not only reps against each other, but the more they play against international competition, the quicker their styles evolve and how much they're picking up intangibly just by conversations with other pros. They're playing their best Rocket League they've ever played. It may feel different given the disparity of skill between some of our teams, but this is a massive tournament even if you exit early.
And that's such a good point to bring up for all of these teams, that this is going to be the best Rocket League they've ever played because their opponents and the competition demands it of them. So we will continue to see these regions improve, achieve. We'll continue to see these teams over the next few years.
I love to see that shot from Realize. That's because it's kind of that shot right there. It's like that's the one shot that you see from like a new region. That, like the first time you saw a SAM team like come out and really test some of the best teams, you're like That's when you know that they've got it in them. And you see him squeeze that one right under the bar, and you're like, okay, there's something there.
That was a pop-off that's been waiting to happen for 5 years.
Yes.
And finally delivered here on the stage. What a moment. What a celebration there from Senpai Strikers there. Senbei Strikers, excuse me. Man, we've been making that joke all finally came through on the broadcast. Had to happen at one point. Let's talk about some of the other action that led to this victory here, Bates.
Listen, man, listen. I know a lot of y'all don't know anything about playing Rocket League, and that's why I'm here to tell you teach some of y'all something. Senbei beat Bravado just off up here. 101 IQ Rocket League right here and right now. And this is what I'm going to show you right now. I roll the tape right here. A couple things to know off the rip. Listen, once again, we have a low boost situation. You see a lot of that happening when goals are happening, right? Just like the SSG game. We have it right here. Low boost equals you're in a bad spot on defense. We're going to watch again. As we continue to watch a little bit more, Happy Meal's going to be the only one with boost for Bravado. He had 88 right there. His objective, and in this moment, is to control the ball. He has 90 boosts. His teammate has 23 and 53. He has to make time for his team to get boosts and recollect themselves on defense. He doesn't do that. Doesn't do it at all. Gives the ball away. 10 out says, thank you. I'll take that one, please. 1-2 skip to my loot. Daisy dove with 0. Sig off the wall, and then realize we'll finish it every single time. We're going to expand that and get the wide cam so y'all can see it a little bit better. Daisy, poor touch right there. Gets beat out, but it's okay. Happy Meal has 88. Realize dives in. Decent challenge. Happy Meal. Should have controlled, didn't. Sig, fake challenge, 10 health. 1. That's your 1 coming in. Rocket League's a 1, 2, 3. You're going to see it right here on the camera. 10 health, your 1 goes in hot. Daisy dives with 0 for some reason. He needed to wait. If you dive with 0, you can't do anything. The worst 10 health could have done is hit the ball up the wall or roll it to you. Then he could have had a chance to stop the ball, but he didn't do either. He just dove, threw himself out the play. 10 health goes. Here comes my 2. Sig off wall. Daisy is now at 0 here on the back wall of no assistance on defense. He won't be able to stop any shot that comes from Realize, who should be coming in as 3rd. There's my 3. Right, bottom right, my whole entire left side of the net. Can I draw, please? It's all open. It's all open. Just finish it, Realize. And, hey, where's he going to place it? Bottom left. Right there every single time. Every single time. That's 1, 2, 3 Rocket League. If you know how to do that, you know how to rank up. Maybe even one day we'll see you on the stage.
And we talk all the time about, like, oh, Realize was incredible, Talent was incredible, and stuff like that. And it's Realize's name that pops up there. We're like, sure, look at the goal he made. It's a team effort from beginning to end. The game, you cannot do it without your teammates.
Yes, I learned steal boost. Teammates gets mad at you if you play bad defense with no boost. That's fair. That's fair. I understand. Good effort.
Well, let's take a look at what is in store for us tomorrow. The schedule is solidified here. Round 4 set to go. Optic going to be taking on Renegades. Renegades 2-1. They have a chance to qualify tomorrow. Actually, all the action can conclude tomorrow, so everyone's going to be qualifying tomorrow. Then Space Station taking on Dignitas. Version 1 going to be playing up against the Club. V1 versus the Club. How about that one? We got the Pioneers taking on the Pirates. 0-1 taking on Senbei. And Secret taking on Veloce. Those are your 1 and 2 matchups here. I don't even know where to start. What's the spiciest match here, Bates?
The spiciest matchup, it's got to be, I'm honestly looking at the V1. The
V1 Club. V1 Club, right?
I think it's 2 parallels. I think they're not parallels, 2 opposites. 2 opposite ways of approaching Rocket League. The club, fast-paced, putting under pressure, in your face all game. V1 will let you come to us, and then we'll counterattack. We have a Calm leading the charge, and Beast Mode double touching on you. I think that's going to be an interesting matchup to see personally. Achieves, what you thinking?
I actually, on the same side of 2-1, I think you really want to see both teams in Dignitas and Space Station bounce back a little bit, regain a little bit of form, that confidence that they felt coming in to the whole tournament.
I want to see Mist bounce back after the performance from today, and I think CJ is rallying right now. We're seeing both Camerons. Happy birthday, by the way, CJ.
Yeah,
CJ's his birthday here today. Cammy also on that Team Fever. They are popping off backstage. They are one match away from moving forward and getting into the main event, the group stage there. Let's take a look at the schedule of matches as they are going to play out today. We're going to play both broadcast 1 and 2, or excuse me, broadcast 1 and 2. We're going to play rounds 4 and 5. It's been a long day here. Day 4, we're going to play both rounds at the same time. This is the schedule. We'll see O1 taking on Sembe, Veloce playing Secret. We'll see Version 1 facing off against the club just to finish off the day. V1 having a few important matches at the end of broadcast here at the World Championship.
And I don't think you would want that if you're V1. You don't want to leave the cards on the table at the very last match of the day, knowing that you have to either sit with a loss and think about that for the rest of the time, or you have to take the win and rally that into a long stretch until tomorrow. But I have to look at Pioneers and Pirates, because I think Pirates are on a roll, and Pioneers have looked incredibly streaky, and I don't know which version we're going to get. Pirates have a real good shot here.
Well, you can see there, the top 3 matches will be happening on the A stream, the bottom 3 happening on the B stream, and then we will conclude round 5. Obviously, we can't show you round 5 yet. We don't know what those matches are, but as soon as they are happening tomorrow, as soon as they're set tomorrow, we'll get those matches underway. So, bit of a longer day, but this is going to be the last broadcast of the Wildcard event. Will be happening tomorrow. Spaceman. We're going to have 8 teams through and 8 teams out by the end of tomorrow.
I know, we saved it all, the final bunch for the last day, and I think that's appropriate because this has been a gauntlet for a lot of squads. This has been a big test for a lot of young teams, and I think we've seen a lot of young teams from small regions or coming up regions coming up, rising to the occasion, but I also have seen veteran squads falter. I feel like Wildcard at Champs is a lot about who gets hot at the right time, and right now we're seeing a lot of these veterans who have overthought some of their gameplay struggling to put it together.
Well, guys, one more broadcast to do, and the faster, I think if we end the broadcast sooner, we'll get to that broadcast quicker. So we're just going to close things out here. Any final thoughts? It's this Christmas mentality, right? If I go to bed at Christmas.
Yeah.
Any final thoughts here?
Semper surprised all of us.
Absolutely.
That domination, not even dominating.
They surprised everyone except for themselves. They're like, we knew this was going to happen the whole time.
And the French community. Kasi Fatira on Twitter just gassing us. Shaw said every single time he talked.
Mm.
I think that Semper actually played admirably, but boy, I couldn't have drawn it up better myself. I usually write the script. Furia K-Corp? Furia K-Corp?
You wanted it?
I wanted it.
I'm
going to get it. I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it again. I can't wait to see it.
It's going to be wild.
I think I'm with you, actually. You say Furia K-Corp. That gets me thinking, okay, what type of madness? It wouldn't be the first time. We had 2 Furia K-Corp rounds just at London, and those were 2 of my favorite series from that whole show because you started off at the bottom like Furia got absolutely destroyed. Then the second time they go all 7, you're like, I have no idea what's about to happen. So I'm ready for the 3rd chapter of that one.
That's right.
Let's go Optic.
Yeah. I should have guessed.
That's my only thing now. Yeah.
Still one away. Still one away. Folks, we're going to send 6 more teams to the main event tomorrow and send 6 teams home. It's going to be wild. For me, for everyone on the desk, for all the casters, for all the players, and for everyone in the back watching, thank you so much for watching and tuning into the show. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.